striking down the fear into the heart of Darkside Phil. Heart of Darkside Phil. Now the madman started rambling, made it plain to dance around. He was not really Italian, you could help by tipping now. An entire fucking story about how he hurts his back in ranting at the viewers about the outlaw Tevin Black. Outlaw Tevin Black. Wasn't long before the segment was restreamed by Tevin Black. But the outlaw didn't worry, he was laughing ack. Fat Italian was yelling, grease running down his hair. He was biting on his nails as he was shaking in his chair. Shaking in his chair. He decided that it's over, it was time for them to meet. But on the fateful day of battle, he had crystals on his feet. So he stayed at home just crying and begged for some more tips. Later got some DoorDash with the spicy Italian dip. Spicy Italian dip. So the fake Italian greaser kept on grifting all along, while his wife was getting black, dressed up in a yellow thong. He is fat and he's retarded and he's nasty with the drip. But you say you love his content and today's been slow for tips. It's been slow for tips.
I need a drink myself.
Whale tail gin.
It need not be top shelf.
Drink the entire top shelf.
I'm feeling super toxic. I was an alcoholic. I'll take a you make me yeah. Give me your super chat.
Super chat, super stickers, membership.
I said hello, Jew, cat's a BBW. She would ride with me, but she's glued to her TV. Cause if trolls saw us out, they'd see me buying cherry juice to cure my gout.
Gout.
I need to find a way to waste what I am paid. So I opened DoorDash, cause why should I cook at home? I'd rather text than use the phone. DoorDash driver, heed my call. Of course I couldn't find him. Wood porch does not look like mine at all. Wood porch does not look like mine.
I was just doing Oasis all the time. I like Oasis.
The topic I want to discuss is depression. Depression is not a joke. It's not something to be joked about with. You are not alone. You are not a horrible person because you have this. It's not your fault. There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me. It's WWE Champions time.
It's been tough. Over the last decade. It has. It's been tough. It's been tough. Over the last decade. It has. It's been tough. It's been tough. Phil's a beggar. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser. It's been tough. Phil's a faggot. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser. Phil's a beggar. It's been tough. Phil's a beggar. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser. It's been tough. Phil's a faggot. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser. Phil's a beggar.
Super Meat Boy is in the stream chat, whining and complaining say that I never talk to anyone unless they tip me or they send me money, which is completely false. All he's been doing is sitting there all night complaining that he's depressed and no one cares. And everyone's basically ignoring him because you're like, dude, we just don't care. You know, you come in, the first thing you say is you're depressed. And what are we supposed to say to that? Now he expects that I'm going to derail the whole stream to talk to him live. So let's do it. Super Meat Boy, how you doing? You're really depressed tonight, huh?
Making a rush to your streams, wheeling fast, no feelings past, cause I'm chair bound. Staring blankly ahead, just making a payment to PayPal. And I plead you, and I tip you, and now I wonder, since you paid our free time, do you think you might play Persona 5? Or you know I could drop $1,000 if you just reveal that Mojito Cat tonight. Phil says you pay our free time. Do you think you might play Persona 5? Or you know I could drop $1,000. Just reveal that Mojito Cat. Yeah, I know we could probably double that tonight.
I'm not a children's entertainer because I'm not a Muppet. I'm not here to play a character. I'm not here to pretend that I'm something that I'm not. I don't dye my hair. I don't act stupidly constantly to get attention from children. I don't do stupid pranks. You know what I mean? I don't cause drama. I'm here just to play games and have fun. I'm a legitimate gamer. Big up to your dad.
I need banana, tasty banana. Put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Please the peel it comes in, then I'll put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth.
Act and talk a certain way with certain mannerisms, certain over-the-top reactions, screaming at the top of their lungs, jumping, flailing, doing weird things, constantly on camera.
I need banana, tasty banana. Put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Please the peel it comes in, then I'll put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. I need banana, tasty banana. Put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Please the peel it comes in, then I'll put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth.
When we hit the 250 vestry for that celebration, I'm going to debut a new vest. There we go. Celebratory bubble blow. Very nice. There's bubbles everywhere. There's bubbles all over my PlayStation 4 controller. There's bubbles on my microphone stand. There's bubbles everywhere tonight. It's out of
It's time to live.
pager and my home phone at the bottom. And I sent 2 tips back in autumn. Must not have got them. I used my mom's credit card. She must have caught them. But anyways, fuck it. What's up, man? How's Jasper? I do think it's fucked up. You've got so many detractors, illegal restreamers, hate channels, reactors, and every single one of them says you're down from the rafters, and every single one of them knows you're always plastered, that you were grooming Candalee and tried to trap her, and every single one of your streams is a disaster. But at least you have support from some overcooked pasta. Dear Phil, I've been a fan since 2011. I even got that underground shit with Project 7. I loved all the shit you did with John Rambo. That shit was back. I got a room full of posters and pictures of Cat. My mom, my wife, is pregnant and I'm about to be a father too. If I have a daughter, I'm gonna name it after you. Anyway, I really hope this tip will get you through. Forever yours, your biggest fan. P.S. We should be together too. This right here sucks.
Are you going to support the stream? Super chats don't help him right now. DSP, what's your favorite topping? I don't like green peppers on mine. Tell them to tip as soon as they sooner to get the vest on. Super chats don't help him right now. On their payment again. God is flying downstairs right now for his big day. Came out in 2010. Chat are about to get banned. Are you going to support the tips have been slow this week? Credit card my mom took away. So his channel are down 'cause the draw. He's read all night. Bots posting the One Piece, but I'll still watch Twitter's thing. Keep ways mobile game. Would eat all of them up in real life.
PayPal is a network of interconnected banking institutions that use a magnetic striped receptacle.
What is up, everyone?
Online to transfer
Hello, and welcome.
funds from one entity to another in a legal and monitored capacity.
Been on the whole time, huh?
To the
I don't even know.
Hello.
Turn it up. Turn up my neckphones. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. What's up, Jane? Yo. Good to see you here today. Are you ready for this? Yo. You know what time it is. Yes, Jane. It's time to go. Shout out to all my niggas from Guadalajara, Acapulco. I'm cruising in my blue Corolla. I need that money to be a high roller. Trapped and made a controller. She's crying downstairs, so I have to console her. Swimsuit model with eating disorder. Spent $200 on a DoorDash order. Yo, just a fucking crook with a fucking crooked jaw, false flagging out channel. With my puppy dog, I committed fraud. And I got low T's, I'm a low T god. False flagging, mundane bagging. Phil's fat, Phil's a faggot, Phil's a loser, Phil's a beggar. Arnold, Phil's a nigger. Right? How do you say? Brunel's a nigger, right? Very nice. All right. Let us continue. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. I got 2 big bills coming next week. One more chance to save the best streak. I'm going full mask off. It's not that deep. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. I got 2 big bills coming next week. One more chance left to blow. You ready? 8 time go. 8 time flow. Whoa. They thought I fell off. No. Like a prime D rose, I be dunking on these hoes. Turn you into T-part, striking a T-pose. So let me tell you now what the story is. They call me ESP. Notorious. I'm cruising and wrenching, fast and furious, with my homie Pastor Eric Miller.
He's quite curious. They don't have nearly what it takes to be a man. And since I took their manhood, that's mine now, so I ain't giving it back.
My trolls are always watching me, waiting for another disaster stream. They won't even give me a piece of peace or like a whole fucking team locking onto my stream like a detractor beam. I can't get rid of night sober. I'm losing my mind and I'm losing supporters. Detractors are bending me over. Just another knot in this moving world order. And now I'm seeing so much clearer as I sit here staring into Dark Dave's mirror and all of my fears and all that I see. The raw DSP, bottom leader, cult leader. It's 3 a.m. and I still can't sleep. I guess this is all I will ever be. This is just how time flows. Until it's time.
It's gonna take years of effort to try to dig myself out of this fucking hole. It really is. And it sucks. I hope that someday I'll get out of it. I don't know if I ever will. I may be living month to month, paycheck to paycheck, begging for fucking tips and shit on stream for the rest of my life.
Like, it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. Yeah. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. Yeah. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade.
See the face on the YouTube stream, begging at you every weekday. See the face in the thumbnail, well that man is me. My content's my legacy. Forget the time that they caught me wanking. You won't believe this all started with a helicopter company. You may have heard troll rumors, Jindor-WWE. You don't need to believe in their slander, just believe in Ree. Viewers, you love me, and you know I'm right. I've been working my ass off for you all day and night. I did nothing wrong, I did everything right. You just keep on tipping me, sound good, alright. I protect my family. My wife says and my son's beside me. I work so hard I don't have time for friends, and I sleep alone at night. You watch detractor content, they always take me out of context. Watch me and only me, I deserve the damn spotlight. Cause my content is superior, cause my playthroughs are so pure. All of this is thanks to you, my loyal pay pigs, whales and viewers. Come on. Big ups.
Ding dong die. Ding dong die. Oh, ding dong.
Post nasal drip is a constant.
Ding dong
It keeps
die.
going.
Oh.
It's like a faucet that's dripping. I can't turn it off. I can't make it stop.
Then I'm like, damn, my post-nasal drip is going, my sinuses are inflamed, my throat is gunked up. What is going on here? Damn. Snort, 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 coke, drip, snort, snort.
I got the drip go.
Snort, 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 coke, drip, snort, snort.
I got the drip go.
Damn.
I got the drip go. I got the tips go.
Clear your throat. Blow your nose.
Damn.
Clear your throat.
Please tip me. Damn.
Post-nasal drip is a constant. It keeps going. It's like a faucet that's dripping. Damn.
Snort, snort, snort,
Code. Drip.
snort, snort,
I got the drip. Go.
snort, snort, snort,
Code. Drip.
If I could get down on my
Snort.
hands and knees and say thank you and say
I got the drip. Go.
I would do it.
I got the drip. Go. 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 Can't make it stop. So what do you want me to do? Have a mute button that every second I'm tapping the mute button just in case I'm gonna have to clear. Like, this is what I mean. These dumb kids. This is what it is. It's dumb kids.
Because you're not rich and you're not famous and you're not this and you're not that. You had an opportunity to be, but you blew it all. And I said, well, oh well. I'm proud of that. I guess I'm proud to be a loser.
This one's for all my baby girls.
I'll beat a guy on level 1. I streamed myself masturbating. I'll beat a guy.
Fuck life.
I'll beat it for the thousands of children. I'll beat a guy on level 1.
You're still on mission 1.
I'll beat a guy on level 1. Level 1. Married happily, paycheck to paycheck happily, meaningful relationship, meaningful life with a family. And that, by the way, I have to raise money to pay 2 big bills next week. All my utilities are due next week. Tomorrow, if I stop streaming, I would not be able to get a job. So it would be the end of my life. But outside of that, everything else is good in my life. You know what I mean? So I'll beat a guy on level 1. I streamed myself masturbating. I'll beat a guy.
Fuck life.
I'll beat it for the thousands of children. I'll beat a guy on level 1.
You're still on mission 1.
I'll beat a guy. I'll beat it thousands of children.
When your life is all positive instead of negative, it's a much better situation. Big up Skeeter Cat, and I can tell you that from personal experience. Look at my life now. I have a beautiful wife. I have a beautiful life with a family, right? Everything here is so much better than what I had before. Why? Because I'm a positive person.
This is how life is. Life is not like this. Life is like this.
But I'm Darkside Phil. I am not any other content creator or streamer. I'm Darkside Phil. I'm the guy. I'm the guy.
An e-baking scammer.
I'm the guy.
Mark my fucking words. Stupid anime bitch.
I'm the guy.
14 years as an e-beggar and a scammer and WWE champion. Take a look around.
I'm the guy.
Life is tough right now. I guess I'm proud to be a loser. Down there at level 1. Well, you know what? It's nice at level 1.
I'm the guy.
An e-baking scammer. Please tip me.
I'm the guy.
Mark my fucking words. Stupid anime bitch.
I'm the guy. I'm the guy.
An e-baking scammer.
I'm the guy.
Take a look around. Stupid anime bitch.
I'm the guy. I'm the guy. Here's the thing. I became infamous on the internet in 2016 for accidentally beating off on camera. Now, luckily, nothing was shown. There was absolutely nothing exposed to the internet. It was just me doing my own things. I went viral for it. I just want the bust. Oh, man. Bust. Give me the monster. Bust. Wow, it's big. Bust. Oh my God, look how big he is. Oh my God. Wow. That thing is a monster. I just want the bust. Oh man. Bust. Give me the monster.
The Ziggy Piggy's back. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Level 1 Podcast. I'm DSP, and it is Sunday. And you know what that means. It means it's React Day across all 3 of my channels. Here on DSP Gaming, we have a nice chill podcast. Then we swing over to the DSP Reacts channel for my weekly clips show, DSP versus the Internet. And then later tonight, on my third sister channel, DSP Throwback, we're going to be doing a retro react stream to the Walking Dead Telltale series, episode 2. So, good stuff all around. No gameplay today, but gameplay returns in full swing tomorrow. I hope I find you well. I hope your weekend's going good for you. And I hope that you're in a good mood, and if not, hopefully we can turn that around for you today here on the show. I got a confession to make. A huge one. You ready? This one's going to rock the internet, so you better prepare yourselves. All right? So buckle your seatbelts. All right? You ready? You ready for this one? I really don't have much to do on the podcast today. There's not much going on. I was looking at news, and it's like there's really no game news going on. I don't really have any updates for anyone. I would like to quickly talk about some technical stuff that happened yesterday. Yes, but outside of that, it's a more chill show. It's not a very exciting show. So what I would say is, you know, we'll go through our usual stuff. I want to recap what happened yesterday because obviously there was some stuff that happened briefly. And I want to give an update on the co-op, which did not happen, but will happen next week. I want to do the schedule. But outside of that, you know, that's where we're at. So perhaps today we could do Q&A. We could do the schedule. Not schedule, excuse me. We could do Q&A. We could do the suggestion box is what I meant to say. We can kind of do whatever you guys feel like. All right. So we'll see. Now, by the way, FYI, I'm likely now going to be in spring and summer attire for the foreseeable future into, the fall. Reason being, our temperatures here have consistently stayed in the 60-degree Fahrenheit range this week. When it is around 60 degrees and the sun is out as it is today, this office heats up to about 80. So I can't be wearing long sleeve shirts, sweaters, long pants in that kind of weather. I'd be too hot. So I'm basically adjusting now fully. So you may have noticed this week, like, wow, he's wearing new shirts that are short sleeve shirts and stuff. That's what it is. And this is just going to continue throughout spring and summer until probably when it cools down. You would think it would cool down by September, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it actually takes till like October. Good news is, you know, I did up my wardrobe game in the last month or two. Every once in a while I go out and I grab some new stuff. Like you see today, this is a brand new button down. And again, I don't buy anything new. I just want to say here, every time I go out, I either get it from one of those stores that's like a reseller, meaning it's a store that like for example, Marshall's or Burlington, or what's the other one, like TJ Maxx, where it's clothes that didn't sell at the full tag price. So they buy it for a very discounted pennies on the dollar style price, and then they resell it in their stores. The stuff's new. The stuff is literally new, unused, but I don't buy it from like a name brand store. And for example, I got a Izod shirt. That's last season's, you know, line. It's not the brand new shirt that just hit the shelf, but it's last season's style. And it's a really nice shirt. Green with palm trees and stuff. And I went to Kohl's and I looked at the full price shirts, and the full price Izod shirts of that same exact clothing line sell for around $50. I got the Izod shirt for $12, and it's brand new. And that's what I recommend you do. Don't go out there and go to the name brand places and spend insane exorbitant amounts of money. If you can avoid it, what's the point? Also, I go to this clothing store and what they do is they take in clothing from places and for, again, they buy off like clothing. They don't buy anything that's old or tattered or worn out. They only buy stuff that's either new or like new. They clean it and then they sell it. And so a lot of the shirts that I get actually are from a store like that, and that's even cheaper. There you get like $8 to $10 shirts that are brand new that look really good. In fact, the shirts I've been wearing the last few days, I got from a store like that. So I strongly recommend you check that out if you live in the United States or whatever and you have those stores. They're not that bad at all. As long as you don't go there when it's super busy and people are like throwing clothing all over the store and being animals like they tend to be during busy days, you know, go on an off day. Like I always have a day off on a weekday and you go in there when there's not a lot of people and you can shop at your own, you know, pace, and it's pretty good. Okay. Anyway, So yes, you'll be seeing me wearing shorts and nice short sleeve button downs and things like that, probably for many months. I mean, it's April, so April, May, June, July, August, probably like next 6 months. Probably gonna be like half and half from now on. Like 6 months of the year, you'll see me with the short sleeve stuff and shorts, and the other half it'll be more long sleeve shirts and pants and sweaters and sweatshirts and stuff like that. So anyway, good stuff. And there you go. Let's now continue and talk about yesterday. First of all, yesterday, I had a bunch of technical difficulties, and I apologize for that. If you were watching yesterday's podcast on demand, you may have noticed the volume was way low again. And I said, what happened, Phil?
Triangle Rewards and PetroPoints just got more rewarding. Link your accounts to collect Canadian Tire money and PetroPoints using just one card. What new adventures will you fuel?
Essentially, it's been good. Like, what happened? I don't know. It's so weird. Somehow, my filter's turned off. So, like, right now, I go onto my mic filter and I hit Advanced Properties, and it says, I have a mic boost of 4 decibels. And that's where it's been for like a month and a half. And when I went in there yesterday, it said 0. And I'm like, what happened? I don't know, because I didn't change it. And my OBS doesn't update.
What do I do?
It doesn't auto-update. It prompts me for updates. It can't even update anymore because my Windows is so outdated, OBS can't even update any further. So I don't know how I lost that filter at all. You know, I don't know what to say, and I apologize there. So the whole podcast was too low, and when I started playing Elden Ring yesterday, the whole first half hour, people were like, dude, we cannot hear you. The game is way louder than you. And I was like, really? And then I looked, I was like, what the hell? And I added it, and then it was perfect for the rest of the stream, and everyone's happy. And I was like, what the hell? Now, in addition to that, I had a bunch of equipment failures yesterday. As I'm playing Elden Ring, basically my PS5 is telling me my controller is about to die. It has low charge. And I'm like, my controller is plugged in. How could it have low charge? So obviously that means there's something wrong either with the USB port or the cable. And I'm like, let's check this out. And I checked everything, and it was the cable. The cable was faulty, which sucks because I just bought a bunch of these cables in December. And the fact that they died within 4 months means they're really shitty. In addition to that, my PS5 controller was giving me pretty bad stick drift. It kept having my character look up at the ceiling. Now, how am I going to play Elden Ring when I keep looking upwards? I'm going to die a million times. So I said, oh, I'll go use the other controller. And I go and I pick up the other controller, and the thumbstick is completely deformed and melted. And I was like, what the hell? Like, when did that even happen? I have no idea. So I'm just flabbergasted. That controller had sat right there on a glass shelf, isolated from anything, for like a year. And I go to finally pick it up and use it, and the whole thing disintegrated. It's like, these controllers are not durable, man. So I had to rush order a new controller and a USB cable, because I was expecting to do the co-op last night with my wife. And, you know, that's on PS5, and I wanted to have a controller that was going to work if we were going to do co-op. So I ordered right away, and it was going to be delivered, like, lickety-split within, like, the few hours, and I was going to get it at some point during the night stream. So it did arrive, and now I do have a new controller. Galactic purple is the color, but on the camera, for some reason, it shows up as, like, a blue. But it's basically a bluish purple is the color. So I guess the camera is like tinting it slightly one way. But it's nice. I haven't used it yet, but it looks nice. You guys voted for the color, by the way. I did a poll and you guys voted during the Elden Ring stream for purple. That's what I got. And I got a brand new USB cable, which is way more expensive than the ones that I had bought in December. But I hope it's durable now because it was so much more expensive. It's Anchor is the brand. I don't know if you ever heard of it. I've heard of it before. I've seen it in stores, so hopefully it's good. So I'll be using this from now on my PS5 for all the games that I'm playing. And hopefully it'll be good. You guys will like it. All right? There'll be no dropped inputs and no freaking stick drift and no problems with the battery either. I mean, ridiculous that they had battery issues like that. Okay. So, all those technical issues yesterday. And then on top of that, the co-op got delayed again. And I know people are upset. I already gave the full explanation of it last night because last night, instead of doing the co-op stream, I did an impromptu just hangout session with viewers, and it went well. We had good attendance. People were, very engaged. I usually do those like once a month now. Whenever something just doesn't line up perfectly, or if the schedule gets screwed up, I usually do a hangout session, and they do fine. So it went well, but in a nutshell, my wife's schedule this week has been completely thrown into disarray because her job changed her work schedule. She hasn't adjusted to it. It screwed up our day off, which we were supposed to have a day off for our anniversary. We had to delay that. Then because we were out the whole day for the day off, it set her back with the stuff that she usually does around the house, just errands like washing clothes and stuff. And so yesterday I went downstairs after my first stream, and she was completely stressed out and frazzled trying to do everything. She's trying to cook dinner, which usually would be done, wasn't done. Then she's trying to wash clothes. The freaking washer keeps giving an uneven load error, and she can't finish the wash of clothes. She's like, now I gotta rush. I gotta get ready for the stream. I was like, all right, you know what? It doesn't make sense. The whole point of us doing co-op is to have a nice, relaxing, fun atmosphere and enjoy this game. If you're gonna be so stressed out because this stuff is going on, we shouldn't do it. And she agreed. So basically, we're doing it next weekend now. Okay? And I know, again, people, I want to see the co-op. Where is it? I know, but wouldn't you rather wait? You know that they say good things come to those who wait. Wouldn't you rather wait and have it be a fun stream than, for example, similar to that second Dondoko Island stream, where after an hour we were all bored and stressed out and like just, this sucks. When you're in a bad mood already because other shit is going on, or you don't want that to rub off on the stream. And this is the premiere stream of the game. Obviously, we want it to be nice, open, relaxed atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? And it wouldn't have worked last night. If we did it, we could have done it. We absolutely could have done the stream, and it probably wouldn't have gone as well, and people would have all been complaining that it wasn't fun. Like, yeah, well, that's what happens, right? I don't care. So, definitely, there will be co-op next week, unless another circumstance happens, which we hope it doesn't, but that's life. Same time, same place, Saturday night of the coming week is when we're looking to do the co-op of Beyond Two Souls, okay? Outside of that, Elden Ring playthrough is continuing on very nicely. What I really like about this run of Elden Ring, which I actually didn't foresee happening, when I was playing this last year, and I got through the first 39 hours of it, basically it was almost a cakewalk. And what I mean by that is at first the playthrough was tougher because I was basically a glass cannon. I was dying instantly to almost everything, but my magic was so powerful that as long as I stayed away, I was kicking everything's ass. Very different from the jump R2 gameplay style of my first playthrough, right? But then, when I got about to the point where I quit and now I come back, what I'm noticing now is that my character isn't as much of a glass cannon. Still weak and dies within like 2 hits for anything. But basically, I can't just nuke everything with the same strategy. For example, sometimes I'm fighting a boss and I could just spam the rock spell. Rock Sling. Rock Sling spell is physical damage. So it's like hitting an enemy 3 times in the face. And if you do that 3-4 times in a row, it staggers. And almost every boss that I've fought that is vulnerable to physical can stagger with this spell, but depends on the boss. Because some of the bosses move so fast you can't hit them. Some of them just come right in your face and you're like, well, now I can't even hit this thing, right? So that's good against some bosses. But other bosses, it doesn't work, so now I got to adjust my strategy. Well, I got a spell called Night Shard where the boss doesn't see it, so it can't react and dodge or get out of the way. That's been useful. Now, I got the big nuke, which is called the Comet Azure, which is essentially a Kamehameha from Dragon Ball. But to really get it to work, you've got to do a setup where you drink a flask where you have infinite MP, and then you put down a symbol that boosts your magic damage on the ground, and then, boom, you can nuke. But again, this works against certain enemies and bosses and not against others. Some people it can even stun lock, and others they just sidestep right out of it like you never even hit them. So it doesn't really work all the time. Sometimes it's an amazing Hail Mary, yes, do it, destroy them, and you feel so powerful when it works. And other times, it's just a complete waste of time. You're like, well, that didn't work at all. So now I've started to get other spells in the playthrough. I've now got this spell that I got from the Magic Dragon on Ronnie's Rise. Well, not Ronnie's Rise, but the plateau where Ronnie's questline is. And this is just a big magic sword, and it just swipes through everything, and it staggers a lot of enemies that normally would not stagger. I guess it really interrupts poise pretty well. So I've been using that quite a bit yesterday. And then on top of that, I I now have another new spell that's a rain of stars that comes down and hits a ton of times. And this is good against really big enemies that basically can't really get out of the way, and they just get pummeled by like rapid fire hits. And now I got another new one I got yesterday that I haven't really used yet, but apparently it's like a giant rain of comets coming down, and people are saying that one's really good too. So I haven't really tried it yet. I have to try it. So yeah, like what I like about this build now, if one thing doesn't work, I've got like 4 other things to try and go through and rotate between. And then on top of all of that, I actually have a good sword too. I have the Dark Moon Greatsword, which is essentially the Moonlight Greatsword from Dark Souls. And it allows me to do like some physical attacks, and even that has like a magic projectile. So I have like so many options. And in the original playthrough, it was literally jump R2 the shit out of everything, and then switch weapons and use a weapon art. Like that was it. That was my first run. This run's actually becoming more and more interesting. The further I get in, I'm actually having way more fun with this run, I feel, than the first one. In addition, because I already 100%ed the game in the first run, and I know where everything is, it's not like I feel like, oh, I have to go explore further. Like, I don't feel pressure. You know, with that first run, it was like, I don't know how long the game is, and, you know, I don't know how much time I'm going to spend in it, and I want to do all the content. I don't want to miss anything. This is a more relaxed playthrough, and I'm actually really enjoying that. And what I like is that some bosses are just getting melted by magic, while others actually, I feel, are kind of tougher than the first run, dependent on the boss. Like, these Astal alien bosses have been way easier than the first run. But then other bosses just kind of, like, slap me around like this, like, to kill me with 2 hits. So, I get the feeling as we get to endgame, it's going to be a mix like that. So, I'm really enjoying the run. I hope you'll continue to watch it. We still got a lot to do. We still got the remainder of the Mountain of the Giants. We still got Farum Azula. We've still got the whole Blood Palace area. We've still got the rest of the path to the Halig Tree. Then we have the Halig Tree. So we have all this stuff to do. The run will continue probably for several more weeks. Excuse me. Okay. So, that's what happened yesterday. Let's go over the schedule. Today is React Day, which means after this chill podcast here on DSP Gaming, we head over to DSP Reacts for my React show, DSP versus the Internet. It should be good. We always have a variety of stuff. Now, 2 weeks ago, we had just enough clips to fill the entire show, and everyone's clips got watched, and people were satisfied. Last week, we had way more than enough clips, mostly due to the length of some of the clips. Like, some of the clips were pretty lengthy, and I was interested in them, so we watched them for longer. And because of that, the show ended up basically only watching half the clips. So every week it's different. Some weeks we can get through everything, and other weeks we barely get through anything. It just depends on the clips that are submitted. This week, we have less clips than were submitted last week. And on top of that, I definitely noticed most of the clips are very short. Like, I think there are a few 10 to 20 minute clips, but most of them are like 3 minutes long. So if this is the case, right, we might get through the whole thing. I'm actually looking at the clips submitted this week, and I'm like, we may actually get through the whole show early. And if that's the case, if we actually finish early and we have all the stuff done, I might ask you guys about what you would be interested in watching. So we'll see how the show goes and go from there. Because I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. We might not have time for that. Maybe some of the clips will run long. I'll have a lot to say. I don't know. We'll see. So I'm getting some questions in the chat about how does this show work. So the show, first of all, is not here. It's on my React channel, DSP Reacts. You can find it at youtube.com/@DSP Reacts. Okay? The weekly show we do every Sunday. The way the show works is that clips are submitted by 2 groups. All the groups are members of the channel, meaning you have to become a paid member of the channel in order to become a part of the show. If you become an ultra member, which is the highest level and tier of membership on that channel, we watch your clip no matter what. It's guaranteed to be watched 4 times in a month. You get 4 weeks of getting your clip watched for being an ultra member. So, pretty good value. You get into 4 different shows, okay? If you become a submissions tier member, which is way cheaper, I think it's like $5 or $6, then you put your 2 clips a week up into a randomized playlist. I literally hit shuffle and play, and we just watch the playlist in a random order on YouTube. So you have a chance to get your clip watched. Some weeks, everyone gets their clip watched. Some weeks, only some people get their clips watched, depending on the links of the clips and how much I have to say. So that's how it works, okay? And that's literally how the channel operates. Sadly, React content like that channel, all of it gets claimed on YouTube by third parties, so I make no revenue on the videos. Like, none. I'm uploading those videos, and it's just like no income at all. So the only way to keep the channel operating is the membership model, all right? So thanks to people who are members over there. If you're interested in becoming a member and possibly submitting those clips, you know, go for it. And no, it's not game clips. Someone just said, is it just game clips? No, it's everything. We watch mostly, it's like comedy skits, documentary style videos, you know, these video, what do they call them? Video essays, scientific stuff. We watched videos on politics and religion before. We watched stand-up comedy, game reviews, you know, yes, gameplay. We've watched a lot. We've watched some of my old stuff from over 10 years ago. You know, tons of stuff, big variety. That's the whole idea, is that it's a variety show. The only difference is no detractor videos, because obviously we're not just going to sit on someone ragging on me the whole time. And no content that's flagged as adult only or kids only. I know that sounds weird. Like, so nothing for adults and nothing for kids. No, nothing that's flagged as for adults or for kids, because on YouTube, if you can believe it, both of those pieces of content are deemed non-monetizable. And if I run it on my stream, it literally will get my stream shut down, which is really stupid. But yeah, it's happened where we watch a clip and all of a sudden the whole stream gets flagged as adults only, and now no one can watch the stream. Stupid. So, if you're interested in that show, if you're here live, just stick around. When this stream ends, when this podcast ends, I should say, a link pops up. Just click here, go over to the React channel, and it'll just bring you right in. That's my show this afternoon. If you watch the show on demand, check out the DSP Reacts channel. We do it every single Sunday, and I release multiple parts. There'll be 2 parts live today, and then another part every day for the next 4 days over the course of the week. It keeps the channel moving with some new content every day. Okay? Now, that's the first stream. Tonight on the late shift, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, on my DSP Throwback channel, which is youtube.com/@DSP Throwback. There, we're going to be doing a retro react stream to the Walking Dead Telltale series. This is one of the earliest narrative-based games that I ever did. You know, there were a few before there, like Back into the Future or Heavy Rain. But this one actually got a lot of attention and prominence on YouTube. Everyone loved the Walking Dead game. And a lot of people watched my playthrough of it and loved it and ended up checking out my content, you know, moving forward past that because they liked the playthrough so much. It also is probably the first playthrough I ever did on YouTube that made me feel so emotional that I kind of cried at me. So, we've already done episode 1. This week we start episode 2. The thing is, episode 2 is very lengthy. It's about 3 hours long, and my late stream is only around 2. So we'll probably get through around 2.5 hours, and then we'll pause, and then we'll resume next week. So, hope you'll join me for that. Last week it went really well. People who showed up were very engaged and supportive and really enjoyed it. And I hope that we can keep that momentum going. That's tonight on the late stream over on DSP Throwback. Okay, cool. Now tomorrow, the Monday the 15th, we resume with gameplay. It'll be Helldivers 2 on the first stream, now using my new PS5 controller for the first time. Got to break it in. And then the late stream will be the conclusion of Alone in the Dark, the Emily side run. We absolutely should have enough time to wrap it up. Sadly, as I told you guys the other day, I can't get the secret endings. Why? I missed one collectible. And the collectible is missable, and you can't go back and get it once it's gone. And that really pisses me off because it's basically purposefully meant to be missable. Like, it's in a nook. Like, there's like a hole in a wall that you can't see. And the only way you know it's there is if you walk towards it, a symbol will appear to say press A. And then you go through the hole. It's not like it's visible from where you're moving in the game. They did it on purpose to make it so hard to find so that it's missable items so you can't get your secret endings. I'm like, that's bullshit. You know, they shouldn't have made it that ridiculous. But we will finish off the game on Monday night and see what Emily's standard ending is, and then, you know, finish up the playthrough. I'll give you my final thoughts on the game. Tuesday, we're going to try a new game called Harold Halibut. This is a game that's going to be on Game Pass, and apparently the game looks like Claymation. When I was growing up, Claymation was huge. You had the California Raisins, you had the Claymation Christmas Special, among many other things. I remember Pee-wee's Playhouse had Claymation and stuff in it. So at the time, stop motion animation with clay, you know, Claymation, was really, really prominent. And then it just disappeared. I think that came with the era of 3D rendering and computer graphics and things like that. Here's a game that says we just want to go back in time and kind of make a whole game out of it. And that's pretty crazy. So I'm excited to see what it is. Now, if the game is terrible, we don't have to play it ever again. It's a Game Pass game. No risk there, right? But if the game ends up being unique and interesting, then we'll keep it in the rotation. We'll see what happens. All right. So that's Tuesday's daytime stream. And then on Tuesday night, it's going to be more Street Fighter 6. I'm actually going to do a whole night stream of Blanca this time. You know, I've only used Blanca for about an hour since I returned last week. And now I want to get back into, you know, Blanca and getting better with him and learning better strategies and, you know, getting the rust off per se. So that's going to be Tuesday night. And then Wednesday, it'll be more Elden Ring. And then Wednesday night, I'm leaving completely open. Now, here's what I mean by that. I want it to be a stream that we do whatever we want. If we want to do more of this Harold Halibut, if it's a good game, we'll do that. If you want to see more Helldivers 2 multiplayer, we'll do that. Maybe you want to see Star Wars, the Battlefront Classics collection return just for a silly night stream because we had a lot of fun doing it a week and a half ago. It was still broken, but it was still fun, right? So maybe you want to see that. And if that's the case, maybe we'll do that. All right? So I'm leaving it open on purpose so we can just think about what we want to do and just kind of pick and have a good time. So let's think about it. And then, you know, we'll determine what it's going to be. And we'll have a nice final consecutive stream of the week Wednesday night. Next week, we'll continue on with all the current playthroughs. Next week, there's another new game. It's actually called Another Crab's Treasure, and it is a Soulsborne-like game. It is. It's like Dark Souls, but it's with crabs and aquatic creatures. So don't tell me how that's going to work, but I will know soon because someone submitted the trailer for it on today's show of DSP versus the Internet. So we're actually going to watch like the preview together to kind of get an idea of what this is. So we're going to check that out. It's also a Game Pass game coming out on the 25th, so we'll give that a look too. And see if it's any good. And again, if it's good, keep it in the rotation, right? Why not? All right. So that's the schedule. All right. And outside of that, as we've begun talks about, there will be a marathon coming up probably at the end of May. And the ideas that I have are either a fighting game fiesta, where I play a variety of fighting games, including Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8, and retro fighting games on Fightcade on my mini PC. But in addition, we can watch back some footage and clips of me playing fighting games back in the day from tournaments, and I can react to that. Also, I can tell you some stories of fighting games and stuff. I'm sure you guys would ask questions, and I can tell you, different stuff about my days as a fighting game player. My wife would make special food for that. It would be a good time. All right, that's one idea. Another idea I have is an Indies Marathon, where you guys will nominate and vote for indie games. I haven't done an Indies Marathon in many years, and usually when I do these, they work out pretty well because they expose me to a bunch of games that normally I wouldn't be exposed to, games that I usually ignore, okay? And sometimes these games end up being interesting, and I actually play them as like a full playthrough on the channel. And another idea someone had is a Rageathon, where basically people purposefully nominate games that they know are difficult and rage-inducing. For example, in the past, games like Ninja Gaiden Black or Super Meat Boy have worked for Rageathons. So these are our ideas. Let's continue to think about these. If anyone has an opinion or a suggestion, or you have a prominent preference on what you like, let me know, and we'll got to start to plan this. I'd say let's take another week or two to figure it out, and that way we can kind of start to hype it up and build it up for the month to figure out exactly what we're going to do, especially if we're going to do that one with fighting games. I want to have time to set up Fightcade on a night stream probably and get it working, okay? All right. Cool. And thanks. Already people are giving their feedback. Like Drew Corporation says, I didn't even recover from the 9 months of Street Fighter overload. Yeah, I would prefer an indie showcase stream. There you go. So that's his opinion. Okay. Guys, as I said, no exaggeration. I just don't have a lot for today's show, which is good. It's good that not every show that we do is packed with things from end to end, like a stuffed bookcase, right? Instead, sometimes we can have some breathing room and some space to just kind of spread out and chill and say, enjoy the spring air. It's relaxing on stream today. I can stretch out, I can feel the breeze, and I can say, what are we going to do now? I don't know. So we have some options. Option number one is that we literally just open up to Q&A super early, and we see what you guys want to talk about. Option number two would be suggestion box.
Special delivery.
Option number three is I get up from the chair and I walk away for half an hour, and you can stare at the chair. Any of them are pretty valid suggestions, I feel. Like, any of those are good options. So what do you guys think?
Miserable. Just miserable.
You fought against me in Street Fighter and Multiverses. You'd love to do Injustice 2. I likely am never going back to Injustice.
Rise up against an empire in Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood, now included in the free trial. Embark upon a new adventure to realms near and far. Play now at ff14-freetrial.com.
Possible. So I didn't really like Injustice 2 Online because of that. So yeah, I'm not going to be going back to that. If they were making Injustice 3, I would check it out, but no interest in Injustice 2. Okay. Well, some people seem to be saying suggestion box. Let me see if I can pull up the old suggestion box. Let's see. We're going to sort by newest first. We're going to scroll down. Let's see if I can find the last one.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
We read this one. Okay, I'm finding the right ones. We read that one. We read that one. I think we read that one. I think we read that one. All right, my apologies if we have missed some of these. But let's just start from here. All right, because this one I don't recognize. So, turn back on comments for videos that have the comments turned off.
A mutated
well, here's the
creature
deal.
that looked like it was sitting in a wheelchair.
With that, excuse me. I don't know what you mean. If you can clarify. Technically, there shouldn't be videos with the comments turned off, but there probably are. All right? Allow me to explain the history of DSP Gaming and what happened with this channel, okay? I opened DSP Gaming in 2010. At that time, I was very popular on YouTube and everyone liked me, okay? I operated this channel for about 4 years, and I never really saw anything negative thrown towards it. When I moved across the country in 2014, all of a sudden, boom, I was hit with tons of negativity, toxicity, and trolling activities. I noticed attitudes change towards me, right? I started having people try to purposefully ruin multiplayer sessions. I saw people try to ruin chats. I saw people start leaving crazy amounts of negative comments on my videos. And at that time, it was basically just, oh, this video sucks. And who cares? Leave the negative comment, downvote the video. I don't give a crap. You can leave that, right? It's not a big deal. Then in 2015, it ramped up. Multiple false copyright strikes against my channel, and I got swatted. And then in 2016, it continued. And basically, it just kept escalating. It got to the point where it was a meme to hate on Darkside Phil, and people were actually, get this, competing to leave the most toxic, hurtful, nasty, disgusting comment they could on my videos. Why would they do that? Because then that comment would be highlighted in one of these negative videos about me. There were actually people who would take clips of a playthrough and then look at the comments and look for the nastiest ones. So it wasn't that these people genuinely cared. They just wanted attention in a video. But the thing is, the things they said were ridiculously harmful. Some people were doxing me and my family members. Some people were leaving racist, sexist, awful things, accusing me of pedophilia. You know, the worst level of shit you could see on the internet. And it got so bad in 2017 that I actually got contacted by some of my longest running fans behind the scenes. And they banded together and started writing me and were like, just so you know, it's to the point where it's so bad in your video comments that, like, we don't even want to watch your content anymore. Like, it's not even a fun, productive place to be, because the moment we press play, we look down and there's insanely bad stuff down there. Now, we know you're one man and you can't moderate every single video or whatever, so we recommend you just turn your comments off. And I was like, okay, I guess this is what we have to do. It was just this ongoing process. Like I said, it started around 2014, and every year it just got worse and worse to the point where it was like the breaking point. All right. Now here's the thing. Did I want to turn off comments? Absolutely not. But YouTube didn't have a real way to fix things back then. It was either comments on or off, or if you're going to sit there and moderate all your comments, right? So basically what I did is I did turn off comments. And yeah, it hurt my channel. Absolutely it did. It hurt my channel. It hurt my content. You know, it's one of the reasons why the channel had a big decline is because people can't, there's no sense of community. But there already was no sense of community because the comments were so vile, anyone who wanted to be positive couldn't do that, you see? So it was either like, be completely negative or have nothing. I would rather have nothing than have complete negativity. Maybe other people disagree and would rather just have comments on and let these idiots just have full reign of whatever they want to do. I didn't want that, and I turned it off, okay? Comments were off for a good 3-4 years, but I continued on. I had video views. People watched my streams. They contributed. You know, I continued on. Turning off video comments did not kill me.
I'm a pussy.
I killed other content creators. It did not kill me. All right? But then when I returned to YouTube full-time in 2021, I left Twitch because of the big fiasco over there being insanely unprofessional and treating me awfully. I said, well, now if I'm going to be back here full-time and all my efforts will be focused on YouTube, then I want to get a community building back up again, okay? And so I wanted to look into turning on video comments. And lo and behold, in the 4 years my video comments were off, YouTube instituted a new system that would catch comments and basically put them through a filter. It would auto-filter for words that were harmful. So any racist words, any really nasty sexual words, you know, stuff like that would be auto-caught and filtered out. I also had the ability to put in certain catchphrases and words, like I could put in, you know, street addresses and shit that people were trying to dox, and it would catch those and filter it out. Any other comments that essentially were not deemed as ultra harmful go into a queue that I look at, and I read the comments and I approve them. All right, and then they show up. So now you can leave comments on all of my videos for the last 3 years, and all you got to do is wait a little bit. They don't show up instantly, but as long as it's not some kind of a toxic ass comment, it shows up on my video within like 24 hours, because I go to the queue a few times a day and I review the queue and I approve. Now I'm going to be honest, it's not foolproof. What I've noticed, sometimes if I'm checking the app on my phone, I see certain comments. If I then go to the comment section on my desktop, I see different comments. How does that make sense? It should all be the same. But YouTube is a piece of garbage with people who code really weirdly, and it's just so odd. I wish it all worked well and it was 100%, you know, good and kosher. It's not. It just doesn't work half the time. So I know for a fact there's people who leave comments and they never show up. And then they say, Phil, what happened? I didn't leave a toxic comment. I was trying to be positive. What happened? I'm like, I don't know. YouTube ate the comment. There's nothing I can really do. You know, I have to work with the tools available. If I open comments completely 100%, that whole troll element will just come right back. And they'll just continuously flood the videos with really nasty, toxic stuff on purpose. And it'll go right back to how it was pre-2017, where everyone hated the comments and didn't want to watch the videos anymore. So the way I see it is, the lesser of two evils is to have the comment filtering system where I can at least get some of the comments on the videos, right? And I'm sorry to those whose comments get eaten, okay? Now, what this comment is saying, or this suggestion is saying, is turn back comments on all of your videos. I thought I had, but maybe what happened was in 2021, all that happened is all new videos at that point had comments turned on. Maybe that's the case. Because I know for a fact, you could still leave comments on my old videos from pre-2017. All right? But I think you're right. I think there's no comments on any videos from 2017 to 2021. They're all off, right? So I guess the question is, how would you do that, right? Like, for example, right now, if I went to my channel, I'm looking at all my videos, and I click on, I don't know, select all. All it says is 30 videos selected. Now, how would I select all videos forever on my channel? I don't know. You know? And also, you know, what are the actions that I can do here? Edit. There is comments.
What do I do?
With comment moderation, pause comments or turn all off. That's what it says. Okay? So it looks like it's possible. But I guess the question is, how do I select all of my videos on my channel? I think I hit select all. Now it says all videos selected. What does that even mean? Does it mean all videos on my channel forever? And now if I try this and I hit comments and I hit on but comment moderation basic.
What do I
could
do?
Try it. Let's see what happens. You're about to update the selected videos. The update
If I
cannot
could
be
get down on my
stopped
hands
once it
and
is
knees and say
started.
thank
I
you and
understand
still
the
be on
implications
camera,
of this
I would
action.
do it.
Well, this is just turning comments on for moderation. This isn't deleting videos. This isn't, you know, destroying my channel. I guess we'll try it. You ready to see what happens? This could fuck everything up. I hope not. Updating videos. It's safe to navigate away, but wait before making another bulk update. So, let's see what happens. I'm trying it. I hope it doesn't screw the channel up. Basically, what this should do is have comments on all videos, but with the moderation feature. So you could comment on any video, but don't expect the comment to show up right away. It's going to go into my queue, and I have to approve your comment. Okay? There you go. Exactly. What could possibly go wrong? Well, with YouTube, they'll probably think that I just tried to delete all my videos, right? Knowing YouTube. I mean, I'm not even joking. Doing anything like this on YouTube is a huge liability because YouTube doesn't work right. It's just, they act like they're the best site on the planet. Like they're a bunch of brainiacs. In reality, the coders at YouTube are some of the most ridiculous silver spoon in the mouth people. All went to Ivy League colleges. They all get coddled and treated like they're some special, you know, snowflakes. They sit there eating pomegrapples and doing, you know, meditation classes instead of doing work. I'm not kidding. They actually have like exercise meditation classes that they do during their workday over at Google. I wish I was exaggerating. I'm not. But yeah, like it's just weird that the way that they operate as a company. So I would not be surprised that I just said, oh, bulk update all of my videos to turn on comment moderation. You know, so if anyone's that have the comments off, now you can comment on it. And this like deletes half my videos. Let's see what happens. It's running right now, okay? It says you can navigate away. The thing is loud. This could take, I mean, DSP Gaming is a 14-year running channel. It could literally take hours and hours for this to take effect. But I guess we'll see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't destroy my comment section. We'll find out later today, I guess. So there you go. Suggestion taken. Let's see what happens. Okay. This is just another person saying shorten the podcast, and you know I'm not going to even care about that. Set the DSP versus the internet playlist on DSP Reacts to order videos from newest to oldest. I think I did that. I think I've done this one. I think when I saw this comment come in, I actually went ahead and automatically did it. Yes, I did. I did. So now the latest clip is the one that shows up, not the oldest. Because for like a year, the original video was the one showing and nothing recent. So I changed it. So now it's the most recent video that shows up there. So that one, that suggestion was accepted and already applied a month ago. So there you go. Cool. I have to remember when I do suggestion box to periodically check for contributions and stuff because I don't see them pop up anymore. So no, nothing there. And shit. Oh, I clicked on the wrong. Shout out to Maddie, who became a super supporter member of the channel. Thank you so much, Maddie. I missed it because I was reading the suggestion box. Sorry about that. I appreciate that, Maddie. And I will have to keep my eyes peeled periodically for contributions. Okay. All right, let's continue. Now, again, this is these suggestions are outdated. These are from like a month ago. Let's listen to this. I think part of the toxicity in your Tekken stream stems from how you act when you play the game. It's rage and calling people names. And it fosters behavior from the audience. What? No, but the audience that says that does toxic things to me will do toxic things to me if I'm the nicest guy on the planet. It's just because they're toxic people looking to create a narrative. We talked about this 2 days ago. It doesn't matter what I say or do. They're just there to make me look like a villain. But I'll agree with you that there is a rage issue when I play fighting games. Particularly when I'm losing and I don't understand why. And I feel like I'm not learning. I've always said that if you're playing a fighting game and you lose, as long as you learn something from the loss, right? Then it's not a loss. It's actually, you're just collectively gaining knowledge that'll make you better over time. But if you play a game and you just get trounced, and it's like, dude, I have no idea why that happened. So I'm never gonna learn. That's what's frustrating. You know what I mean? So yeah, and that's something I need to work on. Oh, let's see here. There are times when I'm turning into your podcast. I love it. I want to send some support, but I don't. You don't do shout-outs till the end of the show. My work can sometimes call me away, and I miss the end of the podcast and sometimes the stream, and I miss the opportunities to support. I think I speak for most people when I say we really enjoy the instant feedback from tips to super chats. My suggestion is you do shout-outs throughout the podcast. I think that would make it more engaging for the audience, and guys like me who like these shout-outs won't put it off and possibly lose the opportunity. Although I appreciate that and I understand where you're coming from, the problem with that is on the podcast, I have segments that are focused. So, for example, I might have a topic I really want to cover today that's important, whether it's a news story or it's an update about something going on the channel, and I got a story to tell or I got a lot to explain. And if I'm every 2 seconds stopping what I'm doing to do a shout out and stopping what I'm doing because of shout out, we'll never get through it. And a lot of the times you lose your train of thought, right? It would be like, I'm telling a story and then I have to keep interrupting myself. And I know, where was I? And so that does suck. And I agree with you. It makes sense to get that instant gratification. It does. At the same time, at the end of the podcast is when I do all the collective shout outs, correct? So because of that, just watch the end of the podcast every day. And I mean, if you can't be here live, I get it. It's on demand. Just open up the show, scoot to the end of the podcast when you know the shout outs are, and there you go. And FYI, within 24 hours of every podcast being posted, there's AI generated timestamps that are in the description. So you can literally click on the timestamp to skip exactly to the point where the shout outs begin. And there you have it. Okay? The instant shout outs are definitely available during gameplay, because in gameplay, you can pause the game. You don't lose your train of thought. The game's still running, right? For me doing a segment that's very targeted at a certain topic, to interrupt it constantly and interrupt that stream of consciousness or that train of thought or that thing I'm trying to say, it doesn't benefit. I know for a fact because it's happened. There's been streams where I'm doing something and I get interrupted. I come back like, what the hell was I saying?
They said,
and
Phil,
I can't even get back to the point that I was trying to make.
It always
I can't
seems like it's
remember
a
what
black
it was.
hole, because it always seems like no matter how much we contribute, you're always still having problems. You're always still in debt, and nothing's getting better.
I agree with the notion of the instant gratification for contributions. I just don't think it works during certain segments of the podcast. It would make me lose my train of thought and ruin that part. See? Let's see here. Some great goals for more money, okay, would be reacting to fair criticism videos of DSP, like the Turkey Tom documentary and other This Is How You Don't plays. Even the haters donate for stuff like this, bringing back this for Patreon goals and tips, etc. Well, first of all, I tried reacting to This Is How You Don't play. Do you remember the nightmare that created? Because apparently it's totally okay for people to take my content off of my channel, react to it on theirs, create their own content that then can be popular and give them views and monetization and popularity on the internet. That's okay. But if I try to do exactly the same thing that they've been doing for a decade, I shouldn't be allowed to do it just because I'm Darkside Phil. So when I tried to react to This Is How You Don't play Metal Gear Solid 2 last year, 2 years ago now, Evil AJ tried to take it off the internet. Yeah, he literally tried to hide the video. He's like, oh, I don't want him to do that. Well, wait a minute, hold on. It's either it's good for everyone or it's good for no one. If you're allowed to do it, then I'm allowed to do it too. You don't get to be an asshole and hide your content because you're a scumbag to me. Which is the truth, is that the guy's a scumbag to me, right? So, someone else had already archived it and sent it to me, and I reacted to it anyway. He couldn't hide it, and there was nothing he could do about it, okay? Plus, what's hilarious about the situation was months earlier, he had outright given permission on his Twitter account for me to react to it, and then he tried to rescind it later. It doesn't work like that. So anyway, that was the one I ever did. And then after that, I was like, do I really want to get into this whole problem now with reacting to content and people saying that they don't want me to do it and arguing and everything? Legally, do I have a right to do it? Yes. Do I want to fight with every motherfucker out there who's just a little brat who thinks they can do whatever they want and I'm not allowed to do the same thing? No, I don't want to be arguing with every little brat on the internet. So that's why I basically stopped doing it. I was like, I did the one. I actually had a good time, but I really don't want to waste my time arguing with children, because that's literally what they are. They're adult children. They're like babies inside of adult bodies, because they're just idiots with the way that they act, okay? So, there you go. Now, as for the Turkey Tom documentary, again, this is something where if I'm going to react to something, I want to be sure
that at the very least, the person on the other end is not malicious in their intention, okay? And they're not trying to purposefully create an endless cycle of drama for personal benefit, okay? I was actually strongly considering doing an interview with Turkey Tom after his documentary about me, until I did a little bit of research and I found out some of the really disgusting things that he had said on the internet about people, including me. Things like, oh, I just can't wait to milk this person, or I'm milking them more for content. Man, I love it when they comment. I wish that they would just react to my documentary so I could get more, I could milk them further. And it's like, what? I mean, seriously, that's so fucking vile to say something like that. And just casually too. Like, oh, it's just a casual statement I would make on the internet. It's fine. And no one will call me out for it. It's just okay. We're milking people left and right. You know, it's what? You're literally publicly admitting to using people in a toxic and negative way for personal gain. That is vile. It's completely immoral. Why would I then want to give you more attention, right? So that's when I said, nah, forget it. Even though people said his documentary on me was kind of down the middle. It wasn't, oh, I hate this guy, but I like this guy. It was like down the middle, kind of fair. Although he was harsh in certain parts, which I expect. And I expect that from every documentary about me with the mistakes that I've made over the years, right? But basically, yeah, after that, I was like, wow, it opened my eyes to it. And I'm like, no, I don't think I'm going to be reacting to anything unless I'm absolutely sure that someone is trying to cover something neutrally or fairly. And so that's why I'm considering later this year reacting to the June the King documentary, because I know he attacks things from a neutral perspective. Now, by the end of the day, even June the King might hate my guts for the stuff I've done over the years. And you know what? What's fair is fair. He has the right to have his own opinions. But at least I know from the perspective he's going to try to cover it neutrally and fairly. I'm curious what kind of information he even dug up on the internet from stuff like the Street Fighter days, because nothing exists. Like, it's just like forum posts from forums that are dead, IRC discussions that were never archived. So I don't have no clue what he's going to find about stuff, you know? And I think that's going to be fascinating. And I don't think June the King's intention is to continuously milk Darkside Phil for 6 to 8 months. You know what I'm saying? He's going to put out the documentary. He's interested in doing an interview with me after, depending on how my react goes to his documentary. And then after that, we move on. You know? So, I guess we'll see. Okay? All right, let's see. So OP Boone says, in regards to you doing some Patreon private react videos that had copyright issues, I'm thinking about the Patreon copyright situation. I think the best way to move forward is to treat reacting to copyrighted material like riff tracks. Record only your webcam and microphone when you react to copyrighted materials like music videos. Audio and video for your capture device are muted and hidden. Give a 3, 2, 1 play countdown to each video so the patron can sync their video up on their end and watch your commentary. That way you can easily fulfill your end of the $50 patron pledge with no troubles. It's actually an interesting concept. That if you don't have no clue what he's talking about, I do have a Patreon. I never mention it, literally because it's kind of a legacy thing. I don't have any exclusive content on Patreon whatsoever. My Patreon is essentially, hey, if you're a longtime supporter of mine and you wanted to support like behind the scenes on a subscription basis and you don't care about the streams or anything, just pledge to my Patreon and, you know, once a month it contributes and it helps behind the scenes. That's essentially what my Patreon is, okay? But I do have one particular perk level where you get something, and that's the $50 level. If you pledge $50 to my Patreon, I make you a private video. And it could be anything. It could be me reacting to something on the internet. It could be me doing private Q&A, answering your questions for 20 minutes. You know, it could be various different things. You could ask me a question. I'll just talk about a certain topic for 25 minutes. So anyway, this has become more prominent in the last year or so, these private videos that I make for people. And I've done tons of different ones. But yes, the issue is copyright, where I basically have an issue where I make the video, and I'm like, now what do I do with it? You know, and I try to upload it to YouTube, and the goddamn thing gets blocked because of copyright. And I'm like, so now what do you do? But what I've been doing, I actually have a workaround for it. Basically, I'm starting to use third-party sites now, like YouTube, forget it. I just upload it to a file sharing site. And then people just get it from there. And it's up to them to decide, do I just want to keep this on my computer locally forever? Do I want to attempt to upload it to a YouTube or another site and get it viewable? That way the burden is on them, right? I don't know why I was putting the burden on me. I think that was pretty stupid. Let the burden be on the person who financed the video to figure out what they want to do with that video. Okay? So that's what I'm doing now. And actually, I've done that for 2 straight months, and it's worked well. So I think I'm just going to continue doing that. That way I never have to worry about the video being blocked. But the RiffTrax take is interesting. What the RiffTrax guys do, if those who don't know, you guys might remember a show called Mystery Science Theater 3000. Now, I think the show is defunct now, but it used to be one guy and a couple of puppeteers, and they would sit there watching old public domain movies. Most of the time, terrible movies. And they would do commentary over it that was hilarious, like razzing the movie constantly. And there would also be these skits and plot lines in between the movies they watched to make it seem like more of a show, a comedy show, rather than just narrative or a commentary over a movie. The show did incredibly well for what it was, low budget. It blew up. It ended up getting multiple seasons. It's in syndication now, and it gets tons of syndication money. They run it on YouTube marathons. That makes money. They rebooted it once or twice, and that made more money. So the idea works, but the problem is you can only do that with public domain content. You can't watch someone else's copywritten content and comment on it like that, because that's considered copyright infringement. It's not, oh, I'm doing it for the purposes of I'm not doing a video review. I'm literally playing the entirety of your work, and then I'm commenting on it. So, for example, no, you would not be able to play the entire, Spider-Man No Way Home movie with that kind of commentary over it, because they say that's a copyrighted work. You can't do it over that, right? Only if it's public domain is it allowed. So, what they do is they call it RiffTrax. They'll play a movie. So let's say they'll hit, all right, everyone, press play on Spider-Man now. And then they'll just record just their commentary, not the movie, as an audio file. You can pay for a subscription to their site, and you get access to all of their RiffTrax audio files. So you can watch the movie for yourself, which is your own deal, how you get it, right? Whether you pay for it or you borrow it or whatever you're doing, streaming service. And then you just hit play on both things at once or whatever. And now you can get their commentary over the movie. It's a way for them to skirt the copyright law, because they're not technically distributing the movie. They're only distributing their commentary over it, you see? So that I understand that's an interesting take and an interesting idea. Maybe that would work. In long term, if anyone was interested in maybe having me do commentary like over a movie like that. But the thing is, so anyway, just so everyone knows, my private videos are about 20 minutes long for a $50 pledge. If someone wanted me to commentate over a movie, I mean, you're potentially talking like, if it's a 2-hour movie, that would be like $300. I don't think anyone wants to pay $300 just to commentate on a movie. So I don't think that's going to happen. Okay, I'm just saying. It's an interesting idea regardless. Okay, we have a shout out to do, and I don't want to miss it. So I think maybe, let's see here. Let me just minimize the suggestion box for now. I don't know if we'll go back to it, but at least let me focus on this so that way I don't miss it. Like I said, the problem is I don't get to see the pop-ups for contributions when I'm doing suggestion box stuff. It's funny, my preview window on my PC for the podcast right now is very choppy. Do I look normal to you guys on stream? I hope so. Sometimes the preview window just looks bad, and I don't know why. I'm watching, I'm like, wow, I'm like 15 frames per second right now. I'm like ghosting across the screen. I don't know why. But hopefully I'm a good frame rate to you guys. Okay, so I received a $5 tip from John Lambo. Let's see here. This is a very long comment. I'm gonna read it. Let me get the animation going. It's a very long comment. I think there's multi-parts to it. Get him up on the leaderboard, and then let's see what the comment is. Okay. So, you're a 16-year content creator. That is correct, I am. I suggest when you take your break, when I take my break, what break is he talking about? He's talking about when I take a shit after the podcast and before I start with the content of my streams. Anyway, he says, have a playlist of any of your videos uploaded. It could be unboxings, vlogs, cooking, BioShock playthrough, etc. You could take a normal 30 to 45 minute break like everyone else. You can play the video during your break, not rushing yourself. Relax, and who knows, we could probably find another original Vest moment, and you have YouTube Premium. It's a win-win. Oh, I understand what he's saying. Not for me. He's saying for you. What he's saying is, if I go on a break, right? Like, let's say I finish this podcast, and I'm going to take a break before I start gameplay. All right? Basically, he's saying hit play on a playlist that has, like, my classic content in it, so people can watch some of my older content on the stream rather than seeing on break or just my empty chair. You see? And then people can watch that content and maybe talk in the chat and do all that stuff when I'm not here. And what he's saying is perhaps what'll happen is some people would contribute. Maybe some people would find a cool moment from the past that they'd like to bring up and become a new meme or something like that. All right. I've never really thought about that. I would have to think about what it would be. Like, what should it be? Should it be release day unboxings from 100 years ago? Should it be a playthrough? Should it be, we'd have to think about it, I guess. And what I would have to do is set that up on the YouTube app. And I'd have that on the screen and just hit play on that, and you guys would watch it when I'm not here. I would have to set up probably a series of playlists, because I do have YouTube Premium on one of my YouTube accounts. Just one. I'm not getting YouTube Premium on multiple accounts. That'd be pretty stupid. So I just have to be sure I'm logged into that account, make the playlist on that account, and just sit there and hit play, and then go on my break and come back like 15 minutes later, and you guys have been watching something for 15 minutes rather than just been sitting around bored, All right, that's a potential interesting idea. If that's the case, what kind of videos would you guys like to see? That's an interesting question. What videos would you like to see me play during the breaks? Not to say that the breaks are prominent, because they're not. Usually I take one break, right? The entirety of a streaming day like that. But I guess the question is, what would you like to see? All right, so thank you to John Lambo. Valid suggestion. It's funny because that's a suggestion that wasn't in the suggestion box. We just took it randomly from another place. But what kind of things would you guys like to see in there? Some people are saying cooking with the king. No, this is how you don't play. Those aren't my videos. I can't play videos that aren't mine, genius. I can't play videos that I don't own on my stream. What are you talking about? Man, that was a dumb suggestion. I have to own them. Some people I don't get it, man. We literally just said the conversation. You can't play copyrighted content you don't own on your channel and do commentary on it, because, I can't watch Spider-Man No Way Home. Oh, gee, Phil, why don't you play content that you don't own? Duh. Anyway. Let's think about that. Let's take ideas. What kinds of stuff would you be interested in seeing, right? If I were to do something like that. Maybe I can make a few playlists and hit play, and that'd be an interesting suggestion. All right, anyway, thank you for that, John Lambo. I received a $20 tip that looked like it was sitting in a wheelchair from 1 Minute Man. All right. Whoa. Why is there a capital I? Disturbing. Fix that. There we go. Okay, 1 Minute Man says, my opinion on Harold Halibut, it seems to be a well-made game, but I think that it is intended for a younger age range. It may be wrong for your audience when you play it more than once. I'm personally not interested, spoiled as I am with a recent RPG that you played. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I haven't looked into it. I just heard it's claymation, and people were like, we're interested just to see what it is. So that's why I'm giving it a shot. I literally don't know what the gameplay elements are of it. I'm serious. Like, I haven't spoiled myself. I figure it'll be like an honest, quick, you know, first stream look at it. And if we play it for 2-3 hours and we're like, wow, this game is just not for us, it's kind of boring or kind of simplistic or kind of kiddie or whatever it may be, then we never have to play it again. But the cool thing about Game Pass is you have that opportunity to try to like taste games. It's like having a taste test without having to buy the meal, right?
Thanks,
so
Derek. I appreciate that.
That's what I think. Like, maybe play it and see if it's any good. And if it's good, continue. And if not, that's fine. We don't have to play it again. That's my approach. So I don't know if I'll play it again after that first. We'll find out. Okay? Okay. I received a $2 tip. Do I think that having trolls might be a positive thing? No. I don't even have to read the rest of your comment because there's these very weird people on the internet that are like troll sympathizers or troll apologists. And they have this very bizarre fucking theory that having trolls is a good thing because it gives you attention. Ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter what people say. I can wholeheartedly tell you this right now. No, having attention in general is not a good thing. You want positive attention in life. You don't want attention by any means necessary. Even though there are some content creators out there that think that, oh, the only way I can get attention is negative, so I'll just do drama shit. It's stupid. I'll give you some examples. If I didn't have a bunch of trolls stalking me at every movement, I could actually have some sponsors. I could actually have some products that I believe in that I could actually have on this stream that would actually, you know, either pay me or have like those referral programs. And I would have additional income that would allow me to do things like take more days off a week and spend more time with my family or maybe go on a honeymoon. And I can't do those things because I have a toxic cloud following me around that no matter how I behave, they say I'm the devil. So if I were to ever get a sponsorship, I would lose it because they would harass the sponsor and the sponsor would leave. That's something that people without a troll base don't have. Literally, there are people way smaller than me that have sponsorships. People who get, you know, 100 people on a stream. People with tiny Twitter followings. People with channels with like 20,000 subscribers have sponsorships that I can't get because of my troll base. You understand? Again, I'll say this. Out of the 99%, the 99% of people who watch me, okay? Excuse me, let me say that again. Out of all the people that watch me or know of me, 99% of them hate me. 1% of the people who know of me give me a shot and realize I'm not the devil and actually like, wait a minute. A lot of the stuff that they say about Phil is completely false. It's just done for the narrative of making content and monetizing it, right? But almost no one gives me a shot. So right now, if I didn't have a toxic troll base, even though I might be a small-time YouTuber, I would still be able to do things like collabs. Imagine if I could actually show up on someone's podcast talking about gaming instead of controversies around me. Imagine if the side scrollers wanted to interview me, but it was because they had a hot topic of something going on in gaming and they wanted me to be part of a panel to contribute instead of, let's just talk about all the nasty controversial things your detractors say for 5 hours. But no, that's the life I have to live because I have trolls. If I didn't have trolls, things would be a lot better for me and my family. Okay? There is zero justification for the things they've said or done. Nothing that they have done has swayed towards the positive side versus the negative. I would be much better off if the trolls never existed. I would be prominent on YouTube. I never would have had a "this is how you don't play" movement that would have been so toxic. I wouldn't have gotten swatted. My channel wouldn't have had millions of views deleted and taking it out of the YouTube algorithm. Like, there's a zillion things that trolls have done that are exponentially worse than the few trickled people in here who came in as a result of watching troll content and maybe now like me. Okay? Listen, I'll take it as it is. There's nothing I can really do about it, right? But essentially, I know for a fact that trolls have fucked with my life endlessly and continue to do so, by the way. Just because I don't actively talk about it all the time doesn't mean that they're not actively trying to fuck me over in ways you would never even believe if I told you, okay? They're fucked up, obsessed weirdos. And it's messed up the extent that they go for absolutely nothing. So basically, yeah, no, you're completely wrong, insanely off base. Like, not even wrong, you're insanely wrong. You're like one of the most incorrect statements to be made on this planet would be, oh, isn't it probably a good thing you have trolls? No, absolutely fucking not. If I didn't have trolls, I could literally
Look out,
be
there's a black woman coming. Ah!
double the
She takes some
profitability
bull
that
out.
I have
Boom!
right now,
Steals
seen
the
in a
backpack and
positive
runs
light,
away.
seen as someone who could be part of an online internet community and not hated on constantly, right? There's so many things that would be better for me if I didn't have trolls. There you go. Okay. So there you have it. That's where we are as of now. We have a little bit of extra time. If anyone wants to talk. What's funny is people in chat are saying, are you aware that your troll subreddit has been shut down? No, I don't even know anything about it. I've never been to my troll subreddit. I know nothing of it. I don't even know what you're talking about, like how long it's been, if it's prominent, how long it's been running. I don't know, and I don't care. I have nothing to do with that. That's what I mean. I literally don't pay attention to that content, so I don't know anything about it. Hip hip hooray if it's gone, I guess. I don't know how it's affected me in any way because I've never been there. What would you guys actually like to talk about? Excuse me. Yeah, I've literally never been to Reddit. Maybe every once in a while, there's a reason I need to go there, and I click on a link and it takes me there. I never have gone to Reddit actively for anything. It's literally like the most worthless thing on the internet. I couldn't even think of a reason I would want to go on Reddit. Why would I be there? What's the purpose of actually going there? Yes, I've seen 6 episodes of the Fallout show now. 6. And I'm waiting to finish it before I consider doing the review. It looks like I will probably finish watching the show, you know, in the next few days, and I likely will do a review of it by the end of the week over on DSP Reacts. So once I finish the first season, all 8 episodes, then I will do a review for DSP Reacts. But as of now, the show's pretty darn good. The last episode to episode and a half took the show in a direction I did not expect it was going to go in at all. I literally never expected the show was going to be about this subject matter. And it's actually fascinating. If this stuff is canon, which I don't know if it really is, but if this stuff is canon to the Fallout universe, then this show is actually really interesting to anyone who likes the games and wants more lore. It's crazy amounts of that. So I guess we'll see. I have 2 more episodes to go and see what gets resolved and what doesn't. Sadly, with 2 episodes to go, I think what's going to happen on this show is there's just going to be a bunch of insane unanswered questions for other seasons. Because what's happened is you're getting more and more interesting explanations for things, but then tons more questions up here. And it's like, okay, well then if that's the case, then what about this? Then what about this? There's no way they're answering all that in 2 episodes.
Oh,
you know? So I guess we're going to have to see what happens. People in chat seem to be saying they're claiming it's canon. Okay. Will I do another Fallout 4 run when the update comes out? Maybe, Stealthy Kupo. It certainly wouldn't be anytime soon. Being that we just finished RPG Overload and we have the other RPGs that are new that are on hold. I don't think that playing Fallout 4 makes sense. But I would consider it's one of the ones I've never replayed ever. So I would consider redoing it at this point. I mean, when did it come out? Was it 2015? So we're talking 9 years ago, right? Yeah. I mean, maybe it's worth a second playthrough now. We'll see. We'll have to think about it. I mean, especially if it's for modern gen and it runs better. That'd be pretty cool. So I think gaming is changing due to things like being unfinished at launch, modern politics, and being seen as more mainstream. I mean, you answer your own question. Why even ask the question if you already know your answer? Your question is self-answering. You literally mentioned 3 of the ways that gaming has changed. So, there you go. I have nothing to even add to it. Where does the show take place? California. Yeah, the Fallout show is in California. Particularly, some of it is taking place in Shady Sands, California. Yes, Fallout 4 is getting that update on the, I think they said it was the 24th or 25th of this month. Full 60 frames, upscaled graphics, better resolutions, and bug fixes for modern consoles, and all for free. Did I have any idols when I was growing up? Yes. New Kids on the Block. Oh, 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 the right stuff. Oh, yeah, they were hot, man. I had the whole poster collection on my walls. I had the jean jacket just like them. Oh, man. Nico says, do you think the rumored PS5 Pro is needed when most games are still cross-gen? No. I already told you I think PS5 Pro is a complete waste of time. If we have such great hardware right now that some games can run beautifully at 1080p 60 frames and others run at like 25 frames and look like shit, if the game devs aren't utilizing that hardware, what makes you think having even better hardware is going to change that? It's not. These game devs are just not taking the time to optimize anything because they're being told to rush games out for profits. So as long as the shovelware efforts continue from these fucking publishers forcing their hands, it doesn't matter what the hardware is. The games aren't going to be any better. And just say, oh, well, now you could go 8K instead of 4K. Yeah, and it still runs like shit. Who cares what K fucking resolution it's running at if the game is chugging along in fucking frame drops, you know? So no, I honestly don't think PS5 Pro is warranted or needed. Oh, 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 the right stuff. Anyway. Why don't I have a karaoke night on stream where I can belt out all the New Kids on the Block hits? Because how would I do that? You can't play any of the music. It's all copyright. It would just be me just singing. I used to do stuff like that when I was playing the MLB games. I would just sit there swinging at baseballs and singing songs that the chat requested, you know? But I don't know. I don't think there's real demand for me to do karaoke, honestly. I don't think anyone really cares. If I were the CEO of Xbox, what would I look to do? Make good games. You know, typically when you're a game company, you're in the business of making good video games, which is something that Microsoft has not done in the last 5+ years. It's pretty remarkable how they've somehow missed the script of what a game company is supposed to do. Wow. Xbox, the prominent game console, or at least we'd like it to be the prominent game console in the market. Maybe we should make some fucking good games for it, huh? It's baffling. Bentizi, I already said my piece on Stellar Blade. I'm not going to say my piece on Stellar Blade for the 100th time. There's no point in repeating myself, because no one listens anyway. Do I think devs should take a graphical downgrade from now on to invest more time in the mechanics? I think devs should take a stand and literally say this. Most of you out there don't play at 4K. We don't care if the capabilities of your consoles are 4K resolution. We're not making games at 4K anymore. Instead, we're going to focus on making games at 1080p, 60 frames, and optimizing them to be beautiful. Once we've perfected that, then we'll move on to 4K. The problem is the technology moved too fast, and now every game dev had to run to 4K resolution and never perfected anything else. So now the games will render at 4K and all run like dog shit. So it's fucked up. So why? Who the fuck plays games at 4K? I would guarantee you, if you do the market research, you will find out it's an infinitesimally small amount of the market that plays games at 4K. Most people just plug their shit in, boot it up, and play. They don't even know what resolution they're playing on. They don't care. This is the stupidest thing. Oh, 4K, you fucking nerd idiot. Shut the fuck up. Let the game play well, then worry about having the 4K resolution. Fucking idiots are just, oh, we got to keep pushing the boundaries. No. The boundaries need to stay where they are until we're good within those fucking boundaries. Enough is enough with this horse shit. I don't want my game that I don't play at 4K to run like shit because you had to have a few extra pixels. You can't even fucking tell the difference. I know they did a study recently on, it was a Steam study, but the Steam study said something like, 80-some% of people play 1080p or lower. It's a very small amount that care about higher res. Will there ever be another Gears of War game? There is. They're working on Gears of War 6. Everyone's actually expecting that Gears of War will have a new game announced this year. You chose to broke the law. Live with the consequences. Most gamers play at 1440p on PC. 4K is to flex hardware. Wrong. The study says that Steam games run at 1080p or lower. Most of them. Like 80-some%.
Ding dong
That was
die.
the statistic. Wrong. Just because everyone I know plays at 1440p. Well, that's your friend group. The statistics say everyone is 1080p or lower. That's what they all say. Am I still looking at doing Final Fantasy VI Pixel Run? Oh, yeah, and eventually I will do it. Just not right now. We really needed to get away from RPGs. I think things are going well without the RPGs. I mean, we have Elden Ring. We're going to have this crab game we're going to try, right? We've got the Elden Ring DLC on deck, and likely the next RPG that I'm eyeballing would be Mario and the Thousand Year Door. Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door, that if we play it. I don't know. I want to play it, but man, I don't know if it's going to work. So I got to think about it. Aaron says, I wonder how you filter out things like people playing on their laptops while traveling or something. You don't. That's the point. You don't filter that shit out. It's the market does not demand 4K. The technology advanced faster than the market demands, right? This is exactly the same as when every TV had to have 3D in it. Do you remember that movement? It was about 10 years ago. You went to the store and every movie or every TV had to have built-in 3D. Why? Most people never used it. Most movies don't render in 3D. So why did every TV have to have it? The technology advanced further, and then what happened is people realized, oh, it's not even fucking using this. And then all the TVs had it removed, right? So now it's 4K. Most people aren't watching anything in 4K. They don't even know the difference. They can't tell the difference. They wouldn't even know if you put on a movie at 4K or 1080p, or even some idiots wouldn't even know the difference between 720p. They still think it's fine. It's the same. Hell, half the time when you go to someone's house, they're watching a stretched out, incorrect aspect ratio movie, and they just, that's how it looks, right? They don't know. People act like every person out there is a technophile brainiac. They're not. They don't know anything. They don't care either. They just plug it in and watch, plug it in and play. They don't give a shit. So why are we demanding that literally the entire technology wave is based upon a standard that most people don't understand or use? And the problem is, it would be fine if the games were running fine. They're not. We can all collectively agree. Games are coming out unfinished, broken, unoptimized, and a huge fucking mess. And in some cases, it takes months for the game devs to catch up, patch those games, and make them run well. That is not acceptable. Just don't make them do the extra shit. Have them work on the lower res optimized shit first. You want to patch in something? Patch in the 4K resolution in 4 months. So the 5 people who use it will get it. Everyone else just wants a game that fucking works. Sorry, Mishael, I gotta disagree. He says 4K is the new norm. It's future-proofing. Wrong. Wrong. The thing is, there's no future-proofing. Because now they're talking about PS5 Pro running at 8K. But 4K doesn't run well. Why the fuck are we now getting 8K? The technology is advancing too fast for people to utilize. There's a difference between future-proofing and running faster than you should. You're going to run off the treadmill into your wall, basically. It doesn't make any sense. I got a $1 tip From Kirk, do you think fiduciary responsibility would lead to nuclear fallout in the real world, like in the show Fallout would lead you to believe? I don't know. And we're not talking about the Fallout show right now either. I told you, I'm going to watch the whole show. I'm going to see what the plot and themes are, and I'm going to review it later in the week. I'm not talking about the Fallout show now. JJNS says this is like having paved roads when most people are riding horses. Exactly. Imagine if an entire country had paved roads and no one drives cars yet. And now it hinders the horses because the paved roads hurt the horse hooves. Right? That's exactly right. We can't get the games to run at the lower res properly. Let's just keep creating more future tech and shit. That's like saying we're going to now make it a new fuel source. We'll call it quantum juice. So we're going to have quantum juice, and we're going to have it, and we're going to sell it everywhere. Okay, it's a new fuel source, but what uses it? Oops, cars don't use quantum juice yet. But by the way, we're phasing out gas. You don't have quantum juice, but we don't have cars that run on quantum juice. So how are we going to get around? You advance the tech before things use the tech. Everyone's back here. They want to keep having this work first. Quantum juice is what they call prime energy drink. Well, I didn't mean to step on anyone's toes. Quantum juice I pulled out of my ass. It was as an idea. It's not real. I don't actually fart quantum juice. That's disgusting. Okay. My laugh sounds like ack, ack, ack. So when I laugh and I go, now people are like, oh. Does that sound like ack, 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 ack? No,
I know.
Like that at all.
Gross.
Thanks for everyone who supported the stream so far. Remember,
Fatty
this
fat,
support carries over to the React show. And honestly, typically the React show doesn't get a lot of support on the streams, which sucks. That channel really is, it runs on memberships. If I didn't have members on that channel, I basically wouldn't be able to do the show. So thanks for supporting early. If you do support the React stream today, thank you. That helps a lot. Please do if you can. There you go. Okay. Folks, let us now adjourn the show so that I can get that stream set up and we can get going with the React show, shall we? Full day reacting today. I hope you guys are down for that. Remember, if you're into gameplay, I'll be back tomorrow with the full-on gameplay. All right? Thank you, everyone, for watching the Level 1 podcast. Definitely more chill vibe today. I definitely like some of the suggestions. Like, what do you guys think about the suggestion of me having a playlist that we play when I go on a break, right? Maybe we could do something like that. It's kind of interesting, but I guess the question is, what would it be? And I thank you all for hanging out tomorrow. Perhaps we'll have a lot more to talk about. I guess we'll see. But in the meantime, thank you all, and see you on Monday. Cool. Let's get set up here for the show, everybody. Just stay put. You don't have to go anywhere. I just have to make a couple adjustments to the stream here. Adjustment number 1 would actually have my webcam fit. The YouTube app is doing this new thing. It has a screensaver now. It's been playing me nice, like drone video photos. Take a look at what's on the screen right now. This is the YouTube app. When you don't touch anything, it goes to this now. So it's actually just like showing cool pictures of like nature and stuff. And it never used to do that. This is brand new. So,
I don't care.
This is cool. I actually like this. It's like relaxed. I was doing the podcast. I'm like watching these nice scenes. I'm like, oh, this is nice. It was relaxing me as I did the show. Like, oh, this is cool. Anyway, let's get the React pop-ups and React logo up. I have to turn off the YouTube side pop-ups for DSP Gaming. There we go. Okay, so guys, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to shut this stream down completely. You will see a link pop up that says, hey, the party continues over on DSP Reacts, click here and check it out. Okay? So please do so. Please head over there. That stream will go live within 5 minutes or so. I'm just going to do some tweaking here. And then I'm going to take a break to use the bathroom and everything. And then I'll come back and it'll be time for DSP versus the internet. All right? So thank you guys. Great podcast. And thank you for the early support. And I hope to see you over on the React channel. Peace out, everybody.
Yes, they said that you're a gay boy. And that we're gonna make love to each other tonight.
I hate my job.
Wow, it's big. Bust. I just want the. Give me the monster. I just want the.
Vibrant and robust.
Wow. I just want the bust. I just want the. Give me the monster. I just want the. Wow, it's big.
Where did the load go?
I just want the bust. Oh man. Bust. Give me the monster. Bust. Wow, it's big. Bust. I just want the bust. I just want the bust. Oh!
I'm just gonna tell you, there's a little place for you, all right? It's a big white building. If you go inside, what they're gonna do for you, they're gonna put a nice jacket on you. And then get this, they're gonna put you in a nice comfy room where the walls have pillows all over them. So you can't hurt yourself. You can literally just bounce off the walls in comfort for the rest of your life.
276 on the Vest Street, yeah. Well, tell Jen in my next drink, yeah. Air raid Laura, call me bestie, yeah. Jay, yeah, you broke, hit me next week, yeah. Pig fled drip, got the oops on my wrist. Get a couple pulls by the loops on my tips. Skin tight shirt, big whoops on my chest. Big gout, baby cherry juice on my lips. DoorDash always coming through. Walking around my neighborhood, I'm trying to find my food. Street Fighter 6 always put me in a mood. Master Ranks about to send me back to Street Fighter 2. Got a third channel about to get my money made. Never hesitated, turned down to 50K. King came through, had to send him on his way. Hair fading faster than the money in my bank. Got my ride going and they took the tie off it. Pulled up broad day and then they took it right off it. Called my dad crying and I told him I can stop it. Pulled up to the dealership with maxed out cars on me. 276 on the Vest Street, yeah. Well, tell Jen in my next drink, yeah. Air raid Laura, call me bestie, yeah. Jay, yeah, you broke, hit me next week, yeah. Pig fled drip, got the oops on my wrist. Get a couple pulls by the loops on my tips. Skin tight shirt, big whoops on my chest. Big gout, baby cherry juice on my lips.
Meerkat mop pulling up on the ops. Take a quick shot and I'm cooking up pork chops. Doing pretty fine if you ask me. Fat cat eating Big Macs in the backseat. Half a mil filled goes re for the tip. Get a goal hit in time for a sip. Booting up online, nothing is fine. Cause he's getting bodied all the time. Gonna break his jams with a leg drop. Put him in a figure 4 leg lock. Time to go outside, Phil. Cause you're getting hit with the dark side drill.
276 on the Vest Street, yeah. Well, tell Jen in my next drink, yeah. Air raid Laura, call me bestie, yeah. Jay, yeah, you broke, hit me next week, yeah. Pig fled drip, got the oops on my wrist. Get a couple pulls by the loops on my tips. Skin tight shirt, big whoops on my chest. Big gout, baby cherry juice on my lips.
I am nowhere near at a level of ridiculousness as some of these other people who are making a giant living, making way more money than I ever did doing this, okay? I'm fed up. I feel right now I'm being incredibly mistreated. I feel that 100%, okay? I do. I feel like this is not fair. What did I do to constitute being removed from the YouTube Partner Program? Pursuant to the content license agreement, nothing I can do. Pursuant to the content license agreement, go to YouTube. I don't want to. Pursuant to the content license agreement, it's not fair. What did I do? Pursuant to the content license agreement, go to YouTube. I don't want to. You lose. It's over. Fuck you. Yes, you. Like, if you're actually pretty much to the point where if you're financially destitute about Phil's a joke, Phil's a clown, Phil's this, Phil's that, you did nothing wrong. You have to be brain dead fucking stupid to believe that. This kind of shit needs to be exposed for what it is. You got paid for your stupidity. Now, the whole game you're trying to save the pig. 6 people support the stream, making insane amounts of money. And of course, reality hits. It's basically do or die time. Dummy. Pursuant to the content license agreement, nothing I can do. Pursuant to the content license agreement, go to YouTube. I don't want to. Pursuant to the content license agreement, it's not fair. What did I do? Pursuant to the content license agreement, go to YouTube. I don't want to. Pursuant to the content license agreement, nothing I can do. Pursuant to the content license agreement, go to YouTube. I don't want to. Pursuant to the content license agreement, it's not fair. What did I do? Pursuant to the content license agreement, go to YouTube. I don't want to.
Look, I let my Hogan's big pools, broke boy, T-pose, big bombs, tip goals, big wife, pig roads, I'm the king of the snorts. Hello, call me on camera, yeah you know. Ask around, they all know me. Giving my money to school bleed. I let my Hogan's big pools, broke boy, T-pose, big bombs, tip goals, big wife, pig roads, I'm the king of the snorts. Hello, call me on camera, yeah you know. Ask around, they all know me. Giving my money to school bleed.
I've been so broke, PayPal so low. I need more goals, more tips, more pulls. People been dropping bombs every day on a regular. 2 people been dropping bombs every day on a regular. They call me the GOAT, call me a coat, they call me a local streamer. I'm gonna show all these trolls my clum and I don't need them. My wife, oh no, goddamn baby, I might be forced to leave ya. Head down to the stove, keep down low and find me a Pandalia. And oh, I see with a member bar. Got my woman's sweater, better go put it on. And shout outs to the fans that always keep me on. Watching Jenna's OnlyFans with the camera on.
I let my Hogan's big pools, broke boy, T-pose, big bombs, tip goals, big wife, pig roads, I'm the king of the snorts. Hello, call me on camera, yeah you know. Ask around, they all know me. Giving my money to school bleed. I let my Hogan's big pools, broke boy, T-pose, big bombs, tip goals, big wife, pig roads, I'm the king of the snorts. Hello, call me on camera, yeah you know. Ask around, they all know me. Giving my money to school bleed.
So give it up, all your tips, I need them all. I'm pulling up, don't take my tire, no. They shooting up at Burger King when I'm getting my lunch. I'm in a rush to be the biggest locale, I'm in the bunch. I'm the laughing stock of everyone. I only get depression when my money's gone. Valedictorian, but I'm kinda dumb. I put my wife on camera because I'm a bomb.
I let my Hogan's big pools, broke boy, T-pose, big bombs, tip goals, big wife, pig roads, I'm the king of the snorts. Hello, call me on camera, yeah you know. Ask around, they all know me. Giving my money to school bleed. I let my Hogan's big pools, broke boy, T-pose, big bombs, tip goals, big wife, pig roads, I'm the king of the snorts. Hello, call me on camera, yeah you know. Ask around, they all know me. Giving my money to school bleed.
This is how you don't play.
Really, bro?
This is how we stream it.
This is how we streaming. This is how we streaming. This is how we streaming. This is how we streaming.
This is how we're streaming. It's Friday night and he feels alright. The stream starts here on the west side. We see that he's 40 and he shows it up. Pay to his account, but YouTube took a cut. Hit curls and swells and get faded. Scopely hit him up saying, Phil, yo, we made it. It feels so good in his hood tonight. Feeling the wind in his hair, all on the ride. All the pay pigs, forgot about his old lies. He gotta get his bag on before he go get paid. So let him tip up his cut and let loose from his gut. And let me hear the chat say, he needs the funds and it's all because
this is how we streaming.
DSP does it like nobody does.
This is how we streaming.
To all his neighbors, hold the answers a favor.
This is how we streaming.
Let's flip the track, bring the old Phil back.
This is how we streaming.
This is how he's streaming. No hands up in his hair, and he scratches from here to there. He doesn't care if you're a fan or a shithead hater. You see, YouTube's fed DSP ever since he was rolling in Doji, but now he's penny pinching. The dents ask why no money, $100 pulls, y'all. If you were from where he's from, then you would know that he only lose cause of online lag. He plays right under Taquito. Whatever it is, the stream's underway. So let him tip up his card and let loose from his gut. And let me hear the chat say, he needs the funds and it's all because
this is how we streaming.
DSP does it like nobody does.
This is how we streaming.
To all his neighbors, hold the answers a favor.
This is how we streaming.
Let's flip the track, bring the old Phil back.
This is how we streaming.
He's kinda buzzed, still needs the funds.
This is how we streaming.
DSP does it like nobody does.
This is how we streaming.
The FGC can suck on his PP.
This is how we streaming.
Let's flip the track, bring the old Phil back.
This is how we streaming.
Check it out. Once upon a time at Evo, Philip placed fourth, inflated his ego. And even though it was a busted port, he's the best gamer in the country, he'd retort. There lived a dude, John Rambo was his name. He came up to Philip and made a claim. Come on, let's reboot Project 7. But Philip took the cash and dashed out to Renton. Oh, he needs the funds, and it's all because
this is how we streaming.
DSP does it like nobody does.
This is how we streaming.
To all his neighbors, hold the answers a favor.
This is how we streaming.
Let's flip the track, bring the old Phil back.
This is how we streaming.
He's kinda buzzed, still needs the funds.
This is how we streaming.
DSP does it like nobody does.
This is how we streaming.
To all his neighbors, hold the answers a favor.
This is how we streaming.
I still think it's kinda wack he never hit Panda from the back.
This is how we streaming.
Now, I just have to say something for full disclosure. Number one, because I'm doing it in this format, it is 100% protected under fair use law. My take is thus: handcrafted, robust. Go. Fatty fast, fuck. Robust. What I can definitely tell you is thus: amazingly flavorful. Robust. My take is thus: handcrafted, robust. What I can definitely tell you is thus: flavorful, robust. Originally, the plan was thus: I need you guys to buy in. What I'm considering doing is thus: running at a nice, silky, smooth 60 frames.
So all I have to say is thus. Exposure to a roguelike, I'll be honest, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. My line of thought is thus. Bad, but man is it buggy. That beta is full of issues. My take is thus. Handcrafted. Robust. What I can definitely tell you is thus. Flavorful. Robust. Secondly, my philosophy is thus. Gourmet. Robust. What I would like to say is thus. Nilagang Baka. Robust. The point of these tip goals is thus. You guys crowdfund me. My ultimate hope is thus. I do get tips behind the scenes. The reviews are as thus. GSP Gaming had fallen out of prominence on YouTube. What I will say is thus. Do I know what a rainy day fund is? Yeah, it's called when you actually have extra money on top of your standard of financial obligations. It's my take is thus. Handcrafted. Robust. What I can definitely tell you is thus. Flavorful. Robust. Secondly, my philosophy is thus. Gourmet. Robust. What I would like to say is thus. Nilagang Baka. Robust. But my mentality is thus. You have to understand something. Just because it's free doesn't necessarily mean anymore that it's genuine. It doesn't mean that that person has passion for what they're doing. It doesn't even mean that that person's real. Just being honest, at this point, content creation on the internet has become more of a profitable business venture than something that people do because they're passionate about it and they didn't have a production budget to share their passion or their expertise in. But I'm telling you, I did spend money on mobile games in the past. I admit it. That's how I know how addictive they can be. That's how I know how bad they are for people to get caught in that kind of addictive nature. I remember playing, and there was an event. The Hulk Hogan card was in it, right? It was a legendary old school back in the day 1980s Hulk Hogan card.
We've been hanging and banging, brother.
Spending all my money on this Hogan.
Keep spending.
If they ain't 6 stars, I don't want it.
Buy more.
Spending all my money on this Hogan.
Oh, play for 2 more hours. You ran out. Buy more.
If it ain't 6 stars,
keep spending.
If it ain't 6 stars, I don't want it. All these pools, yeah, I'm about to bust. Spending all my money on these Hogans like I'm Elon Musk.
Ridiculous amounts of money. I know it was probably hundreds of dollars for this event. I earned the car.
Spending all my money on this Hogan.
Keep spending. I earned the car.
If they ain't 6 stars, I don't wanna
buy more.
Spending all my money on this Hogan.
Oh, play for 2 more hours. You ran out. Buy more.
If it ain't 6 stars,
keep spending.
If it ain't 6 stars, I don't want.
Start because some people contributed on my podcast this morning, and that carries over. So thanks in advance to anyone who supports this stream. I really appreciate that. FYI, what was I going to say? I got distracted. Good afternoon, Bronze Monk. How are you? Oh, FYI, I do shout-outs between parts, and these parts run about 20 to 30 minutes long. So as of right now, I don't have anything to shout out except Orcs or Dorks. Orcs or Dorks re-upped his membership for 13 months and says, "Sup, guys." Thank you, Orcs or Dorks, for supporting the channel. I appreciate that. Okay, outside of that, I don't have anything else to talk about. So I guess we're just going to jump into the show, shall we? Episode 60. You can believe it. All right, here we go. Hello, everyone. Phil here, and welcome back to my weekly show, DSP versus the Internet, the variety clip show submitted by you, the members of the channel. Every single week, we have a big variety of stuff to watch. It's usually pretty cool stuff. This week is no exception. We've got gameplay. We've got TV shows and animation. We've got more Warhammer. Yes, people love the Warhammer stuff at this point. We've got all kinds of stuff from all over the internet. And as usual, it's two groups of people submitting these videos. The Ultra members, who are the highest tier supporter of the channel. We are guaranteed to watch their videos once a week for 4 weeks each. And the standard, or excuse me, submission tier members, those go into a randomized playlist, and we just hit the shuffle button and we watch. Now, this week, I noticed a lot of the clips are short. This particular first one is not, but I noticed a lot of the clips are on the shorter side. A couple weeks ago, we actually got through every single video. I'm thinking that might happen again this week. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. But in the meantime, welcome to episode 60. Yes, we are getting up there in numbers, right? And I thank you all for hanging out with me here this week. It is actually April 14th. Wait a minute. Press a button to return. Oh, look at this. It does. This is something the YouTube app does now. It's doing this like splash screen. You see that? Press a button to return. 18 minutes left. So I guess what it does, it goes to this new kind of like screensaver screen. It literally never did that before. So I wonder when they instituted this. It must have been this last week, because I've been doing this show weekly every week, and they never had this on the screen before. I guess it just shows the thumbnail in like a splash screen. Okay. Well, that's kind of neat, I feel.
What do I do?
All right, cool. All right, without further ado, let us jump into DSP versus the Internet, episode 60. So this is from Ultra members. Thank you to the Ultra member supporter of the channel. Let's see what this is.
Every Warhammer YouTuber is required by internet law to make, and now it's my turn. Except unlike every other version of this video out there, and there are loads, this one is just going to take 20 minutes. And since there are about 20 factions in 40k, that gives me just under a minute to do each, which is plenty of time, right?
So this is every Warhammer 40k faction in 20 minutes, 40k lore from a year ago. This will be interesting to learn some basic things about the lore of the Warhammer 40k universe. I don't know if I want to watch 18 minutes of it. We'll watch a few minutes and see how interesting it is, but here we go.
As long as I don't spend too long on this intro. Smash that like button. Okay, the universe of Warhammer 40k has a lot of factions. That's actually one of the main draws of the game, but you can divide them up.
Is his whole room Warhammer? Like, it says White Dwarf back there? What is that? The bottom says Warhammer, but up there it says White Dwarf. I wonder, it looks like everything, right? His entire setup here in the background is Warhammer stuff, huh?
Pretty neatly into three categories. The Imperium, which is the main protagonist and human point of view faction. Chaos, who are kind of the main antagonist, and the Horror faction, centered around the hellish alternate dimension that is the Warp. And finally, Xenos, the alien species who also inhabit the galaxy and usually have a difficult relationship with the previous two. The biggest presence in the galaxy, at least officially, is the Imperium, so let's start there. The Imperium is a colossal, unwieldy, bureaucratic, authoritarian empire that insists on total control over all of humanity in the name of the Emperor, the psychic demigod who founded it 10,000 years before, but who now, because of a civil war shortly after that founding, exists as a barely aware corpse strapped to a life support machine and worshipped by humanity as a god.
Of course.
It's not a nice place to live. Everyone's very, very clear about that. And it's so huge and unwieldy that infighting between its various internal factions for political control or territory is pretty commonplace. But the poster faction of the Imperium are the Space Marines, and they're meant to be above all that. Genetically engineered and psycho-conditioned transhuman super soldiers, the Space Marines are the elite special forces of the Imperium, each taken from their homeworlds as children, clad in powered armor and wielding the iconic bolt gun. Once long ago...
So in reality, isn't that kind of what happened with, like, that became like the Brotherhood of Steel idea for Fallout? Because Warhammer predates Fallout, correct? sounds like it's the same idea, because like you look at this, like, doesn't this armor look like power armor from Fallout? Like, wait a minute, no, Warhammer 40k actually is before Fallout. So,
They were organized into great legions led by the Emperor's sons, demigods known as Primarchs, but the result was that civil war we mentioned, so by the time of 40k, they exist as 1,000 autonomous self-sufficient armies known as chapters, each of which functions a bit like a knightly order or monastic brotherhood, tasked with the defense of a particular area and recruiting from those planets, which means that each chapter of Space Marines is influenced by the culture of its homeworld, from the Roman-influenced Ultramarines to the Viking-influenced Space Wolves. Space Marines are an organization set somewhat apart from the rest of the Imperium. In a particular war zone or to conduct a particular mission. It's so rare to see one in real life that to many of the Imperium's regular citizens or mortal soldiers, they're seen almost as angels.
that's funny because he says, oh, they're so rare, yet in Warhammer 40k, like, there's entire games, like Space Marines was a game, multiple Space Marines. I mean, the sequel's coming out soon in September, and it's all the Space Marines together, and when you're playing Warhammer, aren't there like squads of Space Marines? So are they really rare?
Loads of different chapters of Space Marines. In fact, you can make your own, and there are way too many to go through here. But two organizations that stand apart from the chapter system are the Grey Knights and the Death Watch. The Grey Knights are a chapter of psychic Space Marines, clad in even more elite armor and dedicated to fighting the forces of Chaos and the Warp, which we'll get to in a minute. They're even more secretive and rare than the rest of the Space Marines, partly because when they're deployed, it's usually against the most horrific threats the Imperium ever encounters, issues that only the Grey Knights, with their mastery of psychic power, Aegis-warded armor, and Nemesis force weapons can handle. Their counterparts are the Death Watch, an organization of Space Marines from different chapters who band together to pool their experience in fighting different Xenos threats. The Death Watch use unique, advanced technologies in their kill teams, who operate covertly from watch fortresses stationed across the galaxy. But even though there are 1,000 chapters of Space Marines and those special organizations, Space Marines are actually really rare. The vast majority of the Imperium's armed forces are known as the Astra Militarum or Imperial Guard. Space is a big place and planets are very far apart, so every Imperial world is required to raise its own defense forces and then tithe a portion of those into the Imperial Guard, deployed by the million across the Imperium's many, many war zones. Though the Guard regiments come from a huge variety of different cultures, they're still just humans, armed with the ubiquitous lasgun and backed up by columns of tanks and artillery, driven
This is when we've seen them doing the Warhammer stuff. Usually you see the normal humans, because you see these tanks and the infantry guys, right? But it's funny, because then the Space Marines are like so rare, but then they're in a lot of fights. Probably because Space Marines fought on, just like anything, even though they're supposed to be rare. They probably became like the most popular thing in Warhammer, so that everyone just wants Space Marine content constantly, despite the fact that they're supposed to be rare, right? I get that. I totally get that. It was like, for a while there in Marvel Comics, everything was X-Men. It's like, but wait a minute. But Marvel Comics has like a ton of other heroes. Like, yeah, but everyone just wants X-Men, so make 700 X-Men comic books that are all plot lines happening at the same time. You know, it didn't make sense what they were doing, but they wanted to capitalize on X-Men, so everything had to be X-Men in the 90s, and they ignored all the other heroes for a long time.
By their commissars. The Astra Militarum also includes auxiliary units like the abhuman Ogrins or Ratlings, or the elite Tempestus Scion Special Forces, but the Imperial Guard's biggest weapon is numbers. The Imperium does not value human life particularly highly, and depictions of the glorious battles of the Imperial Guard are usually a horde of people being driven forward until the enemy run out of bullets. Those are the two main military arms of the Imperium, but the Imperium is a very complex organization, and each of its administrative arms maintains its own armed forces to protect its interests, often against some of the others. The state religion of the Imperium is controlled and enforced by the Adeptus Ministorum, and defending their shrine worlds and cathedrals are the Adepta Sororitas.
It definitely reminds me of the Holy Roman Empire, where basically the Christianity and Catholicism was their major religion, and it was like ingrained in the government, and to defend that was like a huge thing, and to spread that was a huge thing. I think that's kind of what they're going for is kind of a recreated Roman Empire, but with modern day military, right? That's what it feels like. Thank you to Gabriel for becoming a member.
Of battle, orders of highly trained and lavishly equipped warrior nuns. Clad in powered armor and armed with bolt guns and flamers, their faith in the emperor manifests in the form of miracles and
warrior nuns. That totally makes sense in the realm of religion. Obviously, this is not Catholic religion, you know. Warrior nuns. That just, it's completely contradictory of what my, you know, knowledge of what a nun would be.
Living saints. They're supported by the preachers and confessors of the church, as well as those poor unfortunates who committed a sin and have to atone for it through death in battle. Technology in the Imperium is seen through a haze of superstition and ritual guarded by the Adeptus Mechanicus, a galaxy-spanning network of tech priests who worship knowledge. Tech priests are present in every part of the Imperium, from maintaining starships to keeping the factories going. But while their forge worlds supply the main Imperial armies with very standardized military equipment, their own forces are way more diverse. Praised blends of steampunk-inspired machinery, cybernetic soldiers, and what few robots the Imperium still maintains.
Jester on crack, excuse me. Jester on Crack actually does say the language of 40k Empire is a butchered form of Latin. Wow. And Ross says, the best part about Warhammer, there's almost a faction for anyone, no matter what your interest is. I mean, if there's 1,000 kinds of Space Marines, I guess I could see that.
Including the gigantic battle walkers known as Titans. Smaller than those Titans, but still really big on the table, are the Imperial Knights. Descendants of some of the first human colonists who left Earth, Night Worlds are feudal planets led by a landed nobility mounted in medieval mechs known as knights that they use to hunt indigenous predators and protect their planets. Houses of Imperial Knights might be independent vassals of the Imperium or pledged to aid the Adeptus Mechanicus. Now, the Emperor, when he was a bit more around, was a big fan of genetically engineered warriors, and his personal bodyguard, the Adeptus Custodes, were the pinnacle of his craft. Even more elite than the Space Marines or the Grey Knights, the Custodes in 40k are a brotherhood of warrior philosophers, clad in ancient Auramite armor and wielding the symbolic
that guy
guardian.
totally looks like a philosopher, right? He just wants to sit down and talk about, like, Plato or Socrates. And then when you're not least expecting it, he shoves that thing right in your face.
They're pledged to protect the Emperor in the Imperial Palace on Terra, but they range across the galaxy, bolstering his armies or eliminating potential security threats before they grow to be a problem. And they're assisted in their mission by the Sisters of Silence, an all-female order of anti-psychic nulls who can counter and dissipate the forces of the warp. Together, these are known as the Talons of the Emperor. And finally, the Imperial Navy command the fleets and battleships that get all these armies to their war zones. Imperial ships are
don't half of these forces look evil? And I thought he said that the humans were the protagonists. But I think what they're getting at is the humanity's been so corrupted that, like, there's these evil groups, right? That are just, they're out to just protect the Emperor and or protect humanity. They don't really care about the good of the universe or anything like that, right?
Kilometers long and millennia old, barely understood leviathans from a forgotten age, and their crews live their entire lives within them, rarely setting foot on land. Each ship has a crew of thousands, from brutally treated gun crews to officers from distinguished military bloodlines, but for obvious reasons, they're rarely seen on the tabletop. The Imperium also has many smaller factions that might be included in your wider army, like the Inquisition, special agents rooting out heresy and secret threats from within, accompanied by idiosyncratic bands of skilled followers, or the assassins of the Officio Assassinorum, ancient temples each dedicated to a different art of death. The Adeptus Arbites keep the Imperium's laws and ensure that its planets are performing their duty to the Emperor, and the forces of the rogue traders are licensed explorers and privateers, commissioned to push forwards the boundaries of Imperial space. Anyway, we haven't got time for all of those. That's the main Imperial factions. Let's move on to the main antagonist of 40k, the forces of Chaos. The 40k universe exists alongside a parallel dimension known as the Warp, a dimension of emotional and psychic energy where time and space mean little. And there are things living in the Warp. All that emotional energy over time has coalesced into great powers, horrific godlike intelligences that want to break into real space and corrupt the sentient species that live there. Which would be fine if the Imperium didn't also rely on the Warp for interstellar travel and communications.
So I'm being told there is no good guys in the 40k universe, only war or races. So kind of like what this is reminding me of is StarCraft or even Warcraft to that extent, where it's like you know, the humans versus the orcs versus something else, or with StarCraft, it's the Marines, Space Marines, or human Terrans versus the Zerg, the alien race, and then versus the Protoss, which is another alien race of a different kind, right? And they all have their own philosophies about how to exist or whatever. And you could play through campaigns of all three, and they all have their own perspectives and their own philosophies on how to exist and coexist and stuff like that, right? Gabriel says, whatever happened to just relaxing and playing games? What is this where you got to study to know the lore? I mean, I don't think you really do. Do you? I mean, if you understand the rules of the game, you could just play the game. But if you want to delve into the lore, it seems like there is a very deep, vibrant community of people who like this stuff and will study it and will enjoy it. Let's just watch a little bit about.
So if you're going to be an asshole,
the antagonist,
treated like an
obviously
asshole,
we're not
going to
go
be
through
shown
the whole video. I just want to hear a little bit about one of the antagonists, because obviously there's a third race too.
So over time, various factions have been corrupted by it. The most prominent of these are the Chaos Space Marines. Remember that great civil war we were talking about earlier? Well, these are the guys who rebelled. They might have lost their great rebellion, the Horus Heresy, 10,000 years ago, but they've been hiding out in the warp ever since, where time doesn't really mean much, growing more and more bitter and powerful over 10,000 years as more and more renegade Space Marines flock to their cause. Chaos Space Marine raiding parties are a constant threat in many parts of the galaxy, but those threats pale in comparison to the Great Black Crusades, led by Abaddon the Despoiler, where thousands of ancient heretic Astartes descend on the Imperium, armed not only with ancient patterns of Space Marine arms and armor, but also twisted demon engines that fuse forbidden science with the raw stuff of the warp itself. Like the Space Marines of the Imperium, the Chaos Space Marines can be broken down into various legions and warbands, each of which is slightly different, but there are a couple of ones that are quite unique. The Thousand Suns serve the chaos-powered Tzeentch, god of magic, and before the heresy, their mastery of the psychic arts was unmatched. But since their fall to chaos, the majority of the Legion have become nothing more than animated suits of armor enthralled to ridiculously powerful sorcerers and accompanied by twisted magical beasts. The flip side to this is the Death Guard, dedicated to Nurgle, the god of disease. Their plague marines are bloated, filth-encrusted parodies of the noble warriors they once were, trudging relentlessly forward and spreading viruses and plague wherever they go. And finally, the World Eaters worship Khorne, the manifestation of rage and anger.
Khorne?
Their
The
warriors
band
are
from the
barely
90s?
controllable berserkers, created by brutal psychosurgery, existing only to
What's
spill
funny is
blood in the...
and so here's the antagonists. Creatures from an alternate dimension. Oh, wait, it's just Space Marines who rebelled and went to that alternate dimension. So it's more Space Marines. He's literally just rattling off more Space Marines. So on the human side, there's Space Marines, and then on the antagonist, there's Space Marines. Oh, okay. I got a feeling I know where this is going.
name of their lord. And wherever any of the Chaos Space Marines go, a greater threat follows. Once the barriers between the worlds have been thinned, the denizens of the warp itself can break through. These Chaos demons are nightmares given form, hordes of twisted creatures dedicated to one of the four great Chaos powers, Khorne, Tzeentch, Slanesh, and Nurgle, and made in their image. They sweep in through breaches in real space, damning entire worlds to an eternity of slaughter for the amusement of the thirsting gods. Chaos, of course, can corrupt anything, and some of their more powerful scions are the Chaos Knights, the descendants of Imperial Knight houses
Wait a minute,
that threw
the
their
descendants of Space Marines?
lot in with the traitors millennia ago. Their Night Walkers are twisted horrors, suffused with the power of the warp. Their pilots fused into their
Again, what this
command.
reminds me of, now I said X-Men earlier, and that very much is true, but really what it was Wolverine. So in the 90s, it's like, so Marvel Comics has all their heroes. They had Captain America, Iron Man, the Hulk, Thor, the Avenger team, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, tons of heroes in the Marvel Universe. In the 90s, you would think only the X-Men and Wolverine existed, because they were the ones who got all the cover time, all the different, attention and exposure in the Marvel Universe in the 90s. So it's funny because it's like, so Warhammer, it's a rich history, really rich. By the way, Space Marines, Space Marines, Space Marines, Marine Space Marines, Marine Space Marines, Marine Space Marines, Marines. Like, just shit. That's a lot of Space Marines. All right. I think we've seen enough. That was interesting. I mean, I would like to maybe finish watching that later because there's a whole other group we haven't learned about. But, I mean, we've now been watching this video for about almost 20 minutes. I think it's time to move on. Space Marines, Space Marines, Marines, Marine Space Marine. Okay.
Well, hello there, you wayward sinner. Do you like blood, violence, and depravity of a sexual nature?
Daddy, Do you really expect me to memorize this whole script?
Of course you do. That's why you're in hell. What would you say if I told you there was a place to stay that had none of that? Welcome to the Has Been Hotel. Your last desperate attempt at salvation starts here.
So, what do you think?
I'm sorry, what the fuck was that?
Yeah. One note. This place is about second chances to convince heaven the people of hell can be redeemed.
This is a trailer. I'm gonna have to pause it probably. I probably can't just play the whole thing. Yeah, I have no idea what this is. This looks familiar to something we've seen before, though. Didn't we watch an animation that was very similar to that? And I wonder if it's the same person, because it said from the creator or whatever. I think it might be the same exact thing, right? I don't know. Not the same exact thing, but the same exact person is what I meant to say. But maybe this is their new project. All right, I paused it. Hopefully we can continue.
Mister?
Go fuck yourself!
Have you ever wanted something that was so clear in your mind that you could taste it?
You're gonna help sinners?
Fucking hilarious!
It's a feeling like a rumbling in your gut.
I just hope what I'm trying to do here will work.
Are you fucking high?
Here, hold this. Oh my god, oh my god! For the first time in my life. Holy shit, why? Ready for this. Ready to be the...
We got 24 hours before the extermination begins. Let's get to work.
And although I kind of feel unsteady...
Are they literally trying to, like, Disneyfy hell? That's what it seems like, right? It seems like they're trying to Disney movie set in hell. So there's an excuse for them to drop the F-bomb every 10 seconds. But then they have musical numbers like it's a Disney movie, right? I mean, am I wrong? That's what it seems like. It's just like this is the premise of a Disney movie, but it's set in hell. Is that funny? I'm not sure that's funny. I don't know. Let's keep watching. We're halfway through. And by the way, I didn't get stricken down yet for copyright, so that's good, I guess.
Now I need to be ready for this.
They're gonna fucking die. They're gonna die.
I mean, like, we already heard the F word how many times just in the trailer? Could they stop, like, 5 seconds saying the F word? We get it. It's, like, adult-oriented. The F word loses its meaning when you use it every 10 seconds.
We know that we are ready for this.
We'll show heaven up like they won't forget.
It's time to take a stand.
It is time to lend a hand against the angels and their deadly threat.
We cannot take it anymore. The time has come to go to war. Prepare to fight. We're ready for.
It's time I remind everyone why I'm here.
Are you gonna just complain all night?
I really hope that I'm ready for this.
I'm a bad man who never got enough hugs. Where's an innocent kid I can sell crack to? Who wrote this?
It's great, right? Keep going.
All right, we want me to be honest? The animation style doesn't appeal to me. It never did. I don't think it's bad. It's just not appealing to me. That weird style of everything's like deformed and stuff. I don't really like it. This started in the 90s, where kids' cartoons went from being, like, nicely drawn into everything has to be, like, ultra-exaggerated, weird, over-the-top, deformed caricatures. I don't really like the art style. I never did. Okay, that's number one. Number two, the voice acting seems really good. In fact, some of those voice actors, like Keith David and shit, and some of those people are from other series. The voice acting talent sounds top-notch. I just don't get the premise. I don't think it's interesting at all. Like, okay, so in hell... it's going to be Disney. But we're going to drop F-bombs every 10 seconds. And that's supposed to be funny or risque or something? Like, I don't get it. I really don't. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand where is the appeal. Like, what is the comedy there? I didn't see anything funny whatsoever in the whole 2 minutes we watched. Nothing was funny at all. It was just a bunch of... Oh, the premise is extreme because it's like a Disney cartoon set in hell, so there'll be blood and gore and F-bombs. And we're going to redeem sinners and, you know... So it's like a bastardization of religious belief or something. Okay? It's still not entertaining, though. Like, what's the catch? What's the... Nothing there. None of the writing was funny to me. So, I don't think I would like the show at all. I'd probably just sit there stoically faced like this the whole show. Like, Camp Cut Tyson reminds me of cringe Seth Rogen humor. Lady Charisma says the trailer was made by someone who doesn't know the show. What, have you seen it? Because the trailer didn't seem funny at all. Maybe it is a case where the trailer is just not representative of what the show is, and therefore it's not funny. But like for example, the first moment, okay, shock value, it sounds like a Disney cartoon. It has the musical aspect to it. It's, oh, look, we're going to do good things. We're going to help people. Yeah, but we're in hell. What are you talking about? It's the opposite of what's supposed to happen. In hell, people are supposed to be like tortured forever because of the bad lives they live, right? So I get that the premise on paper sounds unique and interesting, but from what I saw in the 2-minute trailer, it didn't translate into anything interesting or funny. It was just kind of boring, honestly. And it felt like it was almost like try hard. You know what I mean? Like they were trying hard to do cringy humor and it didn't work, but maybe I'm wrong. But I'll tell you this, that trailer does not give me any incentive whatsoever to want to go watch the show. And I have Prime Video, and I literally would not want to go watch that show. Okay, so here you go. SMR Tad says, I watched the show. The plot is unexpected, and it's more complex. It reminds me of The Good Place. I've never seen The Good Place. I know people liked that show, too. I actually don't know what The Good Place is. Is that supposed to be heaven? Because I've never seen it. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird furry art. Again, it's this art style where everything is ultra exaggerated. Yeah, there's like furry, like fusion in it. It's just weird. And some people like it. And to me, it's like, I don't really care, you know? So the art style isn't appealing and the comedy didn't look good. So for me, this trailer kills the show. If the show's better than that, then they should hopefully have a better trailer. I mean, it's old now. It's 4 months old, I guess. It has 3 million views. Lady Charisma says, I've seen the show. I followed it from the start. The trailer's made to focus on fan-favorite characters and not the overall show. SMR Tad says, the show basically questions the idea of eternal punishment. Okay. So, again, it's a show that's kind of... It's like, in the modern era, it seems like things that used to be taboo aren't taboo anymore. So now you can make a show that's a cartoon show, but it's adult-oriented, so it looks like it's for kids, but it's not. And the subject matter is pushing the boundaries of criticizing religion. Okay, fair enough. Again, I don't think it'd be something that would appeal to me, but I'm not going to crap on it. I haven't watched it. I don't think the trailer was very good. Gotcha. Okay, Adam, thank you. Adam said he sent a tip and he forgot to put his name on it. We're actually going to split the part right now, and then we'll do shout-outs and the like, okay? All right, so thank you guys. Part 1. And by the way, I mean, we only got through 2 videos for part 1, so there you go. Oh, look at that. This is, when you pause, now it does this. This is so weird. When you pause, it shows the thumbnail and, like, zooms in. This never did. This must have been a big update to the YouTube app in the last, like, day or two, because this wasn't doing this previously. And by the way, Lady Charisma says it's a musical series, too. That's why they've actually hired some Broadway actors for it. Wow. All right. Guys, thanks for watching. That was part 1. I'll see you in part 2. Excellent. Okay. I have some shout-outs to do. We have, Carlos, who re-upped his membership and said, third race, there's more like 12 in Warhammer. Wow. That video was only apparently discussing 3 that we were watching. Thank you for that. Pausin, 11 months as a member at the submissions level. Thank you so much, Pausin. And Jared, a standard member, says, hi, Phil, have a great day. I love React Days. Thank you, Jared. Good to have you here. I also received a tip, and I guess this one is from Adam. Yeah, so $12 tip from Adam. Happy React Day, everyone. Thank you, Adam, for the $12 tip. Let's get an animation going, but I haven't logged into the channel in a week, so let's see if this actually works. Nope. Nope. That didn't work at all. React pop-ups, yeah, they are here. Let me see if I refresh the page, if that fixes it or not. It was logged out. Yep, it was logged out. Okay, hold on. Go. Okay. The animation's working again. Okay. Here it is. Alert box. I knew this was going to happen because it happened to 2 of my other channels this week where it forced like a re-login, get stuff working. Try that again. Voila. Thank you, Adam, for a $12 tip. Let's get you up on the leaderboard. Well, let's get that added to the leaderboard, I should say. We're not 40 bucks in tips. As you guys know, I try to hit the tier 1 tips goal of 50 bucks every stream. So if you could contribute today and you wanted to tip, that would be great. That would definitely help out the channel a lot. Thank you in advance to anyone who supports the channel. Okay. All right, let's get ready to continue. Cool. All right, ready?
Do you want to play the
Here we go.
fucking game?
Alrighty, everyone. Thanks for watching DSP versus the Internet. This is episode 60. We've only gotten through 2 videos. They were actually, the first one was quite lengthy, and the second one I had a bunch to say. Let's roll on into more Ultra Member submissions for the week. Here we go.
Hey, Jensven Squad, how's it hanging? Have you ever wondered how the Turians first looked like? Well, look no further. These are some of the early sketches of our lovely bird, But before we go on with the rest of the video, remember to lightly tap the like button. It helps more than you think it does. Oh, and click the bell button after subscribing so you know whenever I release a new video. Okay then, with that out of the way, let's go. Hey, remember how Shepard was rebuilt in Mass Effect 2 after the Normandy was destroyed by the Collectors?
Yeah. I remember that. There it is. Now I really remember it. I just saw it.
Check this out. Early plans for our protagonist was that Shepard would turn to Reaper technology to accomplish his or her mission of stopping them.
Huh.
These concepts show how Shepard is getting steadily transformed by the Reapers. And this second concept art shows Ashley confronting Shepard at what might have been the end of the trilogy, or even earlier. All this should remind you of someone. Yes, the Elusive Man.
I can't.
I underestimated you, Shepard.
What a...
I warned you. Control is the means to survival. Control of the Reapers, and of you, if necessary.
It looks like there was always going to be this idea of a main character getting corrupted by the Reapers. This is pretty cool too, as it could have given some credence to the indoctrination theory, where it's theorized that Shepard got more and more indoctrinated as time went on. Speaking of the Elusive Man,
I don't know, like if Shepard became a Reaper or, you know, a hybrid like Saren in the first game, by the end it wouldn't have made sense. How is he still fighting against the Reapers if he is a Reaper, right? Like, he would have lost. The whole idea is that as you become more and more of this tech hybrid, that you lose your control. You become just a tool, right? That's what happened to Saren. Like, he lost control by the end of the first game, even though you can reason with him and have him have independent thought. Even if he commits suicide because you tell him that basically what he's doing is wrong and he agrees, he still becomes the boss anyway. You know what I mean? Like, so how would that have worked if that was Shepard? I feel like that would have, like, the end of the game wouldn't have made sense. The end of the trilogy.
Some early concepts of Tim himself getting completely turned by Reaper tech. Ugh, put that thing away, man. And since we're talking about corruption, take a look at this thing.
Oh!
This was supposedly an earlier concept for a race called the Human. The Human was described as being the most unrelatable alien race in Mass Effect, but they still tried their hardest in blending in. They did this by trying to copy the appearance of other races, but their real appearance was that of a fleshy mass that wriggled below the surface.
Ew.
It is pretty apparent that the Human were inspired by the Thing, which is also a fleshy alien mass that copies the appearance of others. They also remind me of the Flood from Halo.
I am a monument to all your sins.
And the Necromorphs from Dead Space. Fleshy monsters just disturbs the hell out of me, so I'm pretty glad these things didn't pop up. While we're on the subject of horrifying monsters, check this out. This very much looks like the early concepts for the Reaperized Elcor had we ever faced them in game. There were of course different versions of them, and this one in particular was actually made as a fan creation in the Spectre expansion mod, where you can fight it while it tries to defend itself with its gigantic shield.
small though. That's not the size of an Elcor. Elcors are large. That thing is kind of tiny.
Okay, so as much as I love the portrayal of the Shadow Broker, I'm a bit disappointed that we didn't get this version. This is supposedly also true for Matt Rhodes, as he saw the Shadow Broker being sort of an Ares in space. Ares, as some of you know, is the Greek god of war, and I can't even imagine how badass it would be fighting this thing. He really does look like an alien version of Ares, one who controls all conflict in the galaxy, and his power is also represented in his physical form. Sure, we still got that with the Yogg, but he felt more like a wild beast if anything.
I still like the fight. I think the fight was fun. It was a little weird that that's what the Shadow Broker was, but I still enjoyed it. It was a fun fight.
And here's another piece of a four-legged Shadow Broker. Now this one is terrifying. This next one is something that most of you will recognize. This is of course concept art for the so-called Inusanon, before they were implemented in Mass Effect 1. Here's the thing though, the artist himself, Matt Rhodes, stated that this was indeed implied to be the Protheans. At first, Matt tried to incorporate as much as he could when sketching the Protheans for Mass Effect 3. This didn't last long, however, as we instead ended up with the design we have today for the Protheans. And so, the statues were somewhat retconned to instead represent the Inusanon, which was the race that inhabited Ilos before the Protheans. Tally.
I don't think it really mattered because the whole idea is that it's an endless cycle. So even though those weren't the Protheans, it could have easily been just another alien race that at one point, you know, was indoctrinated or taken over by the Reapers, you know. So yeah, I agree though. I thought that whole end game of Mass Effect 1, this was all Prothean stuff. And then you talk to the Prothean, that's the AI or the VI or whatever it is, remember? And then it's like that you actually are talking to a Prothean about the past. That's kind of interesting. But yeah, like that's true. I guess that is a big retcon because then you actually get a Prothean in your party in Mass Effect 3, right? Yeah. You think the videos are too loud? I can lower the video audio. That's fine. I'll do that. Let's lower the video audio by 2 decibels. Let's make sure that's stuck. Yeah, so the video audio should be 2 decibels lower, and hopefully my mic will stand out a little bit more. You got to keep in mind, this also depends on the video. Sadly, YouTube videos are not all the same volume, so one video could end up being way louder than the other. Then that, you know, got to kind of adjust it, so. Okay.
Oh, how we all love Tally. In Mass Effect Legendary Edition, BioWare even switched out the stock photo that they originally added in Mass Effect 3.
Really? Oh. Really? Well, I guess because what they're trying to say is the photo there from the original Mass Effect 3 doesn't make sense because she doesn't have the mask on. But she always needs to have that on to breathe, right? Like, that's the whole idea of her race. So, it doesn't make sense that she'd be able to not have that on in any capacity. So, how would that photo even exist, right? Unless she's, like, suffocating to take the photo.
Had a real look at the girl behind the mask, and you know, it is better. But is it better than the original vision for her? This is the first real look at Tally without her suit, and according to Matt Rhodes, who's the artist responsible, this is his own headcanon to what she really looks like. There are some fan art here and there that represents her in other angles, and I mean, she could have turned out to be pretty cute. But with those black eyes and pale skin, she does kind of remind me of a human-shark hybrid here though. I do really like the one where she has hair. It definitely adds to her innocent nature. And while we're on the topic of lovely ladies, check this out. Here we have different aspects of Edie while she was still being considered for Mass Effect 3.
Versions of Edie.
This one in particular is supposed to be a love letter to the android Pris from Blade Runner.
What's your name?
Pris.
Mine's J.F. Sebastian.
Hi.
Hi.
You just spoiled it.
These ones are a little creepy as they look more like mannequins
so
than an actual person.
He spoiled the movie.
There was even ideas of literally hooking Edie up to the Normandy. I'll be honest, I'm pretty satisfied with the Edie we got. The only complaint you'll ever hear from me is that we never got the option to romance her.
Oh, I'm sure you would have loved that. I'm sure you would have loved
my
that.
ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the final concepts. Behold, the Catalyst Chambers. According to Matt Rhodes, this art shows the chambers as sort of a golden lotus flower, opening up to reveal the secrets inside. It is pretty cool how the Reapers all seem to pause and gaze into the chambers, waiting for their judgment.
Whoa, that's cool.
Matt also made these pieces to represent the different ending choices. Here we have an interpretation of the control ending. And here we see Shepard having become sort of a machine god who's reluctantly sitting on a throne.
Wow, why the hell didn't these ever?
That's pretty
why weren't these in
badass.
the game?
This one shows his interpretation of the synthesis ending.
Right.
Whereas a child and a mother walks through a field with a mass relay sticking out in the background. Because every life form becomes sort of a demigod with the synthesis ending, mass relays may not have been needed anymore. As you could just select the star system you'd like to visit and just jump from place to place throughout the galaxy. That's pretty trippy, yo.
So, I mean, they had concept arts that would have made the endings better, and they didn't use it at all. They just gave you 3 colors and a crappy cutscene. Wow. That has got to go down in history as one of the biggest botched endings to anything in gaming. Like, how do you have 3 games that are epically long, claim that all your choices are going to matter, and then at the end, it's just you're picking a color. Like, all right. Let's continue. What's this? The next one looks like it's a Fallout video. A lot of gaming stuff here. With the
Long
Ultra
before I
Submission.
was a noted nuclear zaddy, I was a Fallout fan. I have hundreds of hours in each game. I've even gone as far as to work directly with Bethesda to science everything from mini nukes to giant laser beams. One thing that I was never able to science, though, until now, is this iconic image. No, this isn't just Vault Boy. If the internet is to be believed, this iconic image is actually hiding some nuclear science in it.
What?
Is this a rule of thumb?
No.
That in the event of a nuclear war could save your life?
No.
Or is it just a bunch of...
It's the rule of thumb. This is from the Fallout TV series, just so you know. This is going to be a minor spoiler for the Fallout TV series, if you guys don't know. It's a very small plot point right at the beginning of the first episode, and it doesn't really factor into the rest of the show. It's not that big of a deal, but he is going to spoil a very minor plot point of the beginning of the Fallout TV series, okay? For everyone. So if you haven't seen the Fallout TV series at all, and you don't want to be spoiled at all in any way, I recommend you don't watch me reacting to this video. Okay.
If the ghouls of the internet are to be believed, this iconic Vault Boy pose is much more than just a thumbs up. It's supposed to be a quick way to determine whether or not you are too close to a nuclear blast. You look at the mushroom cloud in the distance, you hold up your thumb, and if the mushroom cloud is bigger in your visual field than your outstretched thumb, you are too close. Now, too close is hard to define without a working knowledge of nuclear weapons, so let's start there. What about nuclear weapons is so dangerous?
Everything. They are clear existential threats to civilization.
Yeah, no, I know that, Arya, but like, specifically though.
Oh, beep boop.
From decades of testing, we know that the energy distribution during a nuclear blast is more complicated than just uranium going boom boom. Yes.
So there's the blast energy, which would be the physical force that's going to knock things over. Thermal energy, which is heat that will burn and melt things, and then nuclear radiation, which is the after effect of having the isotope in the bomb, having that reaction, and that's going to kill you over time. So it's like a triple whammy. If you don't get killed by the initial force just crushing you or knocking you into something that kills you, you could burn because you're too close. And if you don't burn to death, you could still die from the radiation after the fact. So goddamn.
Most of the energy goes into blast like it does for conventional chemical explosives, but there are also significant and potentially lethal thermal and radiative effects. So, what too close to a nuclear bomb means, we'll have to take into account being far enough away from each energy mode. We're going to evaluate each energy mode and not just potential nuclear fallout like the meme focuses on, because fallout depends on much more complicated factors like wind speed and direction and height of burst, factors that you won't know just looking at a mushroom cloud. And in the event of a nuclear war, blasts that create fallout are not actually optimal for destroying cities.
So if there's no crater, wider range of pressure bands and nuclear and thermal radiation, wider range of lesser degrees of damage, no significant local fallout. If there's a surface burst that creates a crater, greater pressure near ground zero, greater damage close to ground zero, range of thermal and nuclear radiation limited by buildings and hills, local fallout downwind of explosion. So what they're explaining is, if you want to have direct devastation, you want to have the bomb hit the ground and create a blast crater, but it won't have as wide of a range of the other effects. If you want a maximum effect in range, but you're not going to have as much direct damage, you want to do the air burst. So I guess it is, are you in for direct damage to a target and utter decimation of that local area, or are you actually trying to, like, over time destroy a populace? That's pretty disturbing to think about, right? I wonder how many people have even had that thought. Jesus.
So we're going to ignore this aspect for now. So, what is too close? Too close to radiation will risk acute radiation poisoning and death. Too close to thermal will risk blindness, burns of all degrees, and in the limit, vaporization.
I didn't even think about
Too close to blast will risk blunt force trauma and soft tissue ruptures. Now here's a question that I think is fair for this Fallout Physics 101 class that we're apparently having. Sit down in the back. Which aspect of a nuclear blast will travel the furthest and will therefore define the utility of this rule of thumb? Radiation is usually what we think about most when it comes to nuclear weapons, but is that actually what we should be concerned with here? Aria, throw the options up on screen. Think about it. I'll be right back.
Just making you think your answer. Blast is probably the least. Blast, well, maybe not. Blast might be what pushes the other two. Man, I don't know. I just don't know enough about science to answer this question. I'm going to guess thermal is probably the least. Like, thermal has to be, you have to be closer to the blast to have thermal. I would say probably blast is maybe second. Radiation might be the most, but the thing is, radiation varies after on certain factors, like they were already saying, like wind. If there's a lot of wind, it's going to push the radiation further out. If it's a calm day with no weather, then the radiation may stay more localized and it won't be an issue, right? So I'm going to go with A, and I'm probably completely wrong. I'm going to go with A.
After a nuclear blast, how far the energy goes will be determined both by the size of the weapon and the environment that weapon is in. Now, while radiation may be what most people think about when it comes to the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, radiation actually has the shortest range of the energies involved. That's because high-energy particles and gamma rays are scattered and reflected by atoms in the air, and therefore don't travel as far. They can even be deflected back towards ground zero. And just a side note, ionizing X-rays at the instant of detonation are what produce the tremendous but relatively small fireball that we're not considering here. The blast wave and associated damage travels the next furthest. This is both because it has the most energy behind it and because human structures, biological and artificial, are extremely sensitive to any pressures over atmospheric or overpressures. Finally, it's thermal radiation that travels the furthest after a nuclear detonation,
although they're very
as the
close.
photons
Look,
of
they're
light
really right next
don't
to each
interact
other.
with air in the same way that high-energy particles do. The atmosphere is mostly transparent to visible, infrared, and ultraviolet light. That's why you can see things outside.
So, look, there's actually 4 factors: fireball, radiation, light damage blast, and thermal. Fireball is the maximum size of the nuclear fireball, which is very small. Radiation is second most, which is the radiation radius. Then the light blast, which is the blast damage he was talking about. It's 1 psi pressure. So it says the glass windows will break and things like that. And then thermal radiation, the distance at which anyone beyond would definitely suffer no damage from thermal radiation. So ultimately, if you're lifting your thumb up at a mushroom cloud And if you're, you want it to be outside of the range of everything, thermal and blast. So, okay.
Did you get the order correctly? Good for some of you. But keep in mind that this order would have been different in a different environment. We've tested nuclear weapons in space, and in space, there's no air, so there's actually no blast wave. Ultimately, we will use the distance at which thermal radiation is no longer dangerous to evaluate this fallout rule of thumb.
Okay.
Now, I could have Arya calculate all of those distances for different yield weapons, but she's having her liquid helium tanks refilled.
Tee, it's so cold.
So instead, we're going to use this fantastic website that you've probably seen before, Nuke Map, by Alex Wellerstein, a nuclear historian. It has coded within it all of the complicated calculations that will allow us to simulate a real nuclear blast of various sizes and dimensions anywhere in the world, with all the attendant details. I'm going to select 3 differently sized weapons to compare. Let's start with yields from the only offensively detonated nuclear weapons, Fat Man and Little Boy. Then I'm going to make sure to display all the data that we're interested in.
I want to try to fast forward because I want to see the determination at the end, and this video is taking a very long time. Okay, he's going to put his thumb up. This is what I want to see.
Hiroshima-sized nuclear weapon detonated behind me, it would produce a mushroom cloud yay big. From a simple equation that you can do at home, we can see that this would be a visual angle of 70 degrees. And so this fallout myth doesn't hold much irradiated water. You can, in fact, be much, much closer to a mushroom cloud than this rule of thumb says. Even if the bomb was much larger, produced a mushroom cloud that stretched a third of the way to space, it would still be bigger than your thumb at a safe distance. And furthermore, this advice isn't just wrong, it's useless. If you're trying to avoid thermal radiation from a nuclear blast, it travels at the speed of light. You would have literally no time to check something and then run for cover. And if you are avoiding a blast wave, you have just seconds to try to take cover, rather than hold out your thumb and check a nuclear bomb like a dingus. Look, this rule of thumb is fun. It fits with the dark humor of the Fallout series, but ultimately, it's a bit like Preston Garvey. Don't need it, don't want it.
Well, there you go. So basically, this is in the very, very opening scenes of the Fallout series, is when a bomb goes off and someone does this, and I think that's what this is about. Well, now we know it doesn't hold water, supposedly. It doesn't hold water at all. All right, let's do one more video before we split the part here.
So, how much do you actually know about Hari Raya?
Nothing. 0. We're about to find out, I guess. It's quick, though. Only 2
Hari
minutes.
Raya Idul Fitri, also known as Hari Raya Puasa, is a religious holiday celebrated by Muslims across the globe that marks the end of the Islamic holy month of fasting, Ramadan.
Oh, see, I knew Ramadan. I didn't know that this is the name of the celebration they have at the end of Ramadan. Okay.
Directly translated, Hari Raya means celebration day, and it symbolizes an individual's success in terms of discipline and willpower practiced during the month of Ramadan. During Ramadan, Muslims abstain from food, drinks, smoking, and sexual relations from Imsak till Maghrib, whilst keeping their minds pure of negativity and ill intentions.
Right. What a dumb way to live.
Triangle Rewards and Petro Points have come together to bring you more value. Earn Canadian Tire money at Petro Canada and link your accounts to collect both rewards. Plus, linked members will earn 20% more Petro Points using just one card. More places, more rewards, more adventures. What new adventures will you fuel?
This is also known in Malay as Anak Bulan. If the crescent is sighted, usually by religious officials at various hilltops throughout the country, the following day is then declared the first day of Idul Fitri. On the night before Hari Raya...
What if you can't see because it's cloudy? I guess that's why they say across the country. I guess they actually have their religious officials in constant contact so they can look at the moon. I mean, honestly, that's a kind of weird criteria for knowing when to celebrate a holiday. It's based on your view of the moon.
You'll hear the sounds of many muazzin, the official in charge of calling Muslims to prayer from a minaret of a mosque. chanting the Takbir Raya. In most parts of Malaysia, it is common to see oil lamps known as pelita or panjut and decorative lights lit up and placed around and outside of homes. The first day of Hari Raya is ushered in by the Muslim community by congregating at mosques for special morning prayers known as Sembahyang Raya. Everyone's usually dressed up in their best traditional outfits to mark the special and joyous occasion, with the men clad in their baju Melayu, while the women are dressed in their baju kurung. After that, it's time to visit relatives and friends. A common greeting while visiting others would be Salam Aidilfitri or Selamat Hari Raya, which basically means Happy Eid.
It's kind of like saying, like, Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays. How it's two different ways to kind of say the same thing, right? That's what it seems like, two variations of the same thing.
You would probably also hear the phrase Maaf Zahir dan Batin, which means forgive my physical and emotional wrongdoings. It is customary for folks to head back to their hometowns, or as we call it, balik kampung, to celebrate with their families. It is a time to forgive and forget, as younger family members seek forgiveness for wrongdoings by the act of salam, after which the hands of the elders are kissed as a sign of respect and love. Aside from friends and family, food takes on almost equal importance in the festivities, with dishes such as ketupat, beef or chicken rendang, lemang, and satay. With kuah kacang...
The only one I know is satay, which is, you know, like a skewered meat that you can have in a dipping sauce, and sometimes it's like a peanut sauce. That's the only one I know out of those 4 dishes.
Complement it all. So, to all Muslims, Selamat Hari Raya Aidilfitri. And if you didn't know, well, now you know lah.
To me, that kind of sounds like a Christmas event almost, right? Like, so it's a day of forgiveness. Everyone's nice to each other. You go visit relatives. You say festive things to each other. You eat special meals. You know, kind of similar. I don't know. Kind of similar. Maybe more like an Easter, because there's no gifts exchange. Maybe it's more like Easter in the Christian religion. I don't know. Okay. Guys, that's part 2 of DSP versus the internet. I hope you're all enjoying the show. Thanks a lot for chilling with me and watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Okay. I have to burp. Oh, excuse me. I felt that one coming, and I'm surprised I was able to hold it down. Okay. All right. So thank you all for chilling with me. Someone named Trash Panda has done the first super chat of the day and says, would you live in a vault? Would I? Like, would I choose to? No. Would I if I had to? I guess so. Right? If the choice was to die on the surface due to nuclear apocalypse or live in a vault, I guess I would live in the vault. But I don't know if I would want to live in a vault confined with certain people that you're stuck in there with, you can't get away from, right? Like, not having freedom to leave or really move around that much. Kind of claustrophobic. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay. Phil is the overseer? Well, there you go. I'd be the overseer. Of course I would. Derek, welcome back from the movies. I'm glad you enjoyed the movie. Okay. So, we are 1 hour in. It looks like we still have a good amount of Ultra member videos to get through. But I think probably within 1 to 2 more parts will be done, and then we'll move on to the standard member submissions. FYI, there are no super member questions this week that I saw. There's nothing there. Thanks, so Derek. We're just going to go right into the submissions tier videos after the fact. I want to say thank you for hanging out and chilling with me. I hope that you're enjoying the show so far. Good variety of stuff so far. If you want to be a part of the show moving forward, you can become a member today. If you become an Ultra member, we're guaranteed to watch your clips, like we're watching right now, every week for 4 weeks. If you become a submissions tier member, then you go into a randomized playlist that we hit shuffle on and we watch in random order. And so we may or may not watch your videos every week, depending on time and, you know, what's submitted, length of videos, etc. That is the primary way this channel gets supported. Outside of that, it's basically income that I get during these streams. So right now, if you're liking the content, if you enjoyed the chill show, please consider contributing in some way. My goal is to try to hit the tier 1 tip skull by the end of the show. So please consider that, and thank you in advance. Ready to continue? Here we go. Okay, everyone, welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 60. We're now heading into part 3, and we are still in the Ultra tier of member submissions, and we got a bunch to go through. So let's continue. Let's see what we got next.
This is an old school McDonald's built in 1953. This restaurant has been around for over 300 years. And that right there is the oldest restaurant in the entire world. But times are changing. Restaurants go out of business every day.
Fast
fast food chain closing their doors on more than 400 restaurants by the end of the year.
So what makes these places so special? I'll be exploring each of these restaurants to find out how they've survived hundreds of years, starting with
the world's oldest McDonald's. Wait, hold on. I should step to the side so you guys can actually see it.
Well, I don't like his thumbnail is complete clickbait. His thumbnail shows like a decrepit, falling apart building, and that's not what it is. So his thumbnail is false. But the premise is interesting, so...
Boom. Look at this place. It literally makes me feel like I'm in the 50s right now.
This McDonald's was built in the year 1953, making it over 70 years old. Now I have one mission. Find out what's so special about the world's oldest McDonald's. And the secret is behind these doors.
Yo, it's a museum back here. This place is sick.
So this small museum had everything ever recorded in McDonald's history. Wow. I found photos of the founder, Beanie Baby toys from the 90s, which by the way are worth a lot of money now.
What? That's so cool.
And I even found this creepy Ronald McDonald statue. That's terrifying.
Now I know everything about McDonald's history. I'm pretty hungry though, so I'm gonna go order. Hi, can I get a cheeseburger combo? Thank you so much, appreciate it.
And it's just gonna be standard McDonald's, nothing special.
World's oldest McDonald's. First up, we got fries. Oh, I dropped one. I also got a classic McDonald's cheeseburger. Time to taste a cheeseburger from the world's oldest McDonald's.
It's gonna be exactly the same. They're all the same now. There's no difference.
Okay, not bad. This tastes exactly like a McDonald's cheeseburger, but that's a problem.
Right before coming here, I went to another McDonald's in Fort Worth, Texas, run entirely by robots.
Huh.
Bro, what? Okay, so there's my food, and then it pushes it out to me.
The burger made by robots tasted exactly the same as the one I'm eating now.
And that scares me because according to an article I read, in a few years, robot restaurants are going to replace all human workers.
This will change the entire food industry, force thousands of people out of a job, and it's already happening right in front of us.
Are you surprised? This has been the movement for a very long time. When you have an industry where all they're trying to do is standardize what they put out and homogenize that product. So it's all exactly the same. There's no variation. It's just standard product no matter where you go. They can just automate it. It's true. And now we're finally getting to the point where, you know what this is going to happen and why? Because we have idiotic lawmakers in the United States that keep raising our minimum wages. No exaggeration, in California right now, they're paying people who work at McDonald's $20 an hour to work there. So what's going to happen? Tell you what's going to happen. What he just said. They're just going to automate everything, and no one's going to care because the food quality is going to be exactly the same, and they're going to cut monstrous costs by not employing people anymore. That's what happens. But that's for DSP politics another day. You know, there's a reason why our country is moving towards this kind of stuff, and it's not good. It's because we have insanely bad leadership.
Is there any way to stop it, or are we too late? I'm gonna look for an answer at a restaurant that's been around for over 300 years, so I flew to a small town called
Newport.
This restaurant is the White Horse Tavern, and it was established in 1673. It's the oldest restaurant in the United States and the 10th oldest in the entire world. And in order to find out what made a restaurant like this so special, I had to meet with
Brian? Dylan. Hey, nice to meet you, man. I am doing fantastic. How are you?
Excellent. This is Brian. He's a local. He kind of looks like Santa Claus. He's also been eating at White Horse Tavern ever since he was a little boy. Brian gave me a few fun facts about this place, so here we go. It used to be a house for this guy named Francis Brinley. I have no idea who he is, to be honest, but he looks old. It became a restaurant in 1673, and then it got occupied by Britain during the Revolutionary War.
Oh, wow.
Brian, this place is so cool. Oh, it's incredible. I'm looking at the menu right now. It's a little intimidating.
I had no clue what to get, to be honest, but Brian's the man and ordered everything for us. The restaurant's famous for their seafood, so we got lobster bisque, Rhode Island clam chowder, and this huge seafood platter.
Whoa.
Cheers.
Cheers. Super good, man.
My first Rhode Island oyster.
For the entrees, we got the lobster ravioli served in a sherry cream sauce with fresh, juicy tomatoes and scallops that would be Gordon Ramsay approved.
Look at that. Oh my God, this is a super good restaurant for seafood, man. Oh,
it's so good.
While we were eating, Brian told me about his first time at White Horse Tavern.
12 was my first time. Dad brought us here for my 12th birthday. And then I brought my wife here on our first date because I wanted to introduce her to... I'm gonna cry.
It became pretty clear that one of the reasons this restaurant was able to survive for so long is because a ton of people, just like Brian, have made so many memories here.
I wish I had a spot like that. Now that dinner's over, it's time to say goodbye to Brian. Do I have permission to hug you?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Glad you had a chance to dine with me at the restaurant. It was fantastic.
Now I go to Austria. We're going the same direction.
Yes, we are.
This is Salzburg, Austria.
Yeah, he's going to
a
Austria
city
too.
famous for many things. It's where Mozart was born. It's where the famous movie A Sound of Music was filmed.
Oh.
But most importantly, it's the home of the world's oldest restaurant.
I made it. My hotel is right behind me. I'm gonna go check in now.
Blaugans? This is the real oldest restaurant? Blaugans? I gotta play this classical music.
I got to Salzburg a day early and was so excited to explore a city that was older than Jesus Christ himself.
Wow.
What? Okay, I made that last part up, but the city still is really old.
Oh my gosh, I found
You
a little
fooled me,
marker. I would have believed that.
This is so cute. I bought a bell.
I spent the rest of the day looking at old buildings, but one thing I noticed was that everyone I saw stayed off their phones. They all just appreciated their surroundings.
Nice.
Then I went back to my hotel and went to sleep.
Guten Morgen. I don't know if I said that right. I think that's German for good morning. I looked it up. I'm in Vienna now. I took a train here from Salzburg this morning because the place I wanted to check out is right behind me. This is Cafe Central, the 4th oldest coffee shop in the entire world. And it's early, so I need coffee. There's also like a really, really long line to
Oh
get
my
inside,
god, look at
so
the line to
this
get
place
in.
is bumping.
So this coffee shop is 146 years old. It was established in 1876 and supposedly located on the Viennese latitude at the meridian of loneliness.
What the hell does that
sounds scary. Nobody in here looks
What is the
lonely though.
meridian
People
of
were laughing with their
loneliness?
friends, families. Oh, I'm the lonely one. Anyways, I had my coffee, watched a man play piano, and then I got back on a train to Salzburg.
So guys, this is Flo. We went to high school together, which is pretty cool, and he's actually joining me for dinner at the world's oldest restaurant later. And also, you speak German. That's really helpful since I don't speak a wink of German at all.
Since we had a few hours before our dinner reservation, Flo actually wanted to show me some of the other things
That's a
Salzburg
really
is known
good
for,
mic.
which
You
is
see,
this
it's tiny. It's a tiny little mic, but it sounds great, right? It's a really good quality mic he has.
giant castle fortress thingy. Yep, that was a great description.
Dude, that thing's crazy. Are we gonna go up there? That looks really tall though, so yeah, we're in for a hike. It's okay, I'm ready.
Honestly, the hike up the mountain wasn't that bad. Okay, I may have lied. It was very bad. This castle is so huge. I also found out it's one of the largest existing castles in Europe from the 11th century. We couldn't go inside though.
Dude, something like this is so cool. Imagine being able to do this. This would be something very neat to do. You go to a town, you enjoy the local sights, you go see some historical stuff, you eat amazing food. That's cool. That's a good trip. A lot of people like this tourist trappy stuff, but for me, like, this would be a really nice trip to go on, you know?
Because it was Austrian Labor Day and the line was really long, so here's some more B-roll of the outside. Wow, it's so big. Majestic. Wow, so cool.
There was a ride up. I'm back in the hotel room. It's about time for the dinner reservation, and I won't lie, I am a little nervous. This place is so old that I don't know what to expect. Anyways, time to eat.
Welcome to St. Peter's Stiftskaldinarium. This is the oldest restaurant in the world, and it's over 1,200 years old.
Wow.
It dates back to 803
Oh my
to 806 AD. Mozart, the Roman Emperor Charlemagne, and even Christopher Columbus dined here. Inside are 11 rooms, and they don't look like anything you'd expect. Part of the restaurant was completely redesigned to look trendy, while the other rooms bring you right back to the 800s.
Look at that.
Especially this room.
So right now, guys, Flo and I are walking to the Mozart dinner. There's a whole show, a 3-course meal at the world's oldest restaurant.
Oh my god.
So the room we're in is absolutely beautiful. There's a giant chandelier in the middle. There's a giant picture of the Last Supper right on the roof. And everything here just makes you feel like you're in the 800s. I don't know what the 800s were like, but I think it's something like this. It just got darker. I think it's about to start.
Okay, everybody pause. Everyone watching right now better appreciate this next part because it's beautiful.
It's awesome. It is totally awesome. He's singing. That's a dinner and a show right there, man. Wow.
So the dinner and show also included a 3-course meal. The first course was a lemon chicken soup with curd cheese and a savory rosemary dumpling.
All right, let's try this. This is a lemon chicken soup. Oh, that's so good.
The second course
You're
was
wondering how much
crispy
this
chicken with
costs.
a red wine glaze, carrots, and creamy polenta.
It smells very yummy.
Oh yeah, I also forgot to mention it. Things got crazy during the show. Somehow Flo ended up on stage performing.
They took
Hell,
Flo up there.
He must have known the people there. I said, I wonder how much the dinner costs. You're getting a show and a dinner. It's
The
probably
entire
very
dinner was
expensive.
eye-opening since I never expected how much effort went into making the world's oldest restaurant such a crazy experience. From the food to the talented performers, all of the little details, and even this nice man in a suit that led me to my table, he made me feel special.
I'm usually a pretty fast-paced person, so being able to sit here and just kind of watch history is definitely not something I'm used to. I didn't think I would enjoy it, but it's nice. I would highly recommend everyone do this.
To finish off the dinner, Flo and I got desserts.
Dinner's done, and I'm full.
That's it. That's all. I started playing the next video, which I wasn't ready for. Okay. Cool. That was a neat video. I'm being told this guy has a very small channel, but his videos get tons of views because you see what he spent a lot of money to do that. I mean, he's traveling the world to make a crazy good video, right? Derek says he has only 15 videos on his channel. The most popular ones are I ate at every Gordon Ramsay restaurant and I bought 10,000 Mr. Beast chocolate bars. My God. I understand the first one. I don't understand the second one. Cool. That's good. I mean, I wonder, obviously the guy has money because the budget, I mean, he flew across the world to do the video and he's traveling all over Europe to do this video. So, I mean, for the fact that it had millions of views, that's good for him. Hopefully it made back the money he invested in it. That's really cool. And the video was well made and it was entertaining and it was informative and I really enjoyed it. I like that kind of stuff. That was right up my alley. It had travel, it had food, it had a good personality. That was good stuff.
I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it.
You know?
I don't have
Cool.
money to do it.
All right. So, this next one is very interesting because this game is a Game Pass game that comes out in a little over a week. Okay? And I'm excited to see this because apparently this is a game that I'm going to try out and people are saying that it might be really, really good. Right? Let's find out. Here we go. Another Crab's Treasure. Yes, it's a Souls-like game, supposedly. I wonder how forgiving it is, or if it really is ultra hard. He pulls out chopsticks. He's gonna fight you with chopsticks, like he's drawing a sword. Oh my God. Another Crab's Treasure. From Aggro Crab. I guess people like that studio. So people said they like the studio Aggro Crab. I'm going to check it out. Now, I don't know if we're going to play a full playthrough of it, right? But it sounds like an interesting hybrid. It's kind of cartoony.
She takes them both out.
Like,
Boom!
it plays like a Souls
Steals the
game, and it
backpack
could be
and runs
very
away.
interesting. I don't know. Again, you know, what is the combat system? Is it really like Dark Souls? Is it more like Sekiro? Is it more like Bloodborne? It looks like it had some platforming, which obviously that doesn't really exist in Dark Souls. He was using like a grappling hook and stuff, so maybe it is Sekiro. I don't know. We're going to find out. It's Game Pass. I'm going to be checking it out, and we'll see if it works. If it's a game that works, I'll definitely do a playthrough of it, but I guess we'll find out in a little over a week over on DSP Gaming, okay? All right, cool. What's next? Prison in Brazil.
As condições prisionais no Brasil são deploráveis, constituem um grave desastre de direitos humanos. Em Pernambuco, a situação é particularmente dramática, em razão da extrema superlotação.
Faz um ano que estou aqui, um ano agora, no Galo da Madrugada, faço um ano que estou aqui, sim.
Em uma cela que visitamos no complexo do Curado, encontramos 60 homens, dividindo apenas 6 camas de cimento para dormir.
Acho que aqui pega tuberculose, pega doença no corpo, pega germe, tudo, e esse chão aí é podre, né, que a turma mija no chão e tudo aí. Aí pisa por aqui no lugar que a gente
Onde
dorme.
você dorme?
Onde eu durmo? Sim. Aqui, ó. Dorme aqui, ele tava deitado aqui nesse estado. Ele fica esse lençol aí, aí aqui forra outro, dorme outro aqui, e dorme outro aqui na porta do dia.
Os presos só tinham o direito de deixar as suas celas por um período máximo de 2 horas por semana, em evidente violação das normas internacionais de direitos humanos. Em outra cela que visitamos, sem nenhuma janela, havia 37 homens dormindo todos no chão.
I do have to ask a question, okay? And, you know, I'm curious what everyone's response will be, both the live audience and people who watch this on demand. And I know that this is not a giant show and I'm not going to get a ton of responses, but I'd like some responses. Let's say you live in Brazil.
What do I do?
Let's say you know the prison system is this broken, correct? Would you not do everything in your power to stay out of prison? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you know that it's not going to be a good place to be. You know, in the United States, a lot of the prison system is very different from this. It's very cushy. It's very like, you know, and we actually watch videos on this very show. In some places, like in Europe, they have prisons that are like, it's like a second life. Like you're living in an apartment all nice and you know what I mean? So if you were in Brazil, would you not do everything in your power to stay out of prison? But yet what we're seeing is the prisons are insanely overcrowded. So what does that say about life in Brazil? Right? I wonder. Is it just like a lawless
chose
place?
to broke the law.
And then when the law does catch
Live
up
with
you,
the
you're just kinda
consequences.
boned, but does everyone get caught? I'm really confused about this. Because we've seen, for example, videos about Singapore, where we know that the laws are incredibly strict. A lot of people say too strict. And crime in Singapore is very, very low. Because the punishments are severe. You litter and you get caned on your butt publicly, right? Shamed. So what is going on in Brazil, right? That there's such a high rate of crime that these prisons are overpopulated. If you knew this was your future, if you commit crime, would you not be like convinced to not commit crime? But maybe life in Brazil is so bad, right? That you just have to commit crime to get by? I don't know. See, this is me being culturally ignorant, and I'm curious. That's why I want real responses to this. Because I watched this video, and I'm like, the purpose of the video is Human Rights Watch. They're trying to say the prisons in Brazil are inhumanitarian because of this, right? Gotcha. Why is the prison system like this? Why are there so many fucking people in prison? How did this happen? Maybe the problem isn't the prison system. The problem is the culture is fucked up to the point where you can have such a lawless culture, everyone's committing crimes, and then everyone ends up in prison. How do you fix the culture? How do you fix that system? Is it because there's just no... Is it because the government's corrupted and they keep the people down, the people have no money, and therefore they have to commit crimes to get by? Like, what is it? There's got to be a core problem in the country that needs to be fixed. Because this, I mean, this doesn't just happen overnight. Oh, look, they just decided to not run the prisons right? No. The prison system broke down because the culture's fucked up and everyone ends up in prison, right? So how do you fix that? And I wonder if this is a video from 8 years ago. I wonder if this is something that's continuing now or if it's gotten better or worse, right? And some Tad says, Brazil's one of the poorest countries in the world. Crime pays much higher than living a legal, moral life. It's risk versus reward situation. Sid says, the favelas in Brazil are one of the poorest places in the world ran by gangs. Crap. Well, we'll watch a little bit more about this. Let's see. I don't know what they're
A
going to get
Human
at
Rights
besides
Watch
the
visitou
prison.
4 presídios no estado de Pernambuco em 2015. Nesses presídios encontramos homens vivendo em condições desumanas, perigosas e insalubres. A população prisional de Pernambuco é 3 vezes maior do que a sua capacidade. A maior parte dos homens são presos provisórios, ou seja, aqueles que ainda aguardam julgamento.
pretrial detainees awaiting
As condições
trial.
sanitárias e de alimentação dentro dos presídios de Pernambuco são precárias. Não há assistência médica adequada. Doenças facilmente tratáveis se espalham de maneira rápida entre os detidos. Os presos doentes raramente são levados aos hospitais por falta de escolta policial. A prevalência de tuberculose é 100 vezes maior do que na população em geral. Doenças de pele também são muito comuns.
Isso aí apareceu no meu pé. Faz 3 anos já. E eu já passei pelo médico já no sistema e nada. Só que não resolveram nada. E tá se espalhando mais ainda. Tá tomando conta do meu pé.
Em uma das prisões, os presos somente tinham acesso à água para beber, tomar banho ou dar descarga nas torneiras localizadas nos pátios, e somente 3 vezes por dia. Um dos estabelecimentos que visitamos tinha mais de 2.300 presos, em um espaço construído para apenas 500. Os presos dormiam onde podiam, e centenas deles dividiam 3 vasos sanitários.
I wanted to pause to say something, but I didn't want to pause on the latrine. Make everyone barf. Dabhan says the main issue is that Brazil really has no exports at all. Therefore, they have no money for imports or infrastructure or social funding. So they just have no product to offer the world, so they can't make any money. Holy shit. Well, that really sucks. You got to wonder, and again, this is probably a history thing, if that's the case, if they literally have no resources to offer, how the hell did so many people end up living there, right? Like, and it's weird because we've seen shows where it's like, I live at the highest elevation on the planet, but it's because we're mining for minerals. I live in the coldest area of the world. It's like, why are you there? So why in the holy hell are they there if there's nothing there that will give them any kind of a life, you know? But again, okay, here we go. SMR Tad says, Brazil's natural resources were mostly obliterated by European colonists in the 18th through the 20th centuries. They have nothing to provide their people. So it was Europeans who came there and destroyed it and left. And then they left the people behind, and the people are just stuck there. Jeez. Well, that's fucked up. You know? That's fucked up. Because, you know, it's easy to sometimes write the people off and be like, it's their fault, but sheesh. That's awful. Bookworm says, that's not true. Brazil exports a ton of beef and produce. Well, if that's the case, where's all their money? Why are they so... Again, where's all their money? Why are they so poor? Why are they so...
I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it.
And here's the question, then, where does the money go?
I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it.
If they really do have money, where does the money go? Right? Who has it? Someone has it. The money doesn't vaporize into the sky. Someone has it. Sheesh. Well, it's messed up. I'm going to be honest. I don't even want to watch any more of this because it's freaking me out. It's disgusting. Messed up. All right. Last video. I think this is the last Ultra member submission, and this will be a good place to end this video.
The reason I'm asking you...
Body cam shows a suspect grabbing an officer's taser before police, and it cuts off.
It's because you false ID'd me. You're acting really weird. Yeah, but he's wearing a seatbelt. You're not wearing a seatbelt. Yes, I have the right to force you to identify me. I'm not wearing a seatbelt. So I'm going to ask you one more time. I'm trying to be cool with you, bro. I understand that. That's why I'm trying to be cool with you.
Ma'am, do you mind stepping out for me?
Oh, this is only a few days ago. This was April 5th, 2024. So this just happened within the last couple weeks.
Yeah, I'm heading out.
Can you just wait up here by the front for me?
Me?
Yeah, I was just trying to get him out, that's all.
Do not reach in your pockets.
Sir. Just get into my phone, sir.
No, reaching.
Stop. I'm just reaching in your pocket.
Sir. Okay, dude. No, you don't gotta be turned. Help me.
What is going on with these fucking people?
I'm just reaching in your pocket.
Okay, dude. No, you don't gotta be turned.
He does. He goes right at him right there. You can see right on camera. He went right for the cop's stuff. So he might have thought that there was a gun or something there. And he actually was trying to grab at the stuff on the officer's waist. What the fuck are you doing?
Does that sound like...
Honestly, what is going on with these people?
Sounds nothing like that at all.
Okay, maybe he has drugs on him. Maybe he's high. Maybe there's a warrant out for his arrest. The cops are right there. You're not getting away. There's like no circumstance here where you're going to get away. Why act like that? All you're going to do is get yourself further hurt. I think what it is, it's just this panic mode It's just a panic mode thing where they just go, it's like, what is it, fight or flight? So they just, that's it, I gotta do something. I mean, no, if you're caught, you're caught. Just fucking let them take you in and they won't beat the shit out of you or whatever happens, you know? Because when you do that, that's it. Now they see that as you created a threat, you were lunging for a weapon, and now you're going to get your ass beat, you're going to be brutalized, and we're going to have the next front page story of how the cops beat the crap out of somebody, you know? I mean, the thing that gets me about these stories, and I'm not, by the way, I am not defending police brutality in any way, because I do believe that there is, or was at least, a problem in this country where police were going too far in many instances. But every time you analyze one of these stories of, you know, the cops went too far, the cops were too brutal, the cops, you know, shot a guy dead. And then when you look at the camera footage, or you look, a lot of the times it's a situation like this where this is a relatively normal situation. It says they stopped the guy. If you heard what they were saying, he didn't have a seatbelt on. So they stopped the guy because he doesn't have a seatbelt on. All the guy has to do is comply. And it would be a routine thing. Why does he act like that? So even if he knew he had a warrant out for his arrest and he's fucked now, just act normal. There's no way that escalating that situation is going to help the situation ever. There's no situation. What did he think would happen? I'm going to grab the guns off the cop and I'm going to spin and shoot every cop around me in a daring action movie sequence, and then I'm going to run away and escape and never be caught. Like, what on earth do you think is going on? Everyone has a camera on them now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't, it's crazy. Like, the escalation is so ridiculous. Why act like that? You know? The cops don't want to beat the shit out of this guy. They just got it. They have to figure out what's going on. Fucked up. Look at the person in the car looking back like, oh my God, what the fuck is going on with the person who's in my back seat? Right? I mean, it could have been anything. People are right. It could have been drugs. He could have been high. Or it just could have been, again, that fight or flight panic reaction where he just, I got to do something. Well, no, you don't actually. If you're caught, you're caught. Just go to jail. You know, you're just making it worse. This is literally just making it worse, right? Let's see what happens here. They probably beat the shit out of him. I'm gonna guess they beat the living shit out of him, and that's how this became a story or something. So now he's fighting the cop, which isn't going to work. Look at that's the mother. That might be the mother of the guy. Look at the girl. The girl was on her phone. Why are you doing that? It's already on camera. You don't need to have your phone out. They're beating the shit out of him. He's still struggling. He's still trying to escape.
Copy.
It's just like, dude, how long are you going to continue to resist arrest? You're not going to get away at this point. Just stop, right? Just... I don't know. And again, we don't know what happened. I'm sure you know we could figure this out, right? But I don't know, man. And then you get the family yelling. Like, what do you do yelling at? Is she telling her son just stop? If that's the case, good. Just stop. Stop resisting. Because now you're going to jail anyway. Just stop resisting. You're making it worse for everyone and yourself and everyone around you. By resisting. Like, and I think the problem is in the country, here's what happens. You have some bad apples. And those bad apples are corrupt. And those bad apples do the wrong thing. And that then somehow becomes the mainstream mentality of so many people in America thinking every cop is bad. So now you can't ever trust a cop to do the right thing. So now when a cop pulls you over, you think, oh my God, this cop's going to do horrible things to me. And then you react like this. And guess what? The cop does horrible things to you because you resisted arrest. It's like, this is just, it's just a domino effect of the bad behavior creating more bad behavior on both sides, you know? I can see from both perspectives. I really can. It sucks. Like, how do you fix this problem? I think a lot of it, I'll be honest, is the media. The media portrays things in a way that creates sensationalism and fear. And if they would stop doing that and instead report fairly on actually what's going on, right? Then people would be able to judge for themselves what's really going on in this country. But instead, you get this media that has to go politically to one side or the other, and you get two completely different stories from one thing that factually happened. How is that possible? There's no way that either the cops were overly brutal or the guy was massively resisting arrest and causing violent situation for the cops. They had to defend themselves. Something happened. What happened? Can we have the real report? Right? So here's what I'm watching this video, and here's what happens. I have no idea why the guy's freaking out. We don't know. We don't get that from this video. What we get is there's a guy who's panicking because the cops pulled him over, and instead of just doing what the cops are saying, he blatantly is resisting arrest. The cop trying to grab things off of the cop's waistline, which has tools, maybe a gun. You know, he's lunging for him. That causes the situation. It looks to me like they're trying to de-escalate the situation. You can't clearly exactly see what happened because they're definitely beating him, but they're trying to get him to stop resisting so they can arrest him. And he keeps trying to escape. And it's like, so who was in the wrong here? It was blatantly started and escalated by the person in the car, right? Can you disagree? But there will be news articles about something like this saying, cops brutally beat this man. And it's like, but did you see the video where the guy blatantly lunged at the cop, looked like he was going to try to attack or steal something from the cop to try to hurt the cop? He created the violent situation. The cops just wanted him out of the car to see what was going on and maybe arrest him if he broke the law. And that's what happened. But why did the guy act like that? Probably because of the sensationalist media saying things horrible about police brutality and things and making people think that every situation you're always going to get fucked up by the cops. So you have to act that way. Fight or flight. Right? So it's just like the whole country's messed up right now in this way. It has been for 4 years. The whole country's been like this for 4 years. Again, like I said, I can see both sides. I think there's cases of wrongdoing on both sides, you know. But anyway, all right. Well, that's it for that. Now that's it for the Ultra member submissions for the week. When we come back in part 4, it will now be the submissions tier in a randomized playlist, and we'll see what people came up with this week. But thank you guys for watching, enjoying, and I hope to see you in the next part. Awesome. Cool. Derek says that Aggro Crab Studio made 2 other games. One was called Going Under in 2020, and the other one was Subway Midnight in 2021. Okay, I haven't heard of either of those, sadly. I wish I did. That we have like a frame of reference, but I've never heard of either of those. So, all right. I think I'm going to take a stretch break. I want to stand up and kind of walk around a little bit. And then we're going to continue on with the submission tier. Guys, you're a good audience today. Thank you so much. For those who have supported, thank you so much. Anything else, greatly appreciated. Like I said, to hit that tier 1 tips goal would be great if we could do that today. Okay. Oh, let me stretch out here. Oh, here we go. This is the thumbnail. This is the thumbnail now. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Oh. It is hot in here today, man. Oh, man. It's like... Phew. The sun is out, and it is very hot in my office today. I'd probably say low 80s in my office right now. I'm happy I'm wearing shorts and a short-sleeve shirt, that's for sure.
Wow, what a moron. Maybe you shouldn't have just stood still. Paid attention,
all right, let's get set up with the next playlist. Real quick here. Here we are. I'm going to hit shuffle.
This video is...
Okay. All right. Here we go. I don't know how far into the playlist this is. We have 21 standard tier submission videos for this week. A lot of them seem to be very, very short. This one particularly is not, but many of these videos were like under 5 minutes.
Ding dong
So,
die. Ding dong
depending
die. Oh, ding
on,
dong.
you know, how they go, we may
Ding
or may
dong
not get
die.
through all the
Oh.
videos this week. We still have 90 minutes to go on the show. So we'll see how it goes. Okay? Ready to continue? All right, here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 60. This is for April 14th, 2024, and this is the submissions tier now. Halfway through the show, we're switching over from the Ultra members to the submissions tier members who put all their videos into a randomized playlist, and I just hit shuffle, and we're going to watch them in a random order. I'm curious what we have this week. I just want to say thank you to those who are here and also watching on demand, and remember, the best way to support the channel is to become a member yourself, because then you can be one of the people to submit videos for next week's show. Let's see where the show goes. So, the top 10 worst animal skeletons. I don't think I ever thought I would watch that countdown, but it got 15 million views, so a lot of people have. Let's see what it's all about here.
Sponsored by Skillshare.
Sam O'Nella Academy. How clever. How clever.
Hey kids, as we all know, the evolution of species is an incredible process, driven by little more than the random chance that certain mutations may happen to provide a practical advantage in a creature's environment. And as a result, there's a lot of things out there that look super dumb once you strip back a few layers. Here's the top 10 worst animal skeletons of all time. So first and foremost, I'd like to settle a little debate I've been seeing floating around the past few weeks. Yes, penguins do, in fact, have knees, but in order to hide full-grown legs into one plump cylinder, you gotta have a little skeletal trickery on your side. You guys ever do wall sits in gym class or elsewhere? One of the most torturous exercises out there. I now feel even worse for penguins, because not only did they have to deal with living in a frigid black and white hellscape, the most hostile environment known to man second only to the vacuum of space, all the while constantly pursued by ravenous bloodthirsty sea dogs, but they're also secretly doing wall sits their entire life.
Wow.
Quick side
They're
note,
hunched
in Mandarin,
over.
the word for penguin consists of the characters for business goose, which is fucking hilarious. Like one day a goose put on a suit and said, "Today it is time to make a name for myself, honk." This next guy is known as Parsons chameleon, found in the more remote regions of Madagascar. Notice the fleshy protuberances around its nose area. Turns out, not fleshy, not even remotely fleshy, not even one flesh. Instead, it just has a skull forever frozen in time in the middle of exploding, like it sneezed right in the middle of God, shaping it out of clay,
Yeah,
and he
like,
was just
why
like,
does it have
whatever, it's a feature now. So for that, this rough-headed reptilian gets number 9. Normally, I would have ranked it higher, but that's a dope tale, so he gets some pity points. Next is the pufferfish. So for most...
Listen, I enjoyed the video, but I wish he would actually scientifically explain why it's like that. Like, what purpose does that serve? Does it actually do something with those protrusions from its head? Why does the penguin hunch over like that? Does it help it? Hurt it? Like, why? I would think the reason the penguin's like that is because it dives in the water, and so having legs like that allow it to dive in the right angle and right speed. And if it wasn't, it would be harder for it to do it, so it just evolved that way. Maybe that chameleon needs to have those bones to fend off and, people who are trying to eat it, shoves its head into it, and then they bite the bone or something, right? It could be, but he's not really covering it that way. He's just kind of making jokes. So, all right.
Most of my life, I've pictured pufferfish as just not having any bones. I know it doesn't really make sense, but neither does them turning into a balloon like a goddamn cartoon. Turns out, in their normal state, they actually look like this, and when they inflate, the
Has my mic reset again? Either the video is too loud or I'm quiet. I'll check. I have not touched my settings. My microphone says it's on 4 and the video is still on 2. So you want to know what it is? The guy's volume is super loud compared to other videos we watched today. And again, this is a ongoing problem on this show is everyone's volume levels are different for some reason. So one video is way loud, one video is way low. And, all I can do is adjust on the fly. Or I could just pause when I'm going to talk, I guess. I guess I'll pause when I'm going to talk in this video. Yeah, sorry about that. Again, it was fine for the other videos, right?
those concentric rings of spine slide outwards past one another to cover the full area, like the aperture of a camera lens expanding to cover the full frame of the fish. The sheer ingenuity of this design has shattered my childhood dream of real-life balloon animals, which has earned the pufferfish the number 8 spot on this list. Now, if you've gotten around to certain zoological circles, you've been shown this skull and been told, ah yes, that comes from the dwarf elephant. Oh, you've never seen one? That's because, they're extinct. And that thing in the middle? Ah yes, nothing more than the nose hole to which the trunk connects. However, if you're a rational, free-thinking adult like me, you can look past the lies spoon-fed to you by Nat Geo and other liberal media outlets and see this for what it is. a cyclops. Next is the orca, otherwise known as the killer whale, the panda torpedo, or the SeaWorld slave. Its skeleton is fairly normal at first glance, but check out this little thing under here. That little bony blip is actually all that remains of the legs and pelvis of the orca from when it evolved from land mammals. Personally, I think that's highly disrespectful to their ancestors. Like, they could have taken the seal route and used those legs for good in the water, but instead these sea cowards said, no thanks, we're gonna undo all that evolution and just be bigger, smarter, warmer fish again. But hey, we'll keep this little piece of nothing just to remember you guys by. Truthfully, I could have chosen almost any cetacean to pick on for this, but the orca's face also reminds me of SCP-682, which is the most OP overrated shit out there, so he gets the number 6 spot. Moving on, now bear
SCP, isn't that supposed to be like paranormal or something, or like alien protocol or something like that? I don't know. So what they're saying is any of those kind of sea mammals have a bone that doesn't do anything, but it used to be from when they had legs, but then they became aquatic. That's weird. I didn't even know that. I didn't know that they were land animals first and then evolved it to be in water. Huh.
With me here. In every other mammal on Earth, the canine teeth point downward from the gum to the mouth. You know, like a tooth. But this guy, known as the Babirusa, said, "Huh," and decided to have them grow up through the entirety of its fucking snoot and out the other end, which is the most nonsensical thing I've ever seen. Like, toenails out the front? How cliche. Let's make them go through the whole foot instead. Look, now I can kick good behind me. That's not all though. These tusks also keep growing for the creature's entire life, which isn't a problem in and of itself, right? Rodents, they keep chewing stuff to wear them down. Alligators, they just let them fall out now and then. But the Babirusa's like, I'll just nut in a lady pig long before this becomes an issue. So if it lives long enough, the teeth can curve right on around and slowly bore into the thing's face, like built-in Chinese bamboo torture. And occasionally, they can end up actually piercing the skull and shish kebabbing the brain. Now, some people might say that this doesn't belong on this list, given that teeth aren't technically bones. And to those people, kids, we say, eat shit and die. Next, we have the octopus.
That's crazy. So it's a failed evolution. It evolved itself into death, right? Now, the only reason it's not extinct is because, like you said, it takes so long for the teeth to grow that it already will have reproduced before it killed itself. What the holy hell, man? That's messed up.
The octopus skeleton is so bad that it doesn't even exist. Sure, they got this little thing in the middle, but that doesn't count, that's just chitin. And yeah, they can get in a jar or whatever, but at what cost? At the animal picnics, the crowd shouts, "Bleh, shun the spineless freak." Wow. And at the animal wheelbarrow races, with nothing to grab hold of, the cephalopod holds a solitary vigil at the starting line, and lo, the octopus wins naught but a participant medal at the Grand Prix, and the number 4 spot on this list.
Wow.
Moving on, here's the skeleton of a fruit bat. Now, not a big deal to us regular folk, but imagine if humans had no context of bats and they dug this thing up. Like, class, archaeologists have recently found these fossilized remains, and using modern technology, we can see exactly what it would have looked like back when it was alive. This abominable creature is known only to scientists as Finger Boy, and is theorized to have fed upon fruit, insects, and the dreams of orphans, which it would siphon out from the ears of the errant little—
That's funny. Yeah, imagine if we didn't know that it was actually like, it looks like a rodent, and it has wings. Like, you'd be like, what the fuck is that? That thing just walked around and looked like that?
waifs whilst they slumbered. By the way, if you Google image bat skeleton, like, more than half of them have the ears built in. Just like, I feel the extraordinarily bat-like wings and figure of our decoration are much too subtle for our consumers. Better slap these on. At number 2, we have the anteater. From its oboe-like skull to its gorilla fist and hands, one can only wonder who let this creature exist. Fun fact, if you take the anteater's skull and blow into its nose, it plays a beautiful song recounting the animal's entire life, and then security escorts you out of the museum. Looking at this, I can only pose the question asked for generations long before my own. That being, why the long face? Before we get to the number 1 spot, here's a few honorable mentions. The wolf eel. The ostrich. This human-cat hybrid I found on a tabloid site. And of course, the mermaid. So at our number 1 spot, we have this creature. That's supposed to be a mirror. I know most of you can't see yourself in it on account of your filthy Dorito-smeared screens, so just take my word for it. So what's wrong with humans, you ask? Well, a lot of things, but for now, let's stick to the skeleton. First off, these bones right here, these are known as the metatarsals. All part of the foot, right? No, that's a bunch of primate propaganda. In most other groups of land mammals, what we'd consider our ankles is actually the quote-unquote knee of the animal. Thanks a lot, walking upright. Also, it's estimated that around 80% of people at some point in their life. Thanks a lot, walking upright. Lastly, probably something you've heard about at some point, our skull to pelvis ratio. For most animals, giving birth, not a big deal. Small heads, wide hips, mazel tov. But check out the big brain on Brett. Throws a real monkey wrench in the works there. For a while it led to some problems till those extra brains figured out how to work around it. So I guess you win this round, humans. But that doesn't stop you from also winning the #1 spot on the worst skeletons of all time.
It's funny, we're the worst skeletons of all time. It is true. Like, we're not supposed to walk upright at all. We're supposed to be just like any other, the apes and stuff. We're supposed to be hunched over for most of the time. But we evolved to walk up, and now it's screwed up certain things, which is why people will always have back pain and things like that. It's true. It was an interesting video. It was a humorous take. I wish he went more into the scientific reasons for why the skeletons were kind of weird. Like, again, would have loved to hear why that chameleon has these 2 big bones on its head. Okay, next video.
Hi, I'm Ross.
He looks familiar. Did we watch this guy already? I feel like we did.
And I enjoy video games, or a lot of them. I also enjoy owning things. You know, like things in my hand or my immediate vicinity that I use frequently. When I walk down the street, I like how people don't usually run up to me and try to take the clothes off my back, because it's generally understood by society that those are mine and belong to me.
And that's
but see, just by me saying those things, we already have a problem. Yeah, you can probably see where this is going. The video game industry has a lot of problems. Like, a lot of problems.
That is a cool looking planet behind him. I don't know where he got that. It's like some kind of like stock footage you could use in your videos. But look, you see like the weather is moving around on it and everything. It's pretty good background.
I think regulators have no idea, actually. But there's one problem in particular I've been hating for decades, and it's getting worse and worse. And that is destroying video games so that no one can ever play them again. And I don't mean your brother sticking a disc in the microwave so that your copy is destroyed. I mean everyone's. There's a really specific way this happens. Just as a quick refresher, for most of gaming history, this hasn't been much of an issue. Most games contain the code that interfaces with the hardware and run the game, and that's the whole story. Now for online multiplayer games, it's a little different, where a lot of the older ones will let players host the server that runs the game, then other people would connect to it, or sometimes give you the software to make that server a standalone thing and connect to that. But over time, more and more companies decided, hey, instead of letting the player host the game, what if we did it instead? Well, there are pros and cons to that, but that can be a valid approach. In theory. But here's the problem. The games industry has a horrible track record of maintaining its own games. There was a large study conducted last year that showed only 13% of published video games are still available by the publisher commercially.
Wow.
So what happens when the publisher takes over the responsibility of running the game? Well, it's usually pretty good while they support the game. Then when they stop, it's a complete nightmare and has been responsible for destroying more video games than any other practice. That's a big shift, because the industry is trying to get users to go from a model where they get to keep their game, regardless of when support ends, to one where the game dies forever. I'm not a fan. For companies that do this, the number of games that survive in any form, forget being available commercially, is a lot worse than 13%.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if a game like Fortnite, which is an insanely huge cash cow, culturally relevant, viral game, if all of a sudden Epic Games just decided, yeah, we're just not going to support it anymore. We're making Fortnite 2. So Fortnite 2 comes out, and that's the new one. But they just, forget it. No more Fortnite. You can't play it in any capacity because it was all on their servers, and they just turned them off. So you can't play the game at all. It's just done. No posterity, like no way to preserve that original game experience or anything like it. All you'll have the videos of people playing it all over the internet, but you'd never actually be able to play it yourself. I mean, that's just a modern example, but there's a lot of games from back in the day, like the 2000s, that were online-only games that now are just dead forever. And people are trying to find ways to play and emulate them. One of the examples of that was Star Wars Battlefront 1 and 2, where they were insanely cool games in the 2000s, and then the support ended, and these fan-based communities tried to keep those games relevant by supporting them and allowing them to keep being played online. And then now today, oh, we're going to make modern remakes, and they do it, and the collection's a piece of shit, right? So, wow. There you go. Under Attack says, here's a perfect example. Under Overwatch 2. Overwatch 2 replaced Overwatch 1. Can you play original Overwatch 1 anymore? It's gone. Doesn't exist. Wow.
I did an informal investigation on it a few years ago and found it was closer to 3%. I think that number may have gotten even lower since I did that. From my perspective, this has felt like a slow-moving coup to take away ownership from more and more people over time. So video game publishers are making billions selling you a game as a good, not telling you how long it will last, purposefully killing it later so you're left with nothing, but then they get to keep your money. Now don't confuse this with rentals. Rentals are sold as a service and tell you exactly how long they last. A customer who rents something is informed. Video game publishers don't want that because they know if they put on the box exactly how long the game will last, then that will hurt sales a lot. So it's important to withhold that information from the customer because customers are used to video games lasting forever, more or less.
See, I agree and disagree. I agree that there should be disclosure. At the same time, do you think that the maker of Lawbreakers knew the game was going to flop huge and not be supported after a year because it made no money? No, the maker of Lawbreakers, I forget who he was. Wasn't he the guy who made Gears of War and stuff? I'm sure he wanted the game to be huge. He wanted the game to be popular. He wanted it to blow up, and it failed. So today, the game would have still been playable if it had been popular. It just wasn't, correct? So, like, I understand what he's saying. The real question is, how many games out there that would still have a fan base were shut down prematurely? That's the question. Like, Lawbreakers doesn't exist today because no one liked it. So it's not a big deal, right? But a game, like I was just saying, the Star Wars Battlefront series, original Overwatch, correct? Maybe those would still exist today if the new ones hadn't taken over or they had been shut down, right? So the question is, why is this happening and how do we stop it? But also, in what cases does it happen and is it necessary, right? Like I don't think anyone would care if Lawbreakers still worked because no one's playing, no one liked it to begin with, right?
You could have bought games from the 70s that still work today.
Right.
You could have bought games from the 90s with online multiplayer that connect to the internet that still work today. Even if the companies that made them no longer exist. But a lot of publishers like to place modern video games that are designed to die.
Wait a minute. Deus Ex? Deus Ex did not die. Prey did not die. What is he talking about? You can play those games right now. So this is kind of a misrepresentation. Lawbreakers, yes. Overwatch 1, yes. I don't know about Gran Turismo Sport. I have no idea what that is. But Deus Ex and Prey can still be played today, so I don't know what he's talking about there.
But they won't tell you when, right alongside ones that last forever.
Oh, here we go.
They can try to...
This will stop working after 1 year, but the buyer's not told this. This will work indefinitely. This will stop working after 6 years, but the buyer's not told this. This will work indefinitely. This will stop working after 7 years, but the buyer is not told this. However, the developer will end up fixing it to work indefinitely anyway. Oh, okay. So there you go.
Cash in on customer confusion because the average person believes they are buying something. Now, I personally hate this practice because art has innate value to me. And while it's debatable if video games are art, they undeniably contain art. So seeing games destroyed to me is the same as if someone were to walk into an art museum and start torching the paintings. And it's insult to injury that companies that do this face no penalties. Nor is there a good reason for them doing it. I won't get into the details here, and you may hear excuses as to why companies have to destroy your games, even though they largely didn't used to do that, even for online multiplayer. But what I found is that the people saying that tend to either be uninformed or else incredibly unimaginative and can only see things one way.
Of course, profitability.
The pancakes, they're going to bring the maple syrup. Maple syrup is supposed to be on the table before the pancakes. Of course, when they bring the maple syrup after the pancakes, it'll definitely be too late. How is that going to be too late, huh, Ray?
Yeah, talking with people who defend this practice can feel a lot like that. I'm reminded of when Microsoft was sued by the Department of Justice for bundling Internet Explorer with Windows, and Microsoft claimed it was impossible to separate it from Windows 98, even though it wasn't even with Windows 95 when it launched. And through the power of hindsight, they actually did remove it from Windows years later. So it was possible early.
It does the impossible and separates it. I like this video, but it's 31 minutes long. There's no way we can watch this video in a clip show, but I did enjoy it. This is, I would say, check it out if you want to find out this guy's take on the situation. Like, I agree with some cases of this, but the way I see it these days is if you're gonna play an online only game, like, you know that this game is primarily played online, that you're taking a risk. You know that at any time the company can say it's not profitable, we're making a sequel, you know, the rights got sold off, whatever it could be, and you could lose the game. And if you paid upfront $60, $70 for that game, you took that risk. I think a lot of consumers are just misinformed of that risk, but any multiplayer game like this is 100% that could be what happens. And people need to know that. Okay, one more video before we split the part.
Everybody, come get your Eclipse glasses. Today, solar eclipse once in a lifetime opportunity. This limited edition, 1 of 100. Come get yours before it run out. Here at Failure Glasses, my glasses, best glasses, come with built-in Bluetooth. It reminds you when the next eclipse happens. If the batteries last 55 years, this glasses FDA approved, 100% vegan. My glasses Galileo approved, okay? Block 99% of harmful light, your X-ray, gamma ray, ultraviolet, infrared, invisible light, visible light. Block everything, you can't see nothing when you wear this. This pair very special, this Gucci Supreme collab 1 of 100, okay? Aftermarket, it go for, I don't know, 10x, 100x, maybe 500x. I saw Brad Pitt wear one on Hollywood Boulevard. I know, because I sold it to him, okay? I gave him discount because he my homie. For you, my friend, I give you 50% off, okay? Buy one, get one. My glasses, totally environmentally friendly, totally recyclable. In fact, I recycled it out of Amazon Prime box. For you popular kids there, you like K-pop, just like Jungkook, these glasses,
just like
in 3D, okay? Legs sold separately though. For you, my friend, I do buy one, get 2 deal. You see these glasses there, also double as camera filter lens. This very cinematic filmmaking technique. You can now take picture of your son. In fact, I think they use my lenses when they shot Doom. For you, my friends, today I give special deal. Buy one, get one. That's how sales work. Come back tomorrow. Only today you get combo deal. Not only do you get Eclipse glasses, you get Eclipse sunscreen. Instead of blocking sunlight, it block moonlight. Instead of tanning, you get lighter. This Ray-Ban, some of you have 20/20 vision. This has 20/24 vision. You can even see the future. My glasses block harder than a 7-foot basketball player. You can pay full price today, or we also have finance plans. It's 2 cents a month for 45 years. Anybody? What? No, nobody want to. But I'll give you combo deal. It also come with Eclipse earmuffs. Okay, protect you from your nagging wife, so you can watch it in peace.
Wow.
Nobody. Okay. Everybody, sorry, we out of capacity. Okay, if you want one, go down the street 3 blocks down. That's where the waiting line starts. Oh, what? Your Beyonce's assistant, and you want one? Oh, no problem. I do you solid. Only $5,000 for you. You can all join the wait list. It's 3 years long. Everybody, get your glasses here. Special Eclipse glasses for this morning. Make sure you don't miss the eclipse. Is he offending me?
Wait, so how much do glasses cost?
I have no idea. I didn't do the math. Megan, if you want to do the math, hey, 2 cents a month?
For 45 years, though.
12% annual interest. We'll let Megan do it.
I mean, it's a timely skit. That's why I probably got good views. Let's see how many views it got. 526,000 views in only 5 days. So it's a timely skit. Was it particularly funny? I've seen some stuff this guy has done that's more funny than that. But it was a good timed vid for when it was. That everyone was all hot on the eclipse earlier this week. And now no one really cares about the eclipse because we're not having another one for a bajillion years. All right. Good stuff. Thank you all for watching. DSP versus the Internet. We still have an hour left, and that's going to be all of the submission tier clips. We'll see how many we get through, but thank you all for watching. I will see you in the next part. Okay. Ooh, good stuff. Derek says, in his neighborhood, a lot of people were outside watching the eclipse with glasses last week. Oh, yeah? Like I said, out here, it wasn't even visible. In Seattle area, we had full cloud cover. So we had no chance to see it whatsoever. It wasn't a big deal. No one really cared. But I know for a fact in many places, people were like all of the rage, running outside to see it when it happened and stuff. I wonder how many people were very stupid and hurt their eyes to look at it, because you're not supposed to, right? Oh, man. All right. So, guys, let's continue. All right. Thank you again for being a great audience. Last hour, which means last chance to support the stream if you would like to, and it would be great if you would. Again, really, this channel is viable for 2 reasons. Memberships and the support I get during the live streams. So if you could support the channel in some way today, membership would be great. Super chat or a tip would also be great. My goal is to hit the $50 tips goal by the end of the stream. We got an hour left. Okay. Dark Maggot says I managed to record it. It was cool. Yeah. So it doesn't. Odd enough, it damages the human eye, but it doesn't damage like a camera recording it. Correct? Because I actually saw some recordings of it, and the cameras were fine. They didn't get damaged by the sunlight or whatever. So I guess cameras can point at the sun, but not human eyes. I guess we're way more fragile. Okay. All right. See you tonight, Derek. See you later. All right. Are we ready to continue? Here we go. All right, everyone. Welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 30 for April 14, 2024. We are firmly into the submissions tier now. Clips submitted by the submission members of the channel. And if you would like to be part of that fun, please become a member in the next week or so. Ultra level assures that we'll watch your clip for sure. And if you do a submissions tier, it means that you go into a randomized playlist with a chance to be watched, which is what we're doing right now. So let's continue. Is this the same thing?
Hari Raya bukan sekadar memasang hiasan serba indah. Bukan sekadar menyiapkan lauk dan juada.
This reminds me of Christmas.
Kami akan adakan ketupan derma untuk Hari Raya tahun ini. Apa persembahan sangat dialulukan.
Sorry, I was blocking the subtitles at the beginning. Sorry about that. You can't read them. You can't understand what's going on. Is it the same holiday we saw earlier or not?
We just
Now I'm confused. You just sat down to relax. He said, "You ready to volunteer?" No, I just sat down. God damn it! Give me a second.
Wait.
La 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 la.
Oh, you buka puasa later.
La 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 la.
It rained, so no one showed up for the volunteer drive, I guess.
Satu hari di hari raya, kulihat cahaya bersinar indah, langit cemerlang.
Hari Raya, peluang kita untuk memberi dengan murah hati. Peluang kita untuk mencipta kenangan yang lebih berarti.
Satu hari di hari raya,
Thing where everyone wants to help in some way. Whether you're directly helping other people with something, whether you're just donating, whether you're giving food to someone. Okay.
Ibu, saya dah tulis.
Ding dong die. Oh no, he's writing rap lyrics again.
Selamat
Stop
Hari
this
Raya,
boy.
Ibu.
Selamat Hari Raya, Kak Yu.
Maafkan saya.
Yeah, this is it. This is what we saw earlier.
Saya jawab balik kepada Ibu.
Is it? What? Darziak says, "Is your mic dying? I swear it's getting quieter over time." Here, let me take a look again. The video is at 2 decibels. The microphone is at 4 decibels buffed. So if you're saying that the videos are too loud, I can lower the videos again. Here, do you want me to go down to regular? Here, here's what we'll do. Let's have the videos go down to just regular volume with no buffed decibels at all. Because that could be what it is. It could be that the videos are just kind of loud this week. But my microphone is now at the 4 decibel buff. Yeah, I don't know. I just what it is some of these videos, again, the audio levels are not equal on YouTube. So one video will sound fine. The next is like, you can't hear me at all, right? And it kind of sucks because I can't tell that. There's no way for me to hear that. No, well, I don't know. I did, absolutely. I have not adjusted the volume level on my equipment. It's been the same. I can see that right now. I have not, I haven't adjusted it or anything. And I have it up to 4 decibels. If you guys want me to make the volume louder on my mic, I can. Do you want me to make it even louder? You want me to go to 5 or 6 decibels and see if that fixes something? Maybe something did change, but I don't see any changes to my equipment. It looks the same to me. I don't know. Hype train. I'll do here. You want me to up the volume of the mic a little more in OBS? I will. Let's do 5 decibels. Let's see if that helps anything. So we went from 4 to 5 now. Okay.
What do I do?
Okay, now here we go. Here we are. 5. Yeah, we're at 5 now. We're at 5 decibels buffed. So let's see if this sounds any better. And I turned off the volume buff of the videos. I'll have to put that later for gameplay. There you go.
dengan kakak.
So let me know how this sounds
saya
now.
yang buat ibu marah.
Yes, this is that holiday we saw
Terima
earlier. Because
kasih
he's
ibu
apologizing to his
sebab
relatives.
sayang
see?
saya. Saya janji nak jadi anak yang baik. Selamat Hari
Yeah, but it doesn't
Raya
matter what you say, it matters what you do. You better be a better son and not be lying.
Kemurniaan hari raya terletak pada kebaikan.
It totally feels like Christmas. It does. The only difference is they're not exchanging gifts, right? Instead, it's like you go to someone's house and you're being nice to them and you're saying you're sorry for the wrong things you did. You dress up a certain way, but it looks like they have decorations. It reminds me of Christmas. It really does. Yeah, Dark Maggot is saying no, he has no issue with the audio. Well, now does it sound better? I just lowered the volume of the video by 2 decibels, and I made my microphone a little louder, so hopefully that helped.
Yang kita hamparkan.
Okay.
How's it going, everyone? Today, we're going to be talking about a phenomenon that's been plaguing the job market lately, something that we like to call ghost jobs. In fact, the Wall Street Journal is even calling it that now. No, we're not talking...
This is from 1 year ago. Ghost jobs are affecting the job market. Wall Street Journal. Okay. Let's see what he says, because I think I kind of know what he's about to talk about. In America, anyway, but let's see if I'm correct or not.
Talking about like hidden jobs, like a ghost kitchen or something like that. We're talking about jobs that are advertised but just don't actually exist. You know what I'm talking about. You see a job posting that seems too good to be true, like a high-paying remote job with flexible hours and great benefits. You spend a lot of time crafting the perfect cover letter and resume, then you hit that submit button, and then crickets. You never hear back. You follow up with an email, you follow up with a phone call, still nothing. So you start to wonder if that job even existed in the first place. And most people don't want to believe that either, so they usually settle with themselves and say something like, oh, I wasn't a good fit, or they hired someone else, or maybe there wasn't a budget for it. Turns out you might be onto something. According to a recent article from the Wall Street Journal, many job postings are actually just ghost job positions. In a survey of more than 1,000 hiring managers last summer, 27% reported having job postings up for more than 4 months. And among those who said they advertised job postings that they weren't actively trying to fill, close to half said they kept the ads up to give the impression the company was growing, according to Clarify Capital, a small business loan provider behind the study.
Wow.
Now you might be wondering, why on earth would anyone advertise a job that doesn't exist or that they're not intending on filling? Well, it's all about manipulating the job market to favor the employers. You see, by advertising fake jobs, employers can collect resume and data on potential candidates without actually having any intention of hiring anyone. This way...
So how does it sound now? Now that I adjusted the volume of the video and my microphone, does it sound better? Because the thing is, yesterday I know my microphone filters the microphone volume boost got turned off, and I don't know why, because I didn't do that. But I turned it back on, and now, is it good now? Is it a good balance? Does it sound better than it was? Now it sounds great. It's a good balance. Okay, good. I'll leave it like this, but when I get back to games, I may have to boost the volume again. I'm not sure. Okay, let's continue.
They can keep tabs on the job market and adjust their hiring strategies accordingly. 1/3 of the managers who said they advertised jobs they weren't trying to fill said they kept the listings up to placate overworked employees. 1/3 of managers admit to lying to employees when they say, yeah, we'll hire someone to help you out with that job. Other reasons for keeping jobs up. The hiring manager said stocking a pool of ready applicants if an employee quits, or just in case an irresistible candidate applied. Kelsey Libert, co-founder of Fractal, a digital marketing agency, says her company keeps ads up for associate positions even when they aren't hiring because turnover for those jobs is often higher than other roles. Okay, so you waste everyone's time instead. Got it. For example, imagine you're a manager at a big corporation that wants to hire a software developer. You could just advertise the job and wait for the applicants to roll in, but what if you're not so sure about the supply and demand of developers in your area? What if you're not so sure how much you should be paying them? Well, instead of taking that risk, you could advertise a fake job, collect resumes, and then use that data to make informed decisions. But wait, there's more. Apparently companies are even using this to create the illusion of demand for certain types of jobs, which in turn allows them to offer lower wages. For example, if there are...
This is all true, and I have some evidence of it that I'll tell you in a little bit, but let's continue with the video.
are 100 applicants for a fake job that pays $50,000 a year, then the employer can argue that there's plenty of supply for that type of job and offer a lower wage to candidates. So what are some examples of ghost jobs? Well, it could be anything from entry-level positions to high-paying executive roles. It could be a job that's advertised online, or it could be a job through a recruitment agency. And we all know how those recruiters have such a great reputation in the world these days. But anyways, some of them have been known to advertise fake jobs just to get more people on their books. Now, you might be thinking, surely this is illegal, right? Well, no. Technically, it's not illegal to advertise a job that doesn't exist. It is illegal to use a fake job ad to discriminate against certain groups of people or collect personal information under false pretenses, but these practices are usually difficult to detect and even harder to prosecute. Now, in the software development world, ghost jobs take another form as well. They're usually involved when one is applying to a job and they receive a code test in return. What some of these companies are doing is they're making a job post, getting applicants, and then taking the code and never hiring any of the software developers. It's actually a pretty ingenious and scammy way to get people to build software and apps for you, decline them all, and then use applicants to build your app. And we've seen companies on this channel before take software from applicants and use it on their website. Now, I know we're talking about software developers, but I'm also well aware that it's not exclusive to just...
So, he's talking about certain things. What I can say is I can confirm 100% that this exists. Because over the years that Kat has been in Washington and she's gone through different jobs and looked for better jobs and stuff. There's been times when, you know, she's applying for different jobs, going to interviews and stuff. And I can tell you a few years ago, there was a situation. There's actually two situations that happened. Here's the first. So she's looking for positions that, you know, she would be qualified for, interested in. And she sees a job posting at a local Best Buy store. Okay? Online. So she applies for it. Okay, interview. Come in for the interview at a certain day. She goes to the store for the interview. First of all, no one can even find the manager who's responsible for interviews. Why? Because these stores don't have hiring managers. They just have managers that are expected to perform interviews who aren't trained for it. So they can't even find the guy who's supposed to be doing the interview. But you told me to come to the store at this time for an interview. How is the person who's supposed to be interviewing me not here or ready for it? It doesn't make sense. So she sits around for a very long time, upwards of an hour. Finally, this manager appears who's going to interview her. She gets into the interview, and the first question, all right, that's asked is, so what job did you apply for? Wait, what? You're the interviewing manager. You're supposed to be interviewing me for the position. You're asking me what job I applied for? What am I doing here? So she tells, I applied for this position. Oh, I don't have any jobs in that position open. What? This is not a made-up story. This literally happened to my wife. And she's like, why? I don't understand. It was on the site. I applied for it. Well, I don't know about that, but we don't have that job. If you want, you could maybe apply for this job, and I could interview for that now. And she's like, no. Why would I do that? Why? What are you talking about? So the entire thing was a complete waste of her time. She went home completely deflated, thinking that she was going to get a job interview for a job she wanted, and that's how she got treated. That's the American job market. Like, no exaggeration. There was another job she applied for. It was supposed to be for a position, I want to say it was like at a hotel, and it was supposed to be like front desk. So she applies for this hotel position at the front desk. She goes for the interview, and they say, so just so you know, that's actually not really the job. Okay, the job is you're going to be driving a hotel shuttle back and forth from the airport. What? The job position I applied for was front desk. Well, that's really not it. You will be driving a shuttle. Why am I here? It didn't make any sense. And the way that the interviewer kind of pushed it was, well, yeah, 90% of the time you'll be driving the shuttle, but you may be at the front desk at some points if there's no one to drive around. So, but you're going to be driving the shuttle. But literally the online fucking posting was for front desk. So this is how these employers in the US are now treating jobs. They basically don't care about the employees. All they care about is getting a big well of information from people, right? And then they lie to get your information, and then they try to basically fool you into a job. Like, for example, what if you're desperate for a job, right? And so you applied at the hotel for front desk, you get into the interview, and they say, It's for the shuttle. Well, I'm desperate for a job. I might as well take it. But you didn't want that job. What if you're not even good at fucking driving? Right? Now you take the job. Or the Best Buy job. For example, I believe what it was, she was applying for, like, you know, someone working on the floor, maybe in electronics. And they said, well, no, you're going to be a cell phone specialist and only sell cell phones. Well, she doesn't have interest in that. She doesn't know about cell phones that much. She doesn't care for that. Why would she want to work that job? And by the way, isn't it funny, if the job posting is for one job, but you go in, but the actual opening's for another, why is that? Probably because no one wants that job for good reason. And what's funny is now there's websites you can go to online that talk about certain job positions, people who've had them, and after they leave the position, they go online to talk about that job and what it entails. And you'll see people with horror stories. Yeah. So they say it's a cell phone job, but man, it's high pressure. You got to sell cell phones. If you don't, you get yelled at. It's commission based, so you don't get a lot of money unless you're constantly selling. They literally tell you to attach things to every sale, and if you don't, basically you get in trouble for it, or you make like no money. So essentially, you just lie to the customer and tell the customer they need something that they don't need, so that you'll make a sale, a tack on sale. So basically it's junk jobs, right? It's junk jobs where it's just mistreat people, lie to people, just make sales. Who wants those, right? No one. That's why they lie to get you in the door for another position, and then they tell you the other job is the one available. This is what's going on right now in America. Another thing that he mentioned, a lot of the jobs, they look attractive. You apply, you just never hear back. Nothing. Because they're not actually real. They're jobs that maybe once a year they'll need someone new. So they'll, I have fucking all this information from all these years that I've accumulated, and then when it's convenient for me, now I'll draw upon it. And I'll give you another example of that. Again, a few years ago, Kat applying around for jobs and stuff. She gets a phone call, I'm not shitting you, 9 months later from when she applied for a job. Are you interested in it? What are you talking about? I applied 9 months ago. Do you think I sat around and didn't work for 9 months? No, I got another job. Of course I'm not interested in it anymore, stupid. But this is what they do. They're posting up, because here's how it used to be. It used to be to apply for a job, you had to physically go to the place, you had to meet with the people who work there, you would take a physical application, you would fill it out, you would put it there physically. That's work, right? For you and for them. So basically, if they said, oh, we're hiring for an application, they're not going to lie. They actually are hiring, because why else would they want to have to be collecting paper applications and explaining how to fill it out and shit like that? That's work for them. So now, because everything's online and automated, there's no work for them. They can literally have these job postings up indefinitely and have your information sit in a fucking queue for 2-3 years and never touch it. And then when they need it, now it's convenient. Now I pull it out. And now because everything is automated, there's no hiring managers at the store anymore responsible for the job hiring. Instead, they try to say, oh, by the way, someone applied for the job, so now you have to squeeze in an interview today. What are you talking about? I'm here for 10 hours today, and the 10 hours I'm here, I got this to do, and this to do. Well, too bad. Now just do the interview, too. And by the way, they're coming in at 2 p.m. Be ready. Wait, what? So how am I supposed to do that? That's how it is in American jobs now. These retail jobs, restaurant jobs, hotel chains, they're all like that. There's no professionalism anymore. It's just, treat it like everyone gets fucked around and jerked around, including the employees there. Can you imagine how the manager feels? I have to do my normal managerial duties for the day. Oh, by the way, I also have to be a hiring manager today too, even though I have no training for it. What the fuck is that? That's America, folks. That's when you go to the news and the news says, oh, all these jobs were created this month. No, they weren't. The news is lying. These jobs either don't exist or these flaky fuck jobs that no one wants. That's what they're reporting is the new jobs that are being created in our economy. It's bunk. Our country is not any better off than it was just a few years ago. It's bullshit. It's misreporting for political spin. It's really nonsensical that people put this shit to put up with it. But are you gonna just complain all night? All right, that's enough of that. Good post. That's actually timely to some stuff that I've seen from personal experience. Let's continue.
Did streamers really ruin gaming, or are you just trash? In this video, I'm going to talk about gaming before streaming was popular, and gaming after streaming became popular, and by the end of this video, you'll have an answer on if streaming really ruined gaming or not. Now, a few months ago, I was actually scrolling through Twitter, and I saw this tweet right here that says, dominating blue-collar workers in BattleBit. If you don't know what BattleBit is, well, it's basically like Battlefield and Roblox, and this is pretty much the whole clip. Yeah, pretty much that guy is just straight up dominating people. Like that's pretty much it. And I saw a quote tweet that said, "Esports ruined casual gaming." Now I know the whole title of this video is like something along the lines of how streamers ruined gaming, but I'm gonna put streamers and esports kind of in the same category. I say that because
I'm just gonna say this as a preface because I don't know how much of this video I'm gonna watch. I don't know where he's going with the topic. Here's what I can explain. All right, back in the day, to be competitive at any game, you had to practice. You had to really put in effort and money and time and everything to get good at any game competitively. Notably for me, I can say Street Fighter. Okay, you had to go to arcades, you had to travel to experience this. When things went online, it changed. Because now when you're playing games online, you now have access to people all over the world from your home, correct? And also the era of YouTube and Twitch, it changed the competitive nature of video games because now you can instantly see top-tier strategies from all over the world instantaneously as people share matches or make tutorial videos for profits, correct? So it's a different animal now. Here's some experience I can give you. So back in the day, when I started as a YouTuber, okay, basically, Street Fighter 4 comes out. And when Street Fighter 4 comes out, it's the era of sharing fighting game content on YouTube. It just started. Because before then, yeah, people would share fighting game stuff, but there was no big prominent fighting game. When Street Fighter 4 came out, boom. Now, fighting games are back in the mainstream limelight, and everyone wants fighting game footage, right? When I would go on an average day and go online to play Street Fighter 4, I would literally dominate 80 to 90% of the matches. Very rarely would I find anyone online of any kind of skill level where they could even hang with me. And I would do sets like Dayon Madness, right? You know, Hakan Madness, the bottom tier characters in the game. And I would be dominating the vast majority of my sets. Of course, when I lost, I would always rage and be stupid and over the top because that was my shtick back then. But I would dominate. And people were like, well, how is Phil dominating? He must be really good at Street Fighter 4. No, I was not good at Street Fighter 4 at all. I wouldn't even, by the time that Street Fighter 4 ended, I was average at best. I was never in a situation where I should be winning a tournament or beating good players. I didn't play it enough. The thing was, back then, the skill level was way down here because the game was the first in a decade to push fighting games to prominence in the mainstream. And that was when all of a sudden everyone started playing online and sharing. Okay? So the bar was way down here. Then every fighting game that came out afterward had people sharing videos, sharing matchups, going to tournaments, and live streaming the competitive play. The meta of the game ended up being discovered so early that people were playing at a higher competitive level right away. And it changed the shape of what games were in any kind of online capacity. Today, if you go to play Street Fighter 6, I'm not kidding, the average skill level of the person in that game is way higher than it was during the era of Street Fighter 4 by 1,000,000%. People know strategies, they know basics, they know mix-ups, they know combos. I'm not saying that they're intelligent. A lot of people are just mash spamming, or they're just doing the same thing over and over, hoping for success in an online environment. There's no conscious thought of when to implement these things. They just do them ad nauseum, okay? But that's way better than the gameplay from back in the early days of Street Fighter 4. Overall, that knowledge has just progressed and improved more and more and more to the point where now it's way up here. So how streamers ruin gaming? I don't know if it's necessarily streamers, but just the fact that you instantaneously get that sharing of knowledge, the fact that you immediately get people learning the meta of any competitive game right away now because everything is distributed and instantly shared online has changed online gaming. Everyone has this I have to play at a top level try-hard mentality. Because why? They want to feel like they're tough shit. They want to be the next big streamer. They want to be the next big shit who goes viral. They want to be recruited to the esports team. They want that. And if for a lot of people, it's just a pipe dream, right? It is. It'll never happen. But they all still have that kind of, it's almost like a fabulous feeling. Oh, I'm going to become a big prominent person online making this content or doing this, right? So I think that's what it is. When I was in a competitive Street Fighter, there was no esports. There was no money to be made, so no one really cared. You fuck around with it, you get good. It was bragging rights, but that was about it. Now, it's a career to do this, so now everyone wants to do it, and it just becomes everyone's a tryhard. He's playing fucking Roblox, and he's dominating probably small children in Roblox and making videos about it like anyone gives a fuck, right?
Streaming, you kind of got to either be good at a game or funny, and with esports, you got to be good at a game. So I'm gonna put them both together because they're pretty similar, if I do say so myself. But to really understand this, we got to go all the way back to 2018, the Fortnite boom. Before Fortnite was this cringe cash grab that pretty much just preyed on little kids for money, it was a game that nobody truly knew how to play and everyone had fun with it. I mean, back in 2018, every single human being was talking about Fortnite. I mean, back then you had Fortnite meme pages. Every single human being was posting their wins. People were doing emotes IRL.
Fortnite move! Oh, do it again. Fortnite move, bitch!
I mean, that's how we got the infamous ninja clip.
Everyone wants to get it. Come on, baby. Show me what you got. Show me what. Just move. If you got to throw it, just move. It's all I want to see.
That's right.
I'm not seeing enough movement.
No one cares, stupid.
And since Fortnite was so popular, one thing that also became popular because of Fortnite was streaming. Back then, Twitch was like pretty niche, but I'd say that Fortnite made Twitch more mainstream. And you may be asking, why did people go to Twitch and not YouTube? Well, the thing about YouTube is that a lot of YouTube videos are edited, and some people, they may be good on YouTube, but it's like on Twitch. Twitch is live, Twitch is raw. So if you lose, like, people are gonna see you lose, and if you win, people are gonna see you win. And that's why Twitch was so popular, because you could see high-level gameplay in real time. To determine if somebody was truly good, all you had to do was just watch them on Twitch. And with Twitch becoming so popular, some streamers that a bunch of people were watching back then was people like Myth, Ninja, Dr. Lupo, Nick Merckx. The whole Ninja versus Myth argument was like the biggest topic in school. I remember I was back in like freaking 10th grade and we were arguing at lunch tables talking about if Myth or Ninja was better. I'm not gonna lie, back then I was team Myth. But being in the limelight, that made more people want to be a pro player slash streamer. I mean, did y'all see how some of these Fortnite teams were getting down? Bro, I'm telling you, if I had to crank a few 90s to be a freaking Fortnite pro back then, I probably would. And that's exactly where the downfall of gaming happened. Everyone started focusing on the money you could make from gaming rather than the fun from gaming. Fortnite used to be this game where you try to win by doing these creative strats like building a sky base, building a huge metal base, or maybe even camping in a bush. But then it turned into this huge sweat fest when people saw that you could make abnormal amounts of money from this game. Back then, if you shot at a dude, they would probably start shooting at you back like they wouldn't even build. But now, if you shoot at somebody in Fortnite, they're building a whole freaking skyscraper hotel with Wi-Fi. It's actually wild. Now, let me say this right now. I do also say that that's kind of just time. Like, with time, people get better. But my point is that everyone's playing games to be the best rather than to just have fun with their boys. Everyone is playing to be watched on Twitch or watched on YouTube.
Exactly right. Again, when I started as a YouTuber, my videos weren't meant to be any display of skill or any level of like showing off how do you play this game. It's not a walkthrough, it's a playthrough. This is just random online play. This is not meant to be an instructional set on how to get good with this character. That's what the appeal of my content was. It was felt like you were just sitting next to a guy on a couch. He was dicking around in a game and it was funny. Then all of a sudden at some point, it became everything has to be high production value, high level, planned out, edited, top level shit. And if you don't put that out, you're just putting out shovelware or shovel shit content, right? And that's when opinion against me changed in a lot of ways. Because, you know, 2008 through 2011, 2012, I was just the Joe normal guy, Joe nobody, right? But I was making videos and, you know, caught on, people laughed. Then all of a sudden it was like, well, why does Phil get any attention for his content? Because it's not top level shit. He's not a great player, you know? Like, well, I didn't change. The culture did. It did. It became this try-hard. If you don't have the highest level production quality, if you're not investing insane amounts of money into how your videos and streams look, if you're not playing at the top level, if you're playing a game and you didn't do all the side content, get all the trophies or achievements, see the secret endings, how dare you make a playthrough on YouTube? That it changed. Mentality completely changed. When I started on YouTube, it was like, oh my God, someone put out a video of a hot new game and it's free and I can just watch it. This is cool. And everyone would leave positive comments. And then it became completely the opposite. It just became, everything has to be ultimate high-level shit. And it didn't make any sense. The spirit of the love of gaming was lost when it just became about, I have to be the best, I have to make the most money, be the most popular, get the most subs and views on my streams and channel. You know? He's right. I agree with this.
YouTube. I mean, you ever play a game and you get killed by somebody with a TTV gamer tag and you go to their Twitch and they're not streaming at all, they're just sweating just to sweat? Like, everyone is just playing for that top spot, because in that top spot you can make content out of it, and with that content comes a whole lot of money. Unless you're playing like Farming Simulator and you're a pro. I don't really think you make a lot of money from like pro Farming Simulator, but I don't know, I might become a Farming Simulator pro, you never know. Bars. But yeah, everyone's pretty much playing to be watched. I remember back then, games wouldn't really get sweaty until like 2 or 3 weeks after release, but now games are sweaty off the rip. It can be 5 days away.
Dude, that's hilarious, because he says it would be 2 or 3 weeks. No, back in the day, it was months to years. When a new Street Fighter game came out in arcades, it took a year to 2 years for the meta to be discovered, because it was only in person. There was no online play, no sharing. You know what I mean? You had to go to the tournament to see the top level players play. And now it's just immediate, like literally immediate. Crazy. Within a day, you see the meta exposed.
Call of Duty coming out, and you already got a dude making a video saying best class setup 2023 MW3, and it's like, bro, the game hasn't even released. It can be 2 weeks before 2K comes out, and a dude already has the best build. It makes no sense. And when the game comes out, people are only gonna play the meta, because when you only play the meta, you can win more, and when you win more, you can get up to that top rank.
That's right.
And when you get up to that top rank, you can stream, create content from it. More people are gonna watch you because you're up high on the leaderboards, and then the cycle just continues and continues and continues. And now everyone's just playing the same, because everyone's just trying to be the best to be able to stream it / be watched. Back then, you would play games for the fun because there was really no money involved. But now it's like every single human being is trying to become the top streamer, and it's like, bro, like, where's the fun in that? Back then...
And here's the other thing, and this is where I'll end this video because we got to get to the final part of the show. This is what gets me when people criticize me and they say, oh, 10 years of failure because, you know, you used to be very popular, now you're not anymore. It's like, yeah, but I didn't change. Again, culture changed, society changed. The reason I was popular at the beginning of that era of YouTube is because people were in it for fun. They just wanted to watch a video and laugh. They didn't care about the quality level. They didn't care about the skill level. It was just meant to be free content for fun. And it always has been. And that's still my mentality today, although I do want to make better content for you. Okay? I want to improve that content over time. I'm still doing it for fun. I'm not doing it to say I'm the most prominent YouTuber in this way or that way. I'm the best at this or that. I never aspired to be that. I'm not one of these sweats people. Even when I try to get good at Street Fighter 6, that's because I feel like it's more entertaining to play at a better level than to mash buttons at a low level and just get spanked around online. Okay? But that's what people don't get. And people literally will say to me that I'm a failure because I didn't try all these tactics that everyone tried to get ahead and be bigger. Maybe I didn't do them on fucking purpose because I didn't want to be a try-hard sweats idiot who sits around doing a floss in front of Times Square and no one cares because you're a fucking loser. Who cares if you're rich? You know, I'm happy with the content that I put out. I love what I do for a living. I don't want to fucking be anything bigger than what I am. I have no desire to do that. All these people he's describing, that's all they want. All they want is to be the big, giant person. Prominent, money-making. That's not what I ever got into it for. I got into this because I love fucking video games, and I wanted to share my passion of games with the world. These people got into it because they wanted to be a job to make a living doing it. That's not ever what I wanted to do. I fell into accidentally doing this for a living. You know? Anyway, I think that is a big problem with content creation and gaming in general today. I completely agree with this guy. Alright. Thank you for watching. ESB versus the Internet. It is now time for the final part. Let's end this one, and then we'll see the final submissions, see what people want to talk about. Cool. See you in the next part, the final part for the week. Alright. Phew. Alright, guys. Well, you guys ready for the finale? I'm sure it's going to be very exciting. We'll just keep going from where we are here, and keep rolling forward and see what other videos there are. I do see some stuff that looks like kind of more repeat content like that. I see gas station encounters again for the millionth time. I don't know if we'll watch that, but thanks for being a great audience. Last chance if you wanted to support the stream. It's a shame we barely ever hit the tips goal when we do this show. I don't know why, but thank you to those who are members and support the channel. Spawn Killer, I missed your membership shout out earlier. 13 months as a super member. I appreciate that, Spawn Killer. He said, I wish they would make another Infamous and another Prototype. I agree. Not Prototype as much. Infamous, yes. Infamous was really, really good. Prototype was more about the action and less the story. I think Infamous had it all. So I would like another Infamous game. Thank you for that. Okay, you ready? Here we go. The conclusion. This is it, everyone. The conclusion of DSP versus the Internet, episode 60. I hope you've enjoyed this week's show. If you're watching it on demand over the course of the week, I hope you enjoyed it as well. Remember to be part of the fun. You can become a member today. I hope you will consider that. But now let's head into the finale. Here we go.
Sigma. The Sigma male phenomenon has surged in popularity, captivated by its association with independence, self-reliance, and nonconformity, offering an alternative narrative to the traditional alpha, beta, and omega male archetypes. It's a kind of rebellion against the rigid hierarchy of masculinity, where alpha and beta males reign supreme. Unlike the alpha, the coined lone wolf of the digital age, a Sigma male does his thing, flies solo, and doesn't follow the pack. ASMR.
I guess what is it? What is this? Every brain rot explained in 8 minutes? What is brain rot? I don't even know what that means. Even him explaining Sigma male, I kind of don't get it. I need to see some examples or something. Okay.
ASMR, which stands for Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response, is a pleasant sensation that some people experience as they respond to specific stimuli, such as soothing sounds or movements. People with this brain rot spend several hours a day obsessively consuming online ASMR videos. This type of behavior can negatively affect the quality of sleep, concentration, and even personal relationships. Riz. The term Riz refers to the ability to attract attention, and it comes from the word charisma, with an unusual word formation structure. It initially emerged in youth culture and slang, quickly spreading through platforms such as TikTok and other social media. In 2023, the use of this term has increased significantly, peaking in June 2023, when actor Tom Holland was interviewed about his Riz.
I have no Riz whatsoever. I have limited Riz.
The context of the word is important. If someone has W Riz, it means that someone has lots of Riz, while L Riz is the opposite. But if someone's got an exceptional amount of Riz, you might be referred to as a Rizzler. And if you're able to charm people without even trying, people might even tell you that you have unspoken Riz. The term has gained official recognition in the linguistic world, having been included in the Oxford English Dictionary. Gyat. Said to be a cryptic abbreviation of goddamn, the term is usually used when observing an attractive woman, typically online. It is also used on a scale in which the lowest number refers to the absence of a butt, and as the numbering increases, the maximum size of the butt itself is reached. Mewing. Not just a slang term, mewing is a practice. According to the American Association of Orthodontists, mewing is touted as a do-it-yourself facial restructuring method, where an individual presses their tongue against the roof of their mouth to create a tighter and slimmer jawline.
What?
It's predominantly used in situations where one is asked a question, particularly by a teacher or parent, and one prefer not to answer. In response, he simply say, mewing indicating, meaning, I can't answer your question right now because I'm mewing. I'm working on my jawline. Grimace shake. McDonald's introduced its new milkshake, sparking a viral...
Why the hell is this a brain rot? I guess because it was a thing. When was this? Last year? I can't even remember when the Grimace Shake was out.
Trend on TikTok where users pretend to suffer a gruesome fate after tasting the Grimace Shake. Grimace, the McDonald's mascot since 1972, has been reimagined as a demonic figure by Gen Z. Videos of teenagers drinking the shake and saying, "Happy birthday, Grimace," before experiencing Lovecraftian madness and purple-spattered demise have garnered millions of views on TikTok. McDonald's social media director, Guillaume Huynh, debunked rumors that McDonald's initiated the trend. Indeed, Grimace Shake TikTok trend started after McDonald's launched the Grimace birthday meal to celebrate the mascot's 52nd birthday. According to him, the trend was independently initiated by Austin Frazier when he posted the TikTok video that made the trend go viral, only in Ohio. The trend originated from a meme on Tumblr dating back to 2016.
You know what's funny? We're going through all these. Are any of these interesting? And these are all, I guess these are the new memes from like the last year or so. That's what they are. None of these are any level of interesting at all. They're all just like the most simple brains would care about this stuff or want to talk about it or even use it. Would you say Riz? Would you say mewing? Who would use this unless you have no fucking brain? And that's it. There's so many of these people on the internet now that are so dumb. And I guess that's why it's called brain rot. Because you have to be a moron to fucking care about this shit. Wow. All right, let's go to the next video.
Is the hand quicker than the eye? Well, probably, but is the hand quicker than the unblinking eye of the lens capturing footage at 360 frames per second?
Whoa.
Now, I've shot a series of tricks in slow motion. We're talking 12 times slower than real time. And we're going to see if this sleight of hand still works by screening it in front of an official adjudicator, Jamie. Hello. Jamie's the perfect man for the job. He's got just enough experience in magic to know what he's looking for, but not too much that he knows how all the tricks are done. As a preamble, obviously there's going to be some tricks that no matter what speed you watch them in. Making it slower doesn't matter.
Is that not just edited?
No.
I literally wouldn't even be able to see it like a technical thing.
So we're going to do some sleight of hand stuff. I don't know if we're going to see the method. I've not seen these clips. I just know that in real life they do work. Ring.
Yeah, seen that one before.
Coin out the ring.
Beautiful.
Coin in the ring, coin out the ring, coin in the ring, coin out the ring. Coin in the ring.
Really nice.
Just classic sleight of hand.
But I think the slow-mo is going to ruin you. I think it has to.
Ring. Here we go.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You can see it under his hand.
Yeah.
No, don't say yeah. This is no. This is me going no, no, no.
I'm just saying yeah every time.
That was all right.
That was
that
nice.
money. I really do. I need that money.
Maybe a
You
bit
could
low.
already see the coin was in the hand earlier.
It's gonna just.
He twists it. Yeah, you can see it. He's just twisting the coin.
Nice on the way out.
There was a little bit of a. It's not so good on the way in, but the way out, there's a little bit of an illusion there. That
No, that one was behind.
Okay.
Sorry, not to crush your dreams.
That's interesting. So it really is about speed of what you're seeing. If you slow it
Absolutely.
down, you can figure
And
out the
with
trick.
your fingers being together, I've seen you palm things before where if you do, you don't obviously have a gap between.
Whoa. You can't tell them that.
No, you don't spock it, do you? You don't have it there with a card in the middle going, "Hey, guess you don't know your card."
Behind the hand.
It's been pretty slow.
It's
Not gonna
sharp.
lie.
That was beautiful.
I think this will be definitely one that will spot in slow-mo.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that. You can see it. Wow, you can blatantly see it in slow-mo. Wow, this is fascinating.
I don't know how that one worked.
By the way, how is the volume level now? Because now we're at the end of the show, but I'm curious. Is the volume level good now? Because we tried to fix it. But that is fascinating. You could 100% see the trick when you go to the slow-mo.
Rubber band.
Yeah.
Jumps to the thumb.
Oh.
And now I've seen the card one. I'm a bit nervous with this in slow-mo. I think you're going to see this one. Ooh.
No.
Well, that's pretty much instant.
I didn't
That
see.
happens that fast.
I don't see it.
Yeah. That's nice, isn't it? I thought we'd see that.
With anything being 12 times fast, but that must happen so fast.
Yeah. Sharpie.
Sharpie.
Disappears.
No.
No?
I think I see it. Oh no, it's something else. I thought it was something else.
Are you getting confused because my legs are the same width as a Sharpie?
Yeah.
And this is definitely... Now that I've seen the others in slow-mo, this is absolutely not going to work.
Oh, you can totally see it. There you go.
Terrible.
Yeah. We might have one clip so far.
Oh.
That's nice.
That is nice. I think Cardinals, I'm calling it. I'm going to see him every time.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's so big and it's so slow.
It's hard to hide the
Yeah.
movement, isn't it?
Yeah. Lovely slow-mo.
No.
Woohoo!
I saw nothing.
Oh,
that's perfect.
That is sharp.
I saw nothing
What made it even
at all.
better is each corner showed.
Yeah, yeah.
And then it just happened. Oh.
Back into
Ding dong die. Ding dong die. Oh,
yeah.
ding dong.
Well, that was quick and
Ding
nice.
dong die. Oh.
Story of my life. I used to do this all the time. I don't do it anymore. We're probably going to find out why.
I don't know. I don't
But
know.
that looks beautiful. You, like, even there I can't see. Like, how you get all of that
In a split second.
Yeah, and hidden.
Well, it was hidden until you see a little flash of something through the gap in my fingers. But you only seen it in slow mo. I spotted it again. Live long and prosper, my ass. Mixed up, yeah?
Yes.
Here we go. Just by tossing it up, bang.
Oh, so it happened even before it was tossed, though, which was nice.
Right. Definitely mixed up. Yeah.
I'm really...
Ooh. You really what?
It's already. It was
Yes.
solid before he tossed it.
No?
Beautiful. It looks like that last move as
You
well.
can
was
see.
to set
You
it.
can see something. I
Yeah?
think.
Auto resetting cube. Don't
No,
know.
it was an actual cube, that one.
Nice. Ooh.
Mixed up, yeah?
Yeah. Oh. I think I know how it works from how I feel it.
No, that's a normal cube.
I don't think it is.
I pinky promise you. I'll do it with another cube. Happy?
Yeah. Okay, that's really amazing. Do you think you get people on the internet that do this?
But I know for a fact some people watch the tricks that I do and they slow it down to like quarter speed because you can do that on YouTube. I mean, I've never actually slowed the videos down to that speed, so we're now seeing what these people see. Yeah.
Oh, real pack of cards came out of the piece of paper.
Because it looked great for me.
That's
Great. I
cool.
wouldn't even know.
Right, well, let's... I mean, this could reveal everything.
I like that one.
I don't know. I don't know.
No.
Ooh, that's better.
That's not what I thought was going to be happening.
That's better in slow-mo.
I did not think that's how that happened. And I'm annoyed that I didn't see it. I think I'd say, like, I think I know the method.
Go on.
Well, no. I know your palming.
He's full of shit.
Nah.
I think I know the method. Go on then.
No.
Well, actually, thinking about it.
Have you thought, is you reversing, like, you know, the, you have, like, Avada Kedavra and all that sort of thing.
You haven't got a clue, though, have you, with that one?
No.
Right, that's a winner.
Well, these are good. This is good. I think I want to move on and watch more videos, but that was pretty good. I like that. I like slowing them down and seeing different things about them. It's kind of neat. Shout out to Pila Chu, who just became a member. Thank you for the membership, Pila Chu. I appreciate that. That was pretty neat. I'm actually being told there have been a bunch of different things that have exposed magic over the years. There was a show called Masked Magician on Fox. I never saw that. I'm also being told there was a show called Demon Magic Exposed, but the videos were removed by top magicians. Wow. It's your birthday? Well, happy birthday to you. All right, let's continue. Let's watch some more videos.
All right, you guys, today's video is honestly sickening.
I'm going to be honest. I'm pretty burnt out on gas station encounters. We've been watching them fairly frequently, and I think this is going to be a skip for me this week just because we've seen too many of them recently. Okay? Okay, that's enough of that. Give myself a fucking headache. What the fuck was that? Oh, this is excellent. We're probably going to watch this whole one. So this is the secrets of Heavy Rain that were not known because they were cut from the game. And I think we're going to see missing scenes and things that make sense of the plot holes. I want to watch this for sure. Here we go. This video contains spoilers for Heavy Rain. If you haven't seen the game, you don't want to watch the video. Here we go. Here we go.
In the original version of the game, Shelby entered Anne Shepard's hospital room just after Madison. He hugged her in his arms and then smothered her with a pillow.
Wow!
We decided to exclude this very violent scene. A man who venerates the concept of the father to such a degree, and by extension, the concept of the family, cannot kill his mother like that. And although we learn that Anne's son never visits her, it may have been too radical to envisage Shelby getting rid of his own mother, who is senile to boot, therefore incapable of remembering that he is there.
That's right, because remember, he does visit her. Where do you think all the origami came from? It's that she doesn't remember because she's senile. She forgets that he visits her.
By merely looking at his mother without talking to her, he again becomes the little boy who is desperately seeking a father worthy of the name in a world that has disappointed him. Initially, the idea was that when Ethan had his blackouts, he would find himself in a sort of nightmare, lost in the ruins of a house underwater.
Told ya.
Ethan would swim without really knowing where to go, just following the corridors until he came upon the body of the child, the victim of the origami killer. He would then wake up, as in the final version, in Carnaby Square, with an origami figure in his hand. The first blackout takes place after Ethan puts his son Sean to bed. Once Sean is asleep, Ethan goes back downstairs. But when he reaches the bottom of the stairs, he sees water on the floor at the front door.
Look how cool this looks.
He turns around and sees water coming down the stairs behind him. The water continues to rise. Looking out the windows, we realize that the water outside is already higher than the house. Ethan runs toward the front door of the house. When he gets there, the door literally explodes and an enormous quantity of water submerges Ethan.
I wish this was really in the game.
The second blackout, which is much more spectacular, happens when Ethan loses Sean in the park. The camera started to tremble more and more, and a tsunami suddenly submerged that whole part of the city.
Whoa!
Then we found Ethan underwater, as in the previous blackout. Two similar elements for a paranormal explanation. Shelby was present at the time of Ethan's accident, and a special bond was forged between them. From then on, Ethan accessed Shelby's mind whenever he killed children, corresponding to the times when Ethan found himself in the house underwater, filled with Shelby's memories. The water is the metaphorical representation of the killer's mind. During his blackouts, Ethan goes to Carnaby Square, the place where Shelby's brother died, and he makes an origami figure at the same time as the killer makes one to leave in the hands of the victim. These scenes were not retained in the end because they made the story too complex and introduced a paranormal element that added nothing to the story. We decided to remove them a few months before the end of development, particularly in order to speed up the start of the game, recenter the narration, and anchor the story in reality.
I don't know, like, I think that would have been cooler. I think having that supernatural twist where he has some kind of a connection with Shelby is cool. And you might have said to yourself, maybe he could be the killer even to the end, because if he has this supernatural stuff going on, maybe it's a different thing going on. It's like a paranormal murders or something, right? I think the reason they had that is because their previous game, Fahrenheit, had all kinds of stuff like that, and it had aliens and all kinds of crazy shit. So that's why they wanted it in the game, but then they decided ultimately against it. But again, the problem is when you cut content from a game, you run the risk of messing up the rest of the game, and they did, because the blackouts still happen in the plot. That's why you suspect Ethan of being the origami killer for a lot of the game. But then it's never, ever explained why he has the blackouts or what's going on during them. It's actually written out of the story. He has 2 of them, and then they never happen again. And it's like, what the hell? It really, you know, if you're going to cut out part of the story, cut out the whole part. They left half in to justify you suspecting Ethan, but that doesn't work. The story has a giant plot hole, and that's really dumb in my opinion.
This scene shows us Ethan getting out of bed in the morning. He goes to wake up Sean to take him to school. The scene is redundant because of the father and son scene. However, this part of the game was not without interest. It placed the player in the role of a responsible father, looking after his son and himself. As he passes near the letterbox, Ethan notices the origami killer's letter that informs him that his son will soon disappear. Of course, it is a touching scene, but too close to the father and son and the birthday scene for it to have any real existence of its own. We therefore decided to include the letter in the father and son scene and to get rid of this scene.
Yeah, but the problem is the letter can be found multiple times in the playthrough, and you can miss it in one, but then you end up finding it by default in another if you didn't find it earlier, and it's a little weird. Like, why wouldn't you just find the letter in the mailbox? Why would you have a letter sitting on your dresser or front bureau and you never read it, and then you just decide to randomly read it, and then it's that letter? It's kind of weird.
Madison is the most enigmatic character in the game. We know very little about her, an insomniac journalist investigating the origami killer. In one of the first versions of the game design, Madison went to her newspaper office several times. At the American Tribune, she could conduct research to find possible suspects, speak with her boss, and write articles after her missions. In the same way, Madison's apartment was different in the beginning. It was in the process of being redecorated. One of the player's first tasks was to repaint and change the layout of the apartment in order to personalize it. This was an interesting characterization process for a character who still remains quite mysterious. We never learn in the game why Madison suffers from insomnia. In reality, it stems from her past. As a journalist, she was a war correspondent during the armed conflict in Iraq.
See, this makes a lot more sense, and it's dumb that that was cut out too, because she is a character, when she walks into the game, it seems like everyone else has a plot that makes sense in line with the origami killer plot. Hers doesn't. She's just like, she's a plot device. She's only there to help Ethan in certain circumstances and to have some alternate endings and things happen. And that's it. She doesn't need to exist. If she had her own story that was meaningful, like she's a journalist and all that, that would have been much better. And it would have added more to the character, because I feel like a lot of people think that that character is more of a, oh, you see, they needed sex appeal in the game, so that's why she's in there. And it's true. The way it plays out in the game, it seems like that's the only reason she's wedged in there. And now, if she had a full character arc story, I think it would have been much, much better. So, damn, that cook content is good stuff that I wish was in the real game. Seriously, I think it would have been an even better game to have that in there. Blah 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 blah. All right, we got time for one more video. Let's see what it is. What the hell is this? This is our final video of the week.
Guys, we can win this dance contest. Wait, what? What? Dance? Dancing?
Josh, I would. But I am much too busy right now.
2 free tickets to Busch Gardens to see Aerosmith live in concert. Aerosmith?
I really hate Aerosmith. But I'm a big fan of Steven Tyler.
You like Steven Tyler too? Me too.
Steven is such a talent.
Yeah. Oh, you like him too? Yeah, but I love Steven Tyler. Yeah. He's awesome. Let's do this. You guys tell me you're not pumped about this.
Demetrius, stop that.
We're gonna pump it up. Let's pump this up. We're gonna pump. That's what we're doing. We're pumping it up. Yeah. Let's take a thing and pump it up.
He's so passionate when he does it. Look at the passion in those hips. Look at the passion in those eyes. Look at the thunder in that heart.
You're a steed, Olin. You are a steed.
He is quite the steed. Look at the rain in those ears. Feel the passion. Feel the music. Never back down.
This is the final video of the week, huh?
Looks like you're
in a wheelchair.
Burn it up, man.
1.7 million views from a channel called Balloon Shop from 14 years ago. Did these guys go on to do anything? Like, are they known for anything? I don't know, Balloon Shop. Did they go and join another channel or do something? You know, I'm just curious. Like, it's so weird. It's so weird. Do we ever want to continue to watch this?
Burn it up, yeah! Are you hot? Dude, look how fast his feet are moving. Oh my gosh. There's fire. That's so fast. How does he do that? My eyes are blurring. Burn it up, yeah! Oh, man. Oh, you see that move? What was that? Teach me that. Oh, yes! Yeah, burn it! Oh, he's burning up!
Get the coal churning.
Yeah. Get that coal churning.
Get the coal churning.
Get the coal churning. Oh, Josh, dude, you're burning it up,
He
dude.
is. Man, it's so hot.
No! Oh, no!
He screams. I'm by.
Man, I thought
I'm
you didn't go back
by.
to that earlier stuff.
I'm
Don't do
by.
that again. Don't ever do that. That's
Gosh, man.
very frightening.
Susan, stop it! Stop!
Okay, he's good.
Oh, yeah.
You got it.
Yeah, there you go! Yeah! Oh, coal churn! Churn that coal! Get the coal
What's funny is, does it not look like it's a Fortnite character just standing there doing the emote dances? It does, doesn't it? And this is 14 years ago, way before Fortnite existed, but it seems like it's just like the Fortnite character standing there doing the dance that you select in the menu.
Churning!
These are the same level of dances. They're that stupid.
Yeah, let me check this flyer here.
Oh, did you see that move? Do that.
Would you look at that? Contest ended in 1985.
What does that mean?
It means we're 24 years late.
So no Busch Gardens?
No. No Aerosmith? No Steven Tyler?
No Steven Tyler.
God, I'm so mad right now.
I'm pretty
I can
steamed.
just
1.7 million views 14 years ago. All right. Well, awesome. I did receive one final contribution. I will shout it out since we are ending the show. Thank you to PS3 Troop, excuse me. I can't speak today. Thank you to PS3 Troop for a $10 tip, saying the rain is very heavy. Heavy, indeed, is the rain. I guess you really enjoyed the heavy rain clip, which I did too. That was fascinating to me. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for DSP versus the internet this week. That was a variety week, if I've ever seen one. We saw some interesting stuff. We saw some incredibly stupid stuff. We saw some fascinating, informative stuff. That's what it's all about on this show. So if you enjoyed the show, thanks for watching. Please consider becoming a member and submitting clips for next week's show. I'll have that playlist, or excuse me, I'll have that thread up probably later tonight. But anyway, thank you all. Great show this week. Episode 60 in the bag, entertaining one. We definitely didn't get through all the clips. We got about maybe through half of those standard submission clips, I believe. And I'll see you next week when we do it all again. Same time, same place. Everyone be safe. Peace out. See you next one. All right. Everyone, thank you. Great show. I had a good time. I hope you did too. Reminder, tonight is an also awesome, fun react show over on my other channel, DSP Throwback. It's going to be me reacting to episode 2 of the Walking Dead game. We're probably not going to do it all in one sitting because it's a very long episode compared to the first, but it should still be fun. Last week when we did episode 1, it was very fun and I had a great time. So I hope to see you all tonight for that. 6:45 p.m. Pacific time over on the DSP Throwback channel. If not, tomorrow my gameplay resumes. It will be, excuse me, Helldivers 2 on the first stream, followed by the conclusion of Alone in the Dark on the late stream over on DSP Gaming. Okay, everyone? Thank you all very, very much. I hope that you all have a good break. I hope to see you tonight for the retro react of Walking Dead. Thank you. Peace out. Enjoy the break. See you tonight. Bye-bye. I earned the card, right? I'm like proud of myself. Oh my god, I actually earned this card. And wow, it's very hard to be only a few people in the game who even earned it. I think it was only like 20 people in the whole game who had the card or whatever. Okay? And I can tell you exactly what happened. Immediately after I earned that card, within 1 week they announced we're rebooting the game. The card is now going to essentially be way reduced in value.
We've been hanging and banging, brother. It's WWE Champions time.
Hey, bunch of tips, hey, nasal drip, hey, got some glasses and they full of gin.
Gin is great.
Panelly, ha, she was a shit, hey.
Free.
This one for WWE Champions. Pay to win like every day, yeah.
I don't play mobile games.
Funny how they still think I'm a broke man.
Then I'm broke.
Even though I be pulling Hogan's. I spent like 40 grand on a couple thousand pictures of some sweaty men. Oh no, I'm broke again. Better go break some more appliances. You were never gonna pay that bounty anyway. I need a member bomb and rally almost every day.
Free.
I spent like 40 grand on a couple thousand pictures of some sweaty men. Yeah, need them, I need them tips. Need that alcohol in my lips. Cat be getting all in a fit when she get hungry, she a bitch. I ain't trying to be that guy, but she keep breaking all my shit, fucking up all the food I get, burning through all of my tips. So Call of Duty, 10, 20, 40, pay your fucking dues, bitch.
Easily banned.
All the trolls are always trying to screw me. This shit remind me of my helicopter cruise. This one WWE Champions. Pay to win like every day, yeah.
I don't play mobile games.
Funny how they still think I'm a broke man.
Then I'm broke.
Even though I be pulling Hogan's.
Free.
I spent like 40 grand on a couple thousand pictures of some sweaty men. Oh no, I'm broke again. Better go break some more appliances. You were never gonna pay that bounty anyway. I need a member bomb and rally almost every day.
Free.
I spend like 40 grand on a couple thousand pictures of some sweaty men. Yeah.
Oh no, you didn't, you motherfucking piece of shit cocksucker. I'm an alcoholic. Really slow day for me on stream. I didn't make a lot of support yesterday. It's you guys, and you know, how much you're liking the content I'm doing in a given day, how much you can afford to support that content. Can you argue it's a begging model? I mean, I guess.
This dude is a piece of fucking garbage.
I need this money, I get this money,
beg for this money. I want the money. The only time I chill is when I pay my bills. The only time I get to chill is when I spend the bills.
Scumbags and mental cases on the internet still support I'm a beggar and I'm a loser and I'm on level 1. That I can't go on a honeymoon with my wife. I'm paycheck to paycheck. I'm on level 1.
I need this money, this money, this money. I get this money, this money, this money. Beg for this money. I want the money. The only time I chill is when I pay my bills. The only time I get to chill is when I spend the bills. I need this money, this money, this money. I get this money, this money, this money. Beg for this money. I want the money. The only time I chill is when I pay my bills. The only time I get to chill is when I spend the bills.
If you are watching his shows and you're paying his bills, you're a fucking loser. You should not support this guy. He had the opportunity to make serious money to entertain you, and he wouldn't do it. But you're gonna still fucking give him $200? You're gonna give him $50 to pay his fucking bills? Nah, you got a job. You keep your money. Fuck that.
My life today is the best I've ever had. And I mean that. Like, every day I feel like is the best day of my life.
Your life is nothing.
I love my life. I have so much fun every single day.
You're bagging.
I love my life. I have so much fun. Everyone hates me. I have an emptiness in my life. Oh man, there's something huge missing from my life. I need a large group of friends. All I do is sit around drinking gin all day. Ladies and gentlemen, I play mobile games. Yes, I spend money on mobile games. I love my life. I have so much fun every single day.
You're bagging.
I love my life. I have so much fun. Everyone hates me. I love my life. I have so much fun every single day.
You're bagging.
I love my life. I have so much fun. Everyone hates me.
You're still bagging for $10 donations and $20 donations to pay your electric bill, to pay your fucking rent, all right? I get it. I'd hate me too. See you, Phil. Have a good one.
Oh my God! So good.
Windows 8.1. Jasper Kitty, he's my son. Worried that my mobile's fried. Computers lagging, slowing down. RTU PC is free. That's not good enough for me. Windows 8.1. When will support end? Laughing at these deadheads who said let's shitting on Phil and then threats. Play some Stevie of the Dead. Oh Lord, now it's time for bed. Shit, I'm ripping on this locale. Red vest dripping so chill right now. Watch them as they graduate.
Gravitate, not crash.
Don't DoorDash, his car crash. Hit so fast, it fucked his back. Don't crush the gem, can't fuck with left. I'm so class, Phil's tracks are whack. Don't stop, get it, until your Hogan's dead, cameras on, he masturbates,
and shit jokes I broadcast. Swore it was a character I played. British style host drink Lucozade. Somehow I'm still making 100K, but nothing makes my addictions go away. What I'd give to see a more normal me.
If I wasn't ever the king of hay, would I be PewDiePie, or would I still be begging? If I could go back and change my past, get that Wolverine the day I asked, and I'd have been a dick, would I still be beg? Even if I woke up a new man, no team scores, no G, no champions. If I had everything, would it mean anything to me? Vacuum Meerkat.
It's been tough. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. It has. I'm sorry that I'm tearing up like a baby.
Hey, yo, open up, man. Come on, open up, man.
Hey, yo, what do you want, man?
Yo, man, they caught me.
What?
Yo, they caught me on camera. I don't know what to do, man. What do I do?
I don't know. Blame it on Tevin.
Alright. I was streaming and they caught me red-handed, beating off in front of my fans. Pajama pants down around my ankles, feeling like a big strong man. How could I forget that I had left my camera on? All that time I was stroking it and thinking all about Tyrone.
Slinging my shit like I was a drug dealer. No paper towel, no sock, no pillow. Can't fuck cat cause she fat and familiar. Garrett gave me links to a couple chatter betas. Got freaked out by a sexual fridge. Cats grossed out by the sight of my dick. I went broke, she went and got big. But she look a little thinner when I drink a little gin.
They saw me sitting on the sofa, head back, eyes roll up.
Oh, yeah.
I should've turned off the router.
Oops.
They got it all on camera.
Oh, camera's on.
I was streaming and they caught me red-handed, beating off in front of my fans. Pajama pants down around my ankles, feeling like a big strong man. How could I forget that I had left my camera on? All that time I was stroking it and thinking all about Tyrone. I wanna say that I'm sorry for the tips that I stole, and I'm sorry that I sprayed my cat, but he's an asshole.
Jasper?
Sorry I was chatting online to a 17-year-old.
Say what?
I'll be sorry when my parents die, but I need that bankroll. And I say, I was streaming and they caught me red-handed, beating off in front of my fans. Pajama pants down around my ankles, feeling like a big strong man. How could I forget that I had left my camera on? All that time I was stroking it and thinking all about Tyrone.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know. Hello. That's right, I'm a huge pervert, guys. That's all I do. I just masturbate constantly in front of children. You're absolutely right.
Birdies or something.
It's the guy watching his Twitch.
Is that really him?
I'm not here to tip. I'm not here to get shout outs. It's just me and my gang. AEG. Almighty Egg Gang, what up? Yeah, I got my bits on me. I ain't trying to tip right now. And if a mob band me, I got a sock right now. Yo, if you was leaving on site, if I turn on the stream right now, on a string. Me and Ed Gang, we ballin'. Y'all free throwing right now. I'm trying to tip right now. And if a mob band me, I got a sock right now. On a sock. Yo, if you was leaving on site, if I turn on the stream right now. Me and Ed Gang, we ballin'. Y'all free throwing right now. I'll talk tips. I don't know what y'all cheering about. Matter of fact, as we stream, I'm counting tips right now. If a nigga play with my channel, he can get banned right now. See, you know trolling, so you know I got my motherfucking mods right now. Mods. Yo, you was all on my dick like they trying to sub right now. Said they go give some subs, but said I couldn't go and clock out. You need to get out. They sent me tips on the alt cause you was checking on their account. While you was getting no subs, I was checking on my mouth. I was just count the Egg Gang, bitch. You know we got clout. I go crazy with the trolling till they learn ban all my niggas. Pulling up on streams to see what they about. What? It's follower only mode, so I had to change my route. I got 17 socks with accounts right now. And 500 bits from ads right now. All bits from ads. I got whispers all on my main account. How you doing? Tech people know I'm safe, even when I'm not around. Let's get it. Yeah, I got my bits on me. I ain't trying to tip right now. And if a mob band me, I got a sock right now. Yo, if you was leaving on site, if I turn on the stream right now, on a string. Me and Ed Gang, we ballin'. Y'all free throwing right now. Yeah, I got my bits on me. I ain't trying to tip right now. And if a mob band me, I got a sock right now. Yo, if you was leaving on site, if I turn on the stream right now, me and Ed Gang, we ballin'. Y'all free throwing right now. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
All right, so we'll get into the big book and the 12 steps a little later tonight, but I always love to hear everyone's stories. Why don't you talk tonight?
Vest got me sweating, but the room getting colder. Looking at the camera and the kitten on my shoulder. Will they tip tonight? I don't know. Is it over? Booted at a Best Buy for stealing controllers. Lean with me, rock with me. I get by from all of the crowdfunding. Snort with me, drink with me. I got my mom's liver and my dad's kidneys. Lean with me, rock with me. I get by from all of the crowdfunding. Snort with me, drink with me. Sweaty JPEGs, Kevin Nash spending. Told them if they tip, better tip now. I got married to a big cow. Got a problem, you know what it is. Gout. I'm the guy that stream with his dick out. This shit ain't fiction, it's too real. Fuck Penalty, I'll give her 2 pills. I need the support, so I know I'm gonna find it. Ring, ring, hit that DoorDash, perfect timing. I know I'm just fat, but it's okay, cause so is Kat. Oh, she hates it when I DoorDash, but I'm spending that cash. It's all my cash. Lean with me, rock with me. I get by from all of the crowdfunding. Snort with me, drink with me. I got my mom's liver and my dad's kidneys. Lean with me, rock with me. I get by from all of the crowdfunding. Snort with me, drink with me. Sweaty JPEGs, Kevin Nash spending. Gin is great.
This vest is a symbol of that positivity. It's a symbol that together we can have fun. As long as we stay positive, we can overcome anything together. I firmly believe at this point in my life, all right, that no matter what comes my way, that we can work together to overcome it, all right? That being said, it's time for something new. Which vest is best? Which vest is e-beggar best? Okay, vest is best. Vest.
Yeah, young cat. Got that 150 on my chest. Bitches all around me, and they let me touch their breast. got that saggy man boobs flowing, but that members count keeps growing, so I got to put it on a
Vest. Best. Vest is best.
150.
Okay.
150 for the vest.
Okay.
150, and I put it on my chest.
Okay. The vest goal has been pretty hard to hit recently. And that's tough when, you know, things are tight. I get it. Things have been tight for a lot of people, you know. Another thing I don't want people to freak out about is the members. The members right now are super low.
Yes, I'm feeling fucking blessed. Begging for hats and glasses and a vest. Coping that the pay pigs will impress. Everybody's begging me, stop spending on the WWE.
Which vest, okay, is best? Which vest is e-beggar best?
150.
Vest.
150.
Best. Which vest
for the best
is best? Which
150, and I put it on my chest.
Okay. Vest is best. Vest is best. Okay. Vest is best.
150.
Vest is best. Vest is best. Vest is best. Vest is best. The Chiking. The Chiking in the ring at Burger King. People are shooting up. Like, oh, good thing. I used to be a regular Dean Martin.
How lucky can one pig be? I DM'd her and she DM'd me. My OBS is quite dead. I got laid off in 2010. Ack, ack, ack.
Ack, 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 ack.
Your boyfriend is who? He drives a Subaru.
And?
My chair keeps spinning.
Yeah, that's normal.
Dents in my chat, they keep tipping.
What's up, Slayer?
I stop my stream, I keep drinking.
Gin is great.
My tweets are gonna be meaningful. I view bots enough to spread.
Email just showed up.
It's just like my Acert said.
Sikorsky Aircraft.
Tip me quick. I got laid off in 2010.
I got laid off from my job in 2010. It was about a year later, my dad got laid off from the same job, the same company. They were laying everyone off.
Like our Derek said, quote,
Sikorsky Aircraft was founded in 1923 and was sold to Lockheed Martin in 2015.
My hand keeps oozing.
Yeah, oozing a little bit.
I pick my skin, it starts bleeding.
Bleeding?
I touch my face, I start eating.
Delicious.
War zone's about to be bountiful. We're going home to be wed.
She looks like a horse.
My mom is on her deathbed.
That's robust.
Tip me quick.
Please tip if you can. I really appreciate it.
I got laid off.
Are you married? Do you operate a household?
Tip me quick. I got laid off in 2010.
I'm playing a woodwind instrument on Japanese.
My stream is my place of business. The company's name is Brunel Productions. It is internet content creation of on-demand and also live video streaming services.
Big up to your dad.
I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel.
Please tip me.
I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel.
Because I have bills coming up. Please pay my bills. I'm nervous. Strapped for cash.
You better take a sip.
Please pay my bills. I'm nervous. Strapped for cash.
Get a real fucking job. I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel.
Please tip me.
I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel.
Because I have bills coming up. They fucked me again, left and right, and my ass is so fucking stretched out at this point. It's time to push back. It's time to push back.
I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel.
Please tip me.
I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel.
Because I have bills coming up. I've never ever used a hateful slur. Ever. And that pisses me off.
I want to watch some faggot
some homo.
Fiddle's a nigger.
You better take a sip.
You know, by the way, how about this? I don't know what the fuck idiots are talking about with memes and shit. Oh, it's like, he's just like me. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't follow your dumb fucking memes. So take your meme and shove it up your fucking ass, because I have the ability to make an observation that's factually fucking based. Just because I'm Dark Side Phil doesn't mean I get to ignore fucking facts that the characters in this game are going through what I go through on a daily fucking basis. Shut the fuck up. I'm not taking your shit. I don't care who the fuck it is. There's people in the chat right now. Oh, he's doing a meme. Oh, this is cringe. Shut the fuck up and eat it. Eat it. Give me your mailing address. I want to mail you a spoon so you can eat shit out of my fucking ass. I'm tired of people saying that because I am who I am, I can't say a factual observation. It's a fucking fact that the characters in that game are going through what I have factually gone through on a daily fucking basis for years. So shut the fuck up. I am not putting up with any of this shit ever again. You're gonna tell me I can't make a factual observation? How about you kiss my fucking ass and lick my balls?
Fuck sickos.
Yeah, and I'm fucking pissed about it. Cause I see this shit, oh, he can't say that. Oh yeah? What fucking world do we live in that I can't say a fucking fact, you bitch? Kiss my fucking ass. Yeah, king be cruel. King be bitch, you dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up. No one cares about your bitch ass memeable opinions. There's too many fucking idiots. And enough is enough with this shit. It's time to call it out. I can say whatever the fuck I want, or you shut the fuck up. Now, you got a problem with that? Test me, bitch.
It's just one of those days where you just wanna get drunk, get a couple of pulls, catch a little buzz. But everyone online on Argentinian time acting like a bitch, taking out of context all the shit I say. You can suck my ass crack. Little bitches wanna call me out, motherfucker.
King be bitch.
It's all about the Big Phil Incel cool shit. Give me your address, I'm sending you a spoon. You can eat my big shit. It's all about the Big Phil Incel cool shit. Lick my balls, King be bitch. It's just one of those days where you just wanna go live, play games that are just like my life. Same thing happened to me when I used to stream on Twitch. We're so similar, taken out of context. All the shit I say, you can suck my ass crack. Thumbs up new, oh motherfucker.
Test me, bitch.
It's all about the Big Phil Incel cool shit. Give me your address, I'm sending you a spoon. You can eat my big shit. It's all about the Big Phil Incel cool shit. Lick my balls, King B bitch.
Fuck you. Alright, boys, prepare the slave trade. You're selling it right off for profit. Fuck you and your mother. Why am I toxic? You're a fucking idiot. Get fucked. Get fucked, really. No, really. Go fuck yourself. If you disappeared today, no one would care. Everyone shut up. Oh, someone got banned. You hear you got banned? Oh, he's banned. Shut the fuck up. No one cares. I really don't. Shut up. I'm here to have a party, not to dick around with a bunch of idiots. Banned, 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 banned. Gone. Forever. Forever. Toxic shit is not welcome on my fucking streams ever. Why am I toxic? Why am I toxic? Fuck you and your mother. Why am I toxic? Fuck you and your mother. Why am I toxic? Fuck you and your mother. Why am I toxic? Fuck you and your mother.
D-Rick is gonna come, yeah. Sending you a spoon, yeah. Throw that some more food, yeah.
Fuck you.
It's all about the Big Phil Incel cool shit. Give me your address, I'm sending you a spoon. You can eat my pig shit. It's all about the Big Phil Incel cool shit. Lick my balls, King B bitch.
E-beggar, I bite nails and see that somebody is black. I licky lips and snort. True detective man, someone at the grocery store stole me canvas bags. I licky lips and snort. E-beggar, I blame the netcode every time I don't win. I linky lips and snort. Shaky hands, I'm jonesing for an additional soaking of gin. I think I'll drink a quart. Do you know about me? I'm gouty. When I'm not in control, I get pouty. Gonna scold any gent who's down to doubt me. Gonna gorge until my innie becoming an outie. Don't you deliver me DoorDash later, you might end up like T. I overpronounce that letter in his memory. E-beggar, I'm scared of an urban American taking my tire. I licky lips and snort. Subaru man loses his lady because Philly decided to buy her a combo number 4. E-beggar, I masturbated in front of the young and disabled. They saw me beat my meat. I can get ear infections like a toddler, so I gotta put on me neck phones. They're like a toilet seat. Talking to the film director Mike Klum, so I might be remembered for anything other than my cum. This'll be just what I require to save me failing business. Cause after the interview, everyone's only been taking the piss. He wants to show me wife who doesn't like to be seen. To get ahead of it, I go down and drag her on stream. She tries to answer questions as I hold back me snort, so I cut the lady off like a fresh pair of jorts. E-beggar, I'm tired of them Argentinians trying to cheat me. Lamo los labios. Gonna throw all the foreigners out. You Latinos can fuck off and eat me. I'm saying adios. E-beggar, me mom, I mean
Lazy, I'm so lazy, so fucking lazy. Oh, I know, I'm so lazy, I'm so lazy, so fucking lazy. Oh, I know, I'm so lazy.
Hey yo, this one right here. This one go out to all the bums, all the bum ass, lazy ass bums. This for the ones that don't wanna set up an Xbox in the other room. This for the ones that don't wanna fix the dishwasher. This for the ones that can't switch seats with their wives. This for the ones that don't wanna fix the shower. This one's for the ones that don't wanna carry in the groceries. This for the ones that don't wanna cook nothing. For the ones that don't wanna go to the dump. This for the ones that don't wanna clean up ant poison. For the ones that wanna wear pajamas all day. This for the ones who don't wanna clean styrofoam mountains. For the ones that don't pay taxes. This for the ones that don't file bankruptcies correctly. This for the ones that never call their parents. This for the ones that leave shopping carts unattended. This one's for you. 41 years old and everybody know that I'm just a big fat bum. Every hour I'm streaming, shower be leaking, black mold growing in the walls. Styrofoam up to the damn ceiling, cause I only go to the dump once a month. And poison all over my kitchen, God, I really hope Jasper don't lick it up. Got sick and had to order my groceries, them assholes wouldn't even bring them in. I got a damn back issue, the herniated tissue that I don't wanna herniate again. Only leave my house one day out the week, yeah, that's what mature adults do. Fred Meyers and Total Wine, I'm buying a couple pints, drinking them 2 at a time, cause I'm so lazy, Mr. Lazy, so fucking lazy. Oh, I know, yeah, so lazy, Mr. Lazy, so fucking lazy. Oh, I know, yeah. I woke up in the middle of the night and I realized them Hogans weren't pulling themselves. So I spent all of my tips trying to get a golden Vader. Now I got no money left for bills. Jasper needs blood work, but I won't be upsold by no goddamn chum. I'll spend that $300 on a joystick that I won't use in about 3 months. Pour grease down the toilet, shove whole vegetables right down my sink. Cat gets so annoying when she asks me if I'm gonna fix these things. So lazy, Mr. Lazy, so fucking lazy. Oh, I know, yeah. So lazy, Mr. Lazy, so fucking lazy. Oh, I know, yeah. Diagnosed myself with COVID even though I never even took no test. Little box overflowing, but I gotta quarantine me and my wife and my cat. I'm a blue collar guy, can't you see? Nobody in this world's as dumb as me. I gotta go outside and punch the bees, cause I'm so
So lazy, Mr. Lazy, so fucking lazy. Oh, I know it. So lazy, Mr. Lazy, so fucking lazy. Oh, I know it. So lazy, Mr. Lazy, so fucking lazy. Oh, I know it. So lazy, Mr. Lazy, everybody hates me. Oh, I know it.
Staring at a little chat window like it was a demon in the corner counting tips. Someone gifted 500 memberships. Logging on my mobile game to go nuts. Why isn't my bank account robust? Where's the dough? I'm bitching to YouTube, I've gotta know. Thought that I'd be rolling like Bezos, but these are Argentinian pesos. Give me tips from America. Give me tips from America. Pay me USD or get the fuck out. The detractors found a way to hurt me. Now everybody is subbed with a worthless currency. This shit's only good for Monopoly. Their actions ought to be felonious. I blame Juan Perón for this awful travesty. This could mean less DoorDash engine for me. I've had enough of you dumb fucks and your Argentinian fun bucks. Give me tips from America. Free. Give me tips from America. Free. Tell all of the foreigners they can fuck off. Snort.